door, but eventually let through. And remember, the dynamics change in best of one, because within best of one, it's like best draft now, get yourself on the board and get yourself an advantage early in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I'm curious now what the priority is, because obviously as you start to come through, you get different draft bubbles that can influence the way you go. But when you look at the LCP, they had much higher priority on things like the Nico, the Aurora as well, and now we're starting to see that come through here.
It does feel very, very different. The Aurora gets locked in, okay. But for VKS, do they just lock in something like the Azir themselves, get something that globally we've seen still to be super strong? Bard again, I mentioned Kai'Sa was permaban, but that might be more towards Gala. I do love, however, that Team Secret Rail's there just to go and get it team. So Eddie, he's a big fan of that pick. Might be something that they rotated as well as the Jarvan gets locked in first.
Yeah, and Disarmor's had
Chào Lyrax, chào Korokiri.
and sets up then very easily
Chào cả nhà. Đau lưng quá. Tôi cần nhân cách bóng tối trỗi dậy à. Chịu đi con mẹ em. Mệt quá. Hello anh Chí cho. Địt mẹ mà đọc anh Chí cứ tưởng là anh Chris. Chào Thái Dương nha. Kim Cương nhận quách cờ 100k một giờ, vãi cả lồn. Ăn cướp. Kim Cương quách đéo ai, đi về quách mấy hàng đồng à? Đi mấy kênh Kim Cương quách được mấy hàng đồng, xin quách được đéo ai?
And also, I think Eddie has been spectacular for the squad as well in team fights. So getting him on something that enables him to have that agency to follow up with his those engages is going to be on the mind as they start to round out this draft with Rise now picked up for that mid.
Kim Cương đi quách, địt mẹ. Ước gì cũng được thuê quách, có ai thuê tôi quách không? Ai thuê tôi quách đi được? Kênh mới hả em à? Kênh này để xem giải anh Vũ ơi. Kênh chính không xem giải được. Kênh chính xem giải ăn bản quyền ngay. Địt con mẹ bụng to quá. Mở 2 tab ngon vừa cờ một laptop, một điện thoại à? Giàu ấy. Giàu ấy cổ. Có cả laptop, có cả điện thoại, có máy tính, giàu vậy cổ. Bê mùi. Mới tính đâu ra. Bình thường mày chơi điện tử bằng cái đéo này. Bình thường mày chơi điện tử cái đéo này mà kêu nó không có máy tính. Chơi đã à? Yeah. Thật sự luôn đấy. Là sáng cửa lắm rồi đấy. Sáng cửa cho Secret Rail lắm rồi đấy. Bốc được đối này là đối mềm đấy. Không thắng được nữa chịu mọi người ơi. Đối này là đối mềm nhất rồi đấy. Không còn đối nào mềm hơn đâu. Thế chỗ pick rồi á. Con đầu là con Aura, ban LB với cả ban Nico. Đấy. Ban LB, ban Nico, pick Aura first pick.
And especially if there's going to be a lot of people linked up or in very short range of each other thanks to that dive, she can excel.
Giờ khi Hero không ăn được ranking này thì biết ăn được ai? Trăm một đôi nhất. Bây giờ lên một pixel rồi không xem màn nữa à? Nó hay à? Nó hay à? Một đôi vết nhích bây giờ một lần à? Được đấy à?
If I'm VKS here, I probably look towards the Cassante, but we'll have to see if they agree.
Địt mẹ Viking biết cái đội hình trông kinh vậy? Cái đội hình mà Viking mà về lết làm bố. Còn Secret Well là đánh early game. Đội hình Secret Well là đánh early với cả đánh mid game thôi. Nó làm đuổi á. Eo nó có Yunara, nó có Sante, nó có Ryan. Được bao lớp đâu.
And it doesn't feel like this is a very hard comp to pilot for your first game of Worlds 25. I look at Team Secret Wales and I see their identity again. I see dive, I see the ability to start fights, big skirmishes. Dagda, I think both teams have gone with what they know for comfort, which is really, really important when they're trying to get that first win on the board.
Yeah, and I think, again, when you look across at VKS, finding these moments where, one, they can overload a side lane, but two, where they can also...
Mấy thằng Mỹ Latin này tuổi gì? Mấy thằng Mỹ Latin này không có tuổi. Cho Gam đánh Meta thì còn thua. Cho Gam đánh còn thua chứ. Chưa làm được á. Tin á.
Up to them because again, they've shown patience and vigilance getting towards the first ever and the last ever LTA finals. Team Secret Wales, they fought the odds to get to their own finals in the LCP.
B1 anh chưa đúng rồi, B1 nha. T1 mấy giờ à? T1 hình như là 4 giờ rồi phải. T1 là trận thứ 4. Đánh giá sức mạnh của team Secret Wales là hơn mấy cái rồi. Ê, đi có mẹ mày tao đéo xem LCP ấy. Giờ nhìn đội hình của team Secret Wales, nhìn tên kiểu đéo biết thằng nào. Biết mỗi Taki với Hero. Eddie biết, biết 3 thằng. Hito với Dai đéo biết ai. Rồi mất ngay cái flash. Đánh luôn. Đầu ơi mình mạnh hơn mà, đánh luôn. Mình hơn người mà. Hái. Hái. Đây rồi, đặc sản VCS. Hái. Đầu game mình mạnh hơn mà. Đầu game mình có Kaisa, mình có Aura. Từ từ. Ôi! Đánh nhạy cảm đấy. Còn flash không? Hết flash rồi. Đi rồi. Nè. Ba bãi là thích đồ à? 3 bùa. Tham quá à? Không sao, cũng không mất blue. Đi summit nó cũng không tăng cấp blue mình thì mình vẫn lời. Mình vẫn lời thêm một bùa. Đánh phải thế này chứ. Đánh nó phải vậy chứ. Ai như gam, cứ ra thế giới bằng nửa trái. Ôi dồi ôi. Địt cho mẹ cái blue. Trả giá cái blue chịu qua mẹ rồi. Chịu mẹ à.
He's a highlight of the VKS. People are saying this is the best LTA South mid lane, and some people are saying one of the best LTA mid laners. That goes a stretch, but hey, performing as a 2-0 rise here in the early game. He's really recovered that early game fumble from VKS, and his two you can see as well, even in CS with the Jarvan, who had to burn his flash, who died early. Desamas must be
Fan blue mà.
this Korean mid laner right now.
Yeah, it just makes it so simple now.
Thế tôi không fan blue mà. Giờ hòa dừng rồi. Mẹ bé rồi. Ôi giời ơi. Đang khi chọc hụt. Buồn. Chim hơi ngắn.
Over this early stages, but despite the early fumble, VKS have done a good job of bringing it back with Miro in this mid lane.
Does make sense with a quick lane swap mention here that Eddie is going solo here into Boal, and Boa did teleport down, but he's not in a bad spot actually. Gets the slow down with a Natopo strike. Level 5 on this Cassante. Eddie's still level 3.
And barrier burnt by Eddie as well, so Eddie definitely feeling a little bit worse for wear after that one.
Yeah, maybe I'll take it back. Yeah.
And Ortez now going to have Trimby up on this top side, which makes it like if Renekton can close the distance onto this Yunara, or even honestly onto Trimby, can kill, but
like that. Enhance
Rising chấm hơi mệt.
The damage is good. Morteus in trouble as well.
Hai bao ngon.
The slow's good onto Taki in a return, but that is a win for TSW.
Yeah, I think they're trying to play for seeing if Hero, like this wave is pushing into him. He should hit 6, I believe, off this wave as well. Sorry, is pushing away from off this next wave. But I think maybe look for a dive as Team Seeker well. So I'm curious exactly what the pathing is going to be for his toe. Does he just do his wolves here into Gromp and then into an immediate topside point?
Còn Rai ăn 2 mạng mới vẽ lồn cơ. Rai 2 mạng mới khổ cơ. Thì vậy con Rai 2 mạng nó lên đồ sớm, nó xong đồ sớm. Ngưỡng bọn Viking đến sớm khổ quá luôn. Địt mẹ thà cho Javan ăn còn hơn, địt mẹ cho con Rai ăn. Tải mét. Này tập này bắt buộc phải thắng đầu game ấy, kiểu đi con mẹ mày. Thua. Bởi vì rất game kiểu gì mình cũng thua mà. Đây đội hình của mình không thắng được. Đến Snowball cố lấy lợi thế. Mất rồng à? Gặp bot chưa về, mất mẹ rồng rồi, ăn xong rồng rồi. Má đánh cái đội hình đầu game mà lại để mất rồng à? Chịu mẹ rồi, đánh đội hình đầu game để mất mẹ mục tiêu đầu ạ. Cái cửa game này nó lại tối tối rồi đấy. Cửa game này nó lại tối tối rồi á. Chịu mẹ rồi.
But for Team Seeker Wales, they're just a little bit late to the punch. They're trying to find plays. Like, you look towards that top side where they're looking, hey, we've got good damage onto Morteus. Can we look for a dive? But it's kind of fallen apart. And again, looking now towards this mid lane, it feels like Otaki. But VKS just aren't letting them find that value from the aggression.
Now that Eddie's mid as well. It's like there's a favorable lane just holding Miru at bay. There's still a 500 gold lead between 80 carries right now, and that's simply because Eddie got the earlier kill, but maintain the CS advantage even in that small lane swap, and
khổ quá rồi. Đầu game này là tái rồi. Đang có lợi thế mất mẹ hết rồi. Nó không muốn dòng nữa không? Anh làm tốt nhở? Nãy giờ SD né rất dẻo đấy. Rồi SD né cực kỳ dẻo luôn. Ra cá đúp lần nào này cái đấy. Né toàn kiểu né kiểu slice step ấy. Kiểu lách nhẹ ấy. Side step ấy, như kiểu side step địt mẹ.
Yeah, it does mean it's only to support TP, but it does mean now you've got two people on this bottom side. So do VKS try and contest now on towards the boy group stage?
Nice stop onto Boal, by the way. Taki on our right side.
Bỏ vào sâu à?
Boal was just backing egregiously on a control ward, so
bỏ vào sâu không? Không, anh thấy hết à? Anh là 3 sâu à? Ok. Chuyên bi. Mẹ mày nhờn. Lấy thêm cái mạng nữa. Xong lấy cái trụ đầu. Chào Mochi nha. Lấy thêm mạng nữa xong lấy cái trụ đầu. Còn phát. Gì à? Chịu mẹ à? Nhiều đam á. Ôi 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 ôi. Gì rồi? Ôi trời trả. Đâu quá? Đai được. Eddie tới rồi. Đi đâu? Đi đâu về đâu? Hỏng rồi. Địt mẹ nó phản công như này hỏng rồi. Má. Nó phản công hay ấy nhờ. Chịu mẹ ơi.
This is what we're talking about. VKS wanting to constantly overload these side lanes, constantly trying to play with this nice little tempo advantage, and they catch Team Secret Wales as they go for the dive and turn it back around.
Wow, that was just insane. I mean, the timing, I thought he was going to be inting in the 1v3, but he had that all-out backup and available.
Rồi.
And again, this
mày tối cửa quá.
with how the game started. We had a bit of consistency as this Casante doing work. Dyer just going to space it out, not in too much trouble with a good mana bar, I should say. Đội hình nó đánh lết mà bây giờ địt mẹ mày nó thắng mẹ em cả đầu game rồi, chơi bời lồn đi. Hả rơi ơi. Nhà số đớp hết à?
Got the Germans running towards this top side and Team Secret Wales on the wrong side of town, and also Boal, like the early armor that he has.
Mẹ mày Casante. Casante tượng. Chịu mẹ. Khó. Gỡ một dòng. Thua tiền, hòa dòng hơn 3 sâu. Mình đai nào. Ui dồi ôi, gắp mẹ 2 level rồi. Mid gắp 2 level rồi, chịu con mẹ rồi. Giờ sao? Mid gap mẹ 2 level rồi. Mà khó vậy. Lồn Mireu ra lên xong quyền trượng rồi. Ê, trong triệu thiên lần nói đi phải chịu mẹ rồi. Mình khó thế. Làm nào để Team Secret Wales thắng đây hả trời ơi. Làm thế nào để team Secret World thắng đây hả Giới ơi?
But you are, as Histo, starting to get some control when it comes to nice timing here for the invade. Looking at a potential play towards bottom top side, but I just don't think you can really go for any sort of dives on the Cassante
already. And there's so much armor, right? And for Eddie, I mean, he's only sitting with the Kraken right now, so it's not like outside of Dire there's really much AP damage. And I don't look at Aurora Dagger and say, oh man, that's a lot of consistent DPS. Like, I would see even enhanced Rise or Victor or an Orianna even. That is slow, that is burst. And even with the Leandries there, I don't think we'll see too much going towards Boal. So I'm excited, Dagger, because it does look like game is still relatively even despite there being some
Ồ, đi qua tầm nhìn rồi.
Histo caught out. Oh, Vault Break.
Wow!
Short, and he
Phản ứng tốt vậy. Phản ứng tốt vậy Histo. Hito. Phản ứng tốt nha. Mặc dù mất flash mà thà là không chết còn hơn. Vẫn được. Mà mid vẫn đi phải gap to vãi lồn. Đi phải mid gap con mẹ 1k1 tiền. Em chuẩn bị mất trụ đầu. Cô lấy cái trụ đầu top được không? Mid gap to á. Khó lấy trụ đầu top rồi. Địt mẹ cái thằng Boal này nó hấp được mạng. Nó khỏe vãi lồn. Nó xong con mẹ mấy cái một đồ rồi. Nó còn đang hơn đồ hero cơ. Thằng Boal này còn hơn đồ hero cơ hả? Nó xong một đồ với cả nó xong cái mảnh giáp gai rồi. Hero bây giờ mới một cái diều đen. Hay hero do hero chưa về vậy? Mà xong cái giảm hồi máu rồi này thì con cá sấu này làm được cái đéo gì? Mất sứ giả. À không lên giày. Dày. Cướp được. Hay. Ôi SD thế hơi xấu nhưng mà không sao. Không ai bắn SD cả. Hay hút con Junara lại. Thằng Mieru địt về nó khỏe vãi lồn. Hay triple kill kìa. Đi ra có triple kill kìa. Muốn máu. Ui dồi ôi. Hay. Quất sạch. Và đó là quất sạch. Ui. Nhấp nhả ác thế nhờ. Hitzo vào để trừng phạt nhẹ nhàng con sứ giả này. Trừng phạt này. Sau đấy lao vào đấm con Japan này. SD bay vào này. Hút được SD nhưng mà sau đấy đam bù vào là không có này. Hay vậy ta. Mỗi người một máu đi về hay vậy ta. Chết có một người còn lại mỗi người một máu đi về hay vậy ta. Hay vậy ta. Đánh hay hơn gam rồi cả nhà ơi. Đánh hay hơn gam rồi cả nhà ơi. Bảo sao gam ở nhà. Đánh như này xứng đáng đi World nhá. Gam ở nhà đúng rồi. Mà Hitzo này là Hitzo với cả Dai này là ai ấy nhỉ? Dai và Hitzo này là của ai ấy nhỉ? Là tài năng trẻ à? Tài năng trẻ vừa được đôn lên cho Secret World à? Phải không? Ngày xưa mid cũng có một thằng đánh rất là hay ấy, là thằng Glory mọi người ạ. Ngày xưa có thằng Glory đánh hay, mỗi tội là địt mẹ mày. Nó bán độ. Nó bán độ. Nó là một trong 36 anh tài bán độ. Đai tay to là từ giải trước rồi à? Tao không save LCP mà. Tao đâu có save LCP đâu. Có sứ giả lên thả cái top hoặc là thả mid này. Thả mid lấy cái trụ mid này. Đẹp keng luôn này. Lấy cái trụ đầu, lấy cái dây xịn luôn. Đây rồi. Cửa win sáng rồi đấy. Sáng cửa đấy. Ủa, địt mẹ mày, sau khi hốc xong 3 mạng, anh đi bảo là thằng nào nấy đánh tao. Ôi, từ đó. Mark Verstappen. Taki lái dẻo ấy nhở? Taki lái sứ giả dẻo ấy nhở? Thằng bố lao chôn à? Thằng bố lao chôn à? Chôn mẹ ơi. Vẫn để hút phải bắt nữa. Top dog. Chịu mẹ top dog. Lắc đít hàng ngày chả dẻo à? Verstappen. Thì vậy tao lướt TikTok nhiều quá, tao đéo phải fan F1. Nhưng mà thịt mẹ, tao lướt TikTok nhiều quá, bây giờ trong đầu tao cứ toàn cái nhạc đấy. Cho anh say. Đấm nó, đấm mẹ Chubi, đấm cho mẹ Chubi. Ôi, điên rồ. Hít rô đánh láo lồn nhở? Em đánh trên đầu trên cổ mấy thằng Viking luôn mà. Mày trông láo lồn vậy. Koroskiri sáng nay lăn chưa? Lăn rồi. Lăn 20 nháy ra rồi. Nó khoe mà. Mark Verstappen. Si viên Phật à? Cậu cài. Amongst top a little bit more freely, especially when Atakan's up here. We have seen so many games, even yesterday. IG through a lot of games at Atakan. Ê, hỏi câu hỏi nhạy cảm tí á. Bây giờ trong tài khoản số mày có bao nhiêu tiền? Để tao biết là tao có thất bại lắm không ấy. 60k à? Thật không? Thật 60k không? Dưới 1 tỷ 85k 50k. Real à? Real thật không? Không thi chụp trò. Thế mày ăn của gì? Mày định ăn bằng cái gì? Một củ tròn à? Tiền tao nạp game hết rồi à? Thế em không ăn hả em? Em có ăn không em? Ôi địt con mẹ, từ nó đóng lồng. Eddie vẫn đang được bắn. Eddie vẫn đang bắn. Eddie vẫn đang bắn. Trời ơi, đây rồi. Em ơi, bao lâu rồi mới có cảm giác này à mọi người? Mọi người ơi, bao lâu rồi chúng ta mới có thể nhìn VCS chiến thắng ở War? Bao lâu rồi chúng ta mới được nhìn VCS chiến thắng ở War hả anh em? Ván 2 luôn D à? BO1 mà, ván 2 đéo ấy. BO1, Swifted BO1 nha. BO3 đéo đâu, BO1 mà. Hôm nay đánh 8 game luôn, tất cả các team đều đánh. Hôm nay 8 team đánh 8 game. À đâu, 6 chứ. 6 hay 8 nhỉ? Hình như 8 team ấy. Ở đâu? 16 chứ. Nay không thấy vịt nhỉ à? Chắc nó đi học. Giờ đấy chắc nó đi học. Khả năng dỗi nữa rồi à? Dỗi cái đéo thì địt mẹ, hôm qua nó còn gửi gift sách cho tao. 16 chứ, 16 team ấy. 8 trận là 16 team mà.
trying to define that they are better than just CFO and that's it. Would give them a lot of hope for the rest of the tournament. Now, let's not be day one Andes, let's just be game one Andes, our only game. Not these two versing each other.
Mac Verstappen.
That's 4.5 minutes. Baron's up in a minute 30. Viva Keystars need a couple of insane picks fights where they scale into it.
Yeah, I think the issue is the way VKS have won games is almost been the Trimby special. Like we saw when he was on Rogue, we saw when he was on Fnatic, it was we overload a side lane and we're going to make this quick pick and try and find success through that. But when you're in this situation, it's very difficult.
Tao không được gửi à? Mày có xin hả? Nay đánh full pool không luôn. Đúng rồi. Nay đánh hết. Nay đánh hết. Chi gửi tao à? Nhưng mà thực ra là nó gửi cho tao nhưng mà Discord cấm chặn nên là tao cũng chưa được nhận được cái clip sách đấy Kurokiri à. Đây đánh mấy trận à? 8 trận hay sao ấy? 8 trận. 8 hay 6 ấy, lịch thi đấu chung kết thế giới. Đây xem nào. Đây đánh 8 trận. Nó gửi clip sách qua Discord, sau Discord cấm đéo cho gửi. Thế là tao cũng đã nhận được cái clip sách đấy đéo đâu. Sầu. Ui dồi ôi. Chớp thời cơ nhanh thế nhở. Nhưng mà Hero trâu quá, rồi bao liên tục trụ bắn chết Hero rồi. Wow cũng chết rồi. Ui. Giao tranh nhanh thế nhở. Giao tranh nó gọi là chớp nhoáng, nó bắt thời cơ giao tranh chớp nhoáng xong kéo nhau đi ăn Baron. Để rồi. Giao tranh chớp nhoáng, đớp phát hai mạng, kéo nhau ra Baron, đớp thêm cái Baron, đẹp keng xà beng. Blue team turret in his try. Dẫn cỡ này thua thì chỉ có đố bạn à, đúng rồi. Dẫn cỡ này thua thì chỉ có gam. Thì chỉ có gam thôi. Mà rất tiếc để Secret World. Ủa? Ê, mình phải bình tĩnh. Địt con mẹ nhà mày. Vừa nói xong. Địt con mẹ SD ơi. Đây là giải nhá. Đây là chung kết thế giới nhá SD nhá. Anh nhắc em. Đây là chung kết thế giới nha. Đây không phải là rank nha. Nha, anh nhắc em nha. Mac Verstappen. Hôm nay tao stream đến khi nào mà tao được donate 110.000. Ta stream đến khi nào mà được donate 110.000. Không được donate 110.000 không off. Muốn off stream luôn không à? Phải lột đuổi à? KPI hôm nay được donate 110.000 thì off. Không off, stream đến chết.
It's just been little mistakes from Team Secret Wales. Like, now they will still get stolen. They are still in a very strong spot. But again, we're kind of saying like 3 items coming through from Morteus is that sweet spot. Now you've got the Zhonya's Hourglass completed on towards Miru, which makes him a little bit less of a dive target as well. And these are just small pickups for VKS, you are still very much in the lead. It is still
Mà tại sao lại 110k à? Tao cần 110k để tao tròn tiền. Để tao tròn tiền. Tròn 110k à?
Well, I think it's either Baron or Elder, because realistically, like Kai'Sa not great at getting up towards a tower to hit the thing, especially when you look towards.
Tròn bao nhiêu không nói này, sao?
These kind of things.
Ơi, mà sắp đến ngày đi du lịch rồi. Vừa muốn đi du lịch nha, vừa muốn không đi ấy. Kiểu định mẹ mày, tôi đi tôi bị nhớ mọi người.
Anh say đã WeScan 11.000 đồng.
Ngon.
10%.
10% à, cảm ơn anh say nha. Kiểu đi du lịch thì nhớ mọi người ấy, mà không đi thì mẹ lại muốn đi du lịch ấy. In real live stream à? Cũng được. Vlog á? Ý là vlog có cái đéo này đâu. Nhưng mà chúng mày có phán xét tao không? Kiểu tao đi với toàn con trai ấy. Ngày xưa tao cũng đi với toàn con trai và tao xin thề là trong hội đấy tao không yêu ai và tao cũng không đi dây ti ai cả. Chúng mày có phán xét tao không? Có à? Thế chịu mày rồi. Em không à? Kiểu ngày xưa tao cũng đi với hội này rồi. Tao chơi với hội này lâu lắm rồi. Tao chơi với hội này phải 10 năm rồi. Bọn tao chơi với nhau 10 năm rồi ấy. Bọn tao chơi với nhau 10 năm rồi. Xong là tao cứ nghĩ là mẹ bây giờ tao đi chơi với toàn con trai. Tao biết là bọn tao chơi với nhau 10 năm, nhưng mà người khác sẽ nhìn vào bảo là con này đi với toàn con trai, con này mẹ một mình cân 10 anh. Chúng mày sẽ phán xét tao. Tao thì không phán xét, nhưng mà chồng mày thì có à? Nhưng mà tao không có chồng rồi đó. Tao không có chồng. Bây giờ tao không có người yêu, tao không có chồng. Và bây giờ nếu mà không muốn bị phán xét nhá, anh em biết cách dễ nhất là gì không? Cách dễ nhất đấy là tao yêu con mẹ một người ở trong cái hội đấy. Sau này tao cưới con mẹ một người ở trong cái hội tao chơi 10 năm. Thế là đi về tao sẽ đéo bị phán xét. Wow. Outplay. Outplay. Thật không à? Đùa thế chứ địt mẹ yêu đéo ai. Nhưng mà anh em có công nhận không? Kiểu ví dụ nhá, nếu như mà người yêu của mình, anh em kiểu ví dụ anh em có người yêu, ví dụ là mọi người là đàn bà ấy, mọi người có người yêu, thì người yêu của mọi người sẽ đéo ghen với cả những cái thằng bạn khác giới của mọi người, nếu như mà những cái thằng bạn khác giới đấy cũng là bạn chơi thân với cả người yêu của mình, đúng không? Cách để không ghen anh em, cách để người yêu mình không ghen với những người bạn khác giới của mình, đấy là địt mẹ mày. Thằng đấy từ đầu nó đã chơi thân với mấy thằng đấy rồi, mấy thằng bạn của mình rồi. Ao trình không? Chồng yêu em à? Yêu cá nhá, cười cái đó, cá ơi. Bây giờ mình đăng ký kết hôn không? Ở Việt Nam đã đồng ý cho kết hôn đồng giới đâu. Hôm tao vẫn ghen mà. Có không? Ý là mày có chơi với cả người ta, kiểu ví dụ là tao với cái hội đấy chơi với nhau 10 năm. Mà cái người yêu của tao cũng chơi cái hội đấy 10 năm rồi. Thì có ghen không? Đừng yêu nhau trong group chia tay xong lại VL à? Ừ đúng rồi. Cái đấy là lý do em chi đéo. Cái đấy là lý do em chi đéo yêu người ở trong hội bạn ấy. Thì phải chia tay xong khó nhìn mặt nhau vãi lồn ấy. Khó nhìn cả mặt bạn bè như cái người bạn chung luôn đấy. Chia tay êm đẹp vẫn khó nhìn, kiểu chia tay kiểu hãm lồn thì càng khó nhìn mặt nhau. Có, vẫn ghen đó, thật á. Tao không ghen đâu. Kiểu ví dụ tao yêu người yêu tao, mà người yêu tao trước đấy chơi với cả một bà bạn thân của tao ấy, cái hội bạn thân là con gái của tao, mà thằng đấy nó chơi thân với mấy đứa đấy thì tao sẽ không ghen. Ví dụ kiểu tao yêu một thằng mà chơi thân với con Ngọc ấy, thì tao sẽ đéo ghen với con Ngọc. Ui. Đây rồi, xong cái trụ là xong đời chúng mày rồi Viking hết ơi. Xong cái trụ là đời chúng mày xong rồi. Rồi ơi. Được cái trước giờ tao chưa bao giờ yêu người ở trong hội bạn chơi thân luôn đấy. Viking S là team nào à? Mỹ Latin nhá. VKS là seed 2 của Mỹ Latin. Ai. Yeah, trước giờ thật ra là tao chưa yêu ai ở chơi trong. Thật ra là tao có yêu ai chơi chung hội bạn. Nghĩa là chơi chung hội bạn Discord ấy, nhưng mà tao chia tay xong bọn tao với người đấy sẽ đéo nói chuyện với nhau nữa. Nhưng mà tao vẫn chơi được với những người kia bình thường. Chúng mày nhớ ở đây không biết là có đứa nào xem tao từ hồi tao chơi với xem tao từ hồi mà tao chơi với Mimosa không? Xem tao hồi mà tao mới stream ấy, hồi đấy là tao chơi với Mimosa ấy. Hồi đấy là cái hội Discord của tao, cái hội Discord Mimosa ấy, là tao yêu một ông ở trong đấy. Xong cái ông đấy thì tao vẫn nhưng mà tao yêu nhau, sao ông ấy có dẫn tao đi chơi với cả cái hội bạn của ông ấy. Thì bây giờ cho đến bây giờ tao vẫn chơi với những cái ông đấy. Tao vẫn chơi với những người đấy. Tao chỉ đéo chơi với người yêu cũ của tao nữa thôi. Nhưng mà nếu như mà cái hội đấy rủ trong đấy có cả người yêu cũ của tao thì tao vẫn chơi bình thường. Và người đấy cũng chơi bình thường. Không biết nữa, kiểu nó cũng không ngại đến thế, tùy ấy. Tùy vào việc là mình có yêu nhau lâu hay không, hay là tùy vào việc là mình yêu nhau đến mức nào ấy, hoặc là mình chia tay như nào ấy. Nó còn tùy vào việc là mình yêu nhau bao lâu này, yêu nhau thắm thiết hay không này, chia tay có êm đẹp hay không này. Nếu mà chia tay kiểu cắm sừng này thế kia thì mới khó nhìn mặt nhau, chứ cái còn lại thì là vẫn bình thường. Lên nhánh 10 rồi. Sương thôi nhưng mà sẽ không như cũ được à? Không, tao vẫn như cũ. Không, tao vẫn như cũ được. Tao thực sự ấy, cái đợt mà tao chia tay ông ấy xong, tao vào tao bắn, nghĩa là tao với ông ấy sẽ không như cũ. Nhưng mà tao với cả mấy cái người còn lại tao thấy chả khác đéo ấy. Vẫn cười cợt như thường luôn. Chả có gì gọi là khác biệt cả. Cười vui vẻ như đi bại, cười xuống luôn, cười ỉa chảy luôn đấy chứ. Bình thường. Chuyện riêng không liên quan đến tập thể à? Cái bản người ta cũng đéo quan tâm ấy, nói thật. Mấy ông ấy cũng đéo quan tâm ấy. Bởi vì mấy ông ấy chơi với tao, lúc đầu là chơi với tao là bởi vì tao là người yêu của người kia đúng không? Mà sau này người ta chơi với tao bởi vì người ta thấy quý tao. Thì tao tự nhiên lúc đấy tao cũng trở thành bạn của người ta rồi đúng không? Nó cũng chả ảnh hưởng đến thế. Lúc đầu mình có thể chả là gì người ta, nhưng mà sau đấy chơi với nhau, tiếp xúc với nhau thời gian, sau đấy là thân thiết thôi. Đây á, muốn xem không? Để tao cho xem đâu nhỉ? Có clip tao chơi với cái hội bạn đấy cái khoảng thời gian sau chia tay. Đây để tao bật cho. Đợt đấy là chia tay rồi. Đấy, chia tay rồi xong vẫn chơi với nhau bình thường. Đây. Cho bật cho xem.
Bút cái gì?
Cái người vừa nói bút cái chi là giọng người yêu cũ của tao chứ.
Cái gì? Hai quá.
Khi nào khi nào.
À.
Vô luôn A nè, vô A nè, vô A.
Thực ra.
Qua đây, cô đi đi. Cô
Quay
đi này, cô.
Chú ấy, chú shot. Hai chi. Thằng ở chất luôn không? Một thằng chất.
Trông ta bot rồi. Ngày xưa trong tao NPC vậy ổn đấy.
Gần tận hai quay ấy chị ơi, hai quay. À đây smoke này. Amen. Hai quay chi. Một trên đầu chi. À chết. One health one side, đi hiếu sinh. Đè luôn bạn này. Trái.
Bốn những đẹp mẹ 1v1 đi mà sợ.
Thằng Monster Cookie ngu. Thì mẹ nhìn nó chơi kiểu giống như là nó chơi bằng nó em bằng cái tất bát á, cái tất bát của laptop á. Phải luôn.
Xem phỏng vấn là không hứng thú phỏng vấn lắm.
Look at have your knife.
Vinsim giàu VL á. Vãi! Người yêu cũ của tao ngày xưa có con bướm gì, con bướm đỏ ấy. Con bướm đỏ. Đi các bạn đem cả flash.
Đi à chị ơi.
Cái gì nè.
À,
Ok.
con bướm slaughter. Con bướm slaughter.
Ui, gần bạn đây, thùng trắng. Quay bóc rồi.
Slaughter. Chúng tao NPC ấy nhở? Chúng tao NPC ấy rồi đấy.
Dưới nhảy xuống rồi. Hai bạn. Chị em bò vào luôn đi, nhìn vào nhìn bên phải thôi. Hai quay kìa. Hai quay ở bên trái.
Chỉ hai quay thôi. Ali
Chắc quá đi. Chắc cái thùng A.
Ali chắc.
Rồi bạn này. Side clear.
Hai quay.
Cứ đến góc nó tự giác hồi à? Chả thế. À! Sợ ấy, đi về. Ai à, đi co vậy.
Chơi góc rộng bạn. Thế rồi.
Đám gà bắn chết mẹ. Chạy đi.
MVP for planting the bomb. MVP nhờ đặt bom, chịu có vẻ rồi. Thuần NPC vào sai đặt bom.
Have it again.
Please.
Này á.
Đừng nói vào.
Đéo hiểu.
Tôi chỉ em chi MVP EBL season này bắn như thế nào ở A nhá. Chỉ một lần thôi nha.
Má lắm chứ. Bắn hụt. Trời nó hụt má trời. Cái đồng dở. Hai ốp hai nhắm.
Biết một rồi. Backstopping.
Dạ mày chết giờ chi. Đập lửa chết giờ. Mất bom.
One man. Right side.
Em móc mà giờ trời.
Chúng ta NPC ở trong ta bot phải không? Chúng ta bot phải không đi?
Nice try. Nhắm nha. Ok, một nhắm rồi.
Wingman. One hero. Bút xong vào sai đặt bom.
Này, chỉ được một lần thôi nha. Này. Một lần. Này. Mẹ đấy chứ.
Chịu con mẹ. Đi vậy còn lắm clip vãi lồn. Đéo biết clip gì vẫn ấy, nhiều vãi lồn.
Kìa thằng Đức em. Liber. VB, come on. Chạy luôn em ơi, chạy. Còn một B, từ còn một B số 5. Check xem em. Có tiếp đi. Chạy luôn. Chạy. Một city. City đi City yếu con chắc. Coffee. Bắn luôn floor. Bỏ vào bắn chết mẹ đi em. Phải. Đấy. Easy bó bê. Thế con chắc là
địt con mẹ, nó bóc đến nơi rồi. Ủa.
Đấy à.
Cái à? Ôi. Dẻo quá nhờ.
Dẻo đéo. Dẻo vẫn chết thế thôi.
Dẻo đầu ra.
Ở trên.
Yếu. Quay yếu ấy. Chết à. Nhớ cho cái hậu quẹt với gì.
Chết. Một A nữa đi phá đây. Anh tanh này. Đi.
Hoài điểm VL.
Pít.
Chẳng biết khi nào Z2 mới mượn lại như này à? Họ.
Đây à.
Bom rồi. Bom trên lầu.
Libere.
Bom tạt. Đây rồi, tao có cách rồi, tao có cách. Tôi á. Xin chưa?
Địt mẹ nghịch vãi lồn.
Đây rồi. I'm coming. Đi. Lâu.
Mà báo tới sớm lắm mấy ngô ni ơi.
Nhưng mà địt mẹ nói thật đây, cái này là anh em ở đây đang ít người. Bây giờ confess. Ở đây kiểu ít người đéo ai biết đây. Ở đây có 4 người đúng không? Địt mẹ, tâm sự thật, địt mẹ. Người yêu cũ mà chúng mày vừa xem của tao ấy là người mà tao yêu nhất trong tất cả người yêu cũ. Người yêu nhất trong tất cả người yêu cũ ấy. Địt mẹ. Lụy vãi lồn. Tên đứa trẻ là gì à? Khi nào đẻ à? Khó. Về đây bên nhau tao nói lại xưa à? Không, ý là ngày xưa tao yêu nhất thôi. Bởi vì tao thích từ ngoại hình đến giọng nói đến tính cách, tóm lại là tất cả mọi thứ là tao chim ưng vãi lồn. Mỗi tội là đéo. Mỗi tội là bịp. Chạy sẽ go zit en that à? Ôi giời ơi. Ngày xưa khoái lắm. Ý là mặt mũi kiểu cute, cũng cao. Không phải cute, kiểu nó cũng sáng sủa ấy, kiểu cũng nó đẹp trai kiểu cute ấy. Chứ không phải là kiểu đi mẹ mấy cái thằng mà ẻo lả đâu, mà nó kiểu nó nhìn ra cái nét kiểu đi mẹ mày nói nào kiểu ấy. Không biết nói nào. Nó không soft đâu, không soft boy đâu. Không hề soft boy một tí nào, nhưng mà nó kiểu trông nó cứ nghịch ấy. Nó kiểu nó nghịch ấy, mặt nó vừa cute vừa nghịch ấy. Xong là giọng thì ý là giọng lúc nói chuyện đấy, nói chuyện ở trong game thì kiểu thịt mẹ mày cợt nhả, giọng cũng hài thôi, nhưng mà để mẹ lúc nói chuyện riêng giọng khác vậy rồi. Xem kênh mấy ông VTV tục VKL cười VKL à? Xem Mạnh Mèo á? Phải không? Mạnh Mèo thì siêu tục rồi. Mạnh Mèo cợt nhả rồi. Cái gì ấy? Thằng này làm gì ấy? Ơ? Xem Luân Mạnh Mèo Mạnh An với Levi à? Đâu? Trung bình Fnatic. Đâu? Ồ, stream ở đâu vậy?
Mang lại cho mọi người đấy cảm xúc và cũng thể hiện đấy cảm xúc của mình. Giống như kiểu em thì không phải là bình luận viên, em cũng không có phải lúc nào cũng công bằng rồi không được thiên vị.
Nó tay con
Em
anh ạ.
vào là
Nó bắt em trung lập để nó tay con anh ạ. Nó cắn
em
rồi.
vào là em thích em cổ vũ ai là em cổ vũ thôi, em không nói nhiều.
Nó cắn anh em mình rồi Tùng ơi. Nó bắt em bình luận trung lập để nó tay con ạ. Em ban đầu em tưởng là em tay con xong rồi nó trung lập, nhưng mà nó bắt em phải bình luận trung lập để nó tay con cho nó đỡ bị lệch màu anh ơi.
Thế nhưng mà Levi, anh thấy là cái cách nói chuyện của em cũng như là mọi thứ phát âm này kia nó rất là hợp lý để làm một bình luận viên đấy. Em có thể nghĩ về việc là sau khi dừng cái hành trình thi đấu chuyên nghiệp thì mình chuyển sang thi đấu chuyên nghiệp ở cái lĩnh vực bình luận viên không?
Không, cái này thì em nói thật là nhược điểm của em từ xưa giờ là em hồi xưa là em bị ngọng mà em còn không biết em bị ngọng. Bây giờ thì em cũng rất vất vả để em có thể phát âm tròn chữ hay là nói chuyện một cách lưu loát với anh em. Nhưng mà được nói chuyện với anh em toàn có chuyên môn cả, nên là em thì được cái là em hưởng ứng và nhận được những cái vai của mọi người á, kiểu mọi người tên nói hay quá, xong kiểu tên mồm em cứ mấp máy mà tên nó thành câu được ấy. Em không biết là giải thích kiểu gì, nhưng mà kiểu mọi người nói hay quá, xong em nghe em cũng thấy mình có thể nói hay hơn được và học tập được một tí. Còn cái việc mà có go pro cái môn bình luận viên này thì được hay không thì em nghĩ là không. Các anh
Sao?
toàn
Sao
thách
lại
đấu
không?
thôi, em
Bình
đánh
không.
vàng mà các anh toàn thách đấu thôi.
Bình luận không được, nhưng mà thực ra có một việc mà anh đã từng nói rất là lâu rồi, nhưng mà thực ra ngay tới cả 7-8 năm tới bây giờ vẫn không giải quyết được, thì đó là cái vấn đề mà cái đội ngũ mà làm cái mảng mà nội dung hoặc là bình luận á, thì tại vì tất cả các khu vực khác em thấy không, là nó sẽ có một cái phần của cái bàn phân tích hoặc bàn bình luận hoặc những người làm chuyên môn, đó là những người cụ game thủ. Nhưng Việt Nam mình bị thiếu em.
Dạ.
Những người kiểu như có một cái góc nhìn của những người đã từng lên sân khấu thi đấu đó, mình bị thiếu rất là nhiều, và nó sẽ không đảm bảo được cái góc nhìn có thể tốt nhất cho bạn khán giả. Cho nên là đây là không phải là xúi em nên treo bàn phím hay gì đâu nha, nhưng mà cần đấy.
Sau này là luôn luôn có một slot cho Levi.
Chung rồi, em thì em vẫn muốn mình phát huy được cái điểm mạnh của mình ở thời điểm hiện tại thôi. Nhưng mà nếu mà có cơ hội á, thì thực ra là sở trường của em là sủa dơ. Em bắt buộc từ
Sở trường sủa dơ à?
game là bàn phím là sẽ dùng trước, sau đó thì mới bắt đầu lia chuột. Nên là khả năng nếu mà mình không bị giới hạn về ngôn ngữ và vai trò thì là sủa dơ thì em nghĩ là em có thể đảm đang được.
Rồi, thế rồi em sủa dơ giùm anh mấy thằng pha tích này được không? Tại vì anh khó chịu, nó nhiều lắm, nó cứ đấm mình hơi nhiều không Levi? Em sủa dơ trước anh trận này CFO anh cả chúng ta với thằng này được không?
Nè, bây giờ em nói đó nha. Tao nói mấy thằng Fnatic, tụi mày bắt nạt gam thì được. Tụi tao là CFO. Tụi mày tới đi. Tắc cưa. Cứu đệ. Tắc cưa.
Mét xong rồi đúng không? Đây, để anh cả, ngày hôm nay anh cả sẽ trả bao nhiêu là mối hận dùng cho những người em.
Phải luôn.
Tính ra là tự dưng là ở nhà cái là tâm lý nó thoải mái hẳn anh nhỉ. Đi chung cái thế giới
Chả sợ thì cả bây giờ chả sợ.
đi chung cái thế giới là không bao giờ dám nói thế rồi. Lúc nào tinh thần của team là cũng phải đặt lên cao rồi. Bây giờ tự nhiên được ở nhà cái gì cũng nói được, sướng nhỉ. Một sao khả năng cao là mình cố tình.
Anh rồi giỡn hoài mà anh.
Làm gì em nó.
Ok, rồi chuẩn bị trận 2.
Dạ vâng, thôi chúc anh em em cả anh Tùng về kia chứ hả? Hay là
Mọi người cứ về đi, lâu lâu cảm thấy hợp thì cứ vô lobby chung anh em. Mọi người cứ giải tán tạo màu riêng đi anh em.
Vui à? Vui rồi nè. Mày xin vào đi, mày có chuyên môn mà. Anh không có em ơi. Sau này anh phải lên tầm 50.000 sub sau này mới xin được cô ơi. Các em chờ anh nhá, các em chờ anh lên 50.000 sub sau anh xin vào. Ấy, nghe nó ách xả anh à. Ban cây xa. Ban cây xa, ban Ambessa, ban Ori. Lúc đó hai lứa rồi à? Để hai đứa đừng có sao đâu, anh Mạnh bây giờ cũng để cả con rồi còn gì nữa. Anh Mạnh lấy vợ để con rồi vẫn làm bình luận viên đấy thầy. Quá là bình thường. Em Bobby đi khỏi T1 lúc nào vậy? Em Bobby rời T1 sang Fnatic lúc nào vậy? Bình luận viên tình lung lay à? Ra tình lung lay là gì? Ê à, một cái rất thích là tẩy à? Đi cơ mẹ chịu mẹ. Có một cái rất thích ở Mạnh Mèo ấy, không phải là giọng cát hay là chuyên môn hay là bất cứ một cái gì của Mạnh Mèo. Đố mọi người biết là tôi thích nhất cái gì ở Mạnh Mèo. Ngoại trừ cái đẹp trai nhá. Ngày xưa em Mạnh Mèo đẹp trai vẫn ổn. Bây giờ hơi già ấy. Không phải đẹp trai. Cười à? Đúng rồi, địt mẹ cười dơ. Cười nó bị bẩn đấy. Mạnh Mèo cười bẩn vãi lìn thề. Cười bẩn điên. Cười bẩn vãi lồn thề. Về TV đéo ai cũng cười bẩn á không? Mạnh An cười cũng bẩn nhưng mà không thể nào cười bẩn của Mạnh Mèo được. Mạnh Mèo top 1 cười bẩn rồi. Cuộc đời tao thề tao chưa gặp ai cười bẩn như Mạnh Mèo luôn. Cuộc đời tao chưa gặp ai cười bẩn như Mạnh Mèo. Mạnh Mèo cười bẩn kiểu gấp 3 lần, gấp 3, gấp 4 lần Mạnh An với Hoàng Luân luôn đấy. Cười bẩn vãi luôn. Mạnh An với anh Luân top 2 à? Ừ, top 2 nhưng mà vấn đề là cái khoảng cách giữa top 1 với top 2 là xa vãi đồ đấy. Chưa biết trực tiếp game rồi à? Đang nói là bình luận viên. Dũng City thì cười bẩn thật. Có mẹ Dũng City cười bẩn vãi lồn. Một trong những cái lý do mà tao không xem Dũng City là bởi vì Dũng City cười bẩn quá. Ta xem Kim Cương Quách ta cười nhiều quá chết não rồi à? Chịu mẹ ơi. Thật sự cái lý do ta không xem Dũng City là bởi vì Dũng City cười quá bẩn nên ta đéo xem. Eo ơi, Fnatic pick cái đội hình này để đéo đâu ra đam hả rồi? Fnatic pick cái đội hình này để đéo đâu ra đam hả cả nhà? Bên kia Rise, Shinzao với cả Sion, Kaisa ban, Sivir ban, Yunara ban, AD còn gì? Nhất xạ tứ nô được. Chắc là đánh nhất xạ tứ nô được. Đội hình của CEO đánh nhất xạ tứ nô được. Top way rùm le à? Cho Gát à? Cho Gát đi với cả Sion à? Sante. Em không biết năm nay Secret Rail có làm ra kỳ tích không nhở? Kiểu lâu lắm rồi, kiểu Việt Nam mình kiểu mới thắng được ấy. Kiểu có cách nào mà để cho Secret Rail thắng không? Secret Rail thắng xong vào bán kết ấy. Trước giờ mình đã đi mẹ mà trước giờ VCS chưa bao giờ được vào bán kết. Không có bách đạt chó bằng khó à? Chịu mẹ. Được đấy, đội hình của CFO đánh trông rất là ngon nhá. Đội hình của CFO rất là ngon, nói thật. Tôi đánh giá đội hình CFO nhỉnh hơn hẳn. Đầu game có bot lên thắng này, cuối game Sion với cả Rai khỏe này. Đội hình của Fnatic trông đéo có đam ấy. Chứ đội hình CFO mạnh vãi hồn.
We want to try and fight on this bottom side. We want strong engage. We want that point and click CC. So it feels like both sides setting up to have that focus on the bottom lane.
I think Mickey, although he can end on picks like this with hard engage.
Nói chung là đội hình Fnatic đánh trông thiếu đam á. Trừ khi con EZ điên lắm mà. Điên lắm thì vấn đề ở đây nó vẫn... Nói thật là con EZ này lên game bắn vào máu con Sion, đéo vào máu con Sion ấy.
But against CFO, the first seed of the LCP, we've already seen the damage that's just come through from Team Secret Wales. This team destroyed them in the finals, maybe bar a game. CFO are the best the region has to offer, and it's not even close. And this is the most impressive team I have seen out of the region since we've seen the dominance of Flash Wolves in the past in the LMS.
It is a very, very tough opponent to come up against. And honestly, I think it's incredible to see that CFO have risen into that position, right? Like they hold that legacy in the region of teams like
EZ nhịp độ thì cũng được à. Vẫn khổ lắm. Áo bọn mớ coi đẹp nhở.
Fair play for making it out though.
Yeah, I mean he's coming up next, so he's obviously getting ready to cheer another EU team, but let's see the debut of the LEC.
Từ ngày CFO đi đánh first stand là đánh khác bọt và CL à? Một fact cho anh em nhá. Một fact cho anh em là CFO là đội duy nhất được tham gia tất cả những giải quốc tế ở trong mùa này. Đội duy nhất tham gia tất cả những giải quốc tế chính là CFO. Nghe VIP chưa? Nghe Extract chưa? First Stand, MSI, chung kết thế giới, EWC, wow. Anh cả LCP, nó gặt hết chuối LCP. Gặt hết chuối LCP anh cả. Hông quy quá deep à? Anh Hông quy à? Anh Hông quy trận này lại chơi cái con có quy à? Chơi nhiều quy à? Kèo này như nào đây à? Kèo này over ơi. One time over đánh cho anh. Cái line up có Rai, có Sion, cứ tài mà đánh cho anh. Khó xỉu lắm. Anh cai win thì sao à? Cai win, nói thật là mẹ mày không chỉ là anh cai win mà tất cả những cái thằng LCP tao đều đéo xem, tao đéo biết đánh giá sức mạnh như nào. Ôi, hôm qua T1 đánh vô mồm mà vẫn over á. Là sao? Hôm qua 3 trận đều over mà. Trận cuối tao không cho kèo. Trận cuối tao không cho kèo. 3 trận đầu toàn over hết của gì. Ồ. Con Catlin búp khỏe nhỉ. Thật ra thì con Catlin kể cả búp hay không thì cũng là một cái con đi đường rất là mạnh mà. Bởi vì tay nó quá là dài. Nó đánh thường cũng đau nữa. Nói chung là Catlin là một trong những con đi đường rất là mạnh. Đi với support pop cũng khỏe. Đi với support búp cũng khỏe. Không, búp thì không khỏe lắm nhưng mà cũng khỏe. Đi với support tanh cũng khỏe. Đó là con đi lên rất là thoải mái luôn đấy. Junjia lộ chưa? Lộ rồi à? Không, giờ chưa lộ, chưa lộ. Ăn cua. Bot để cao này, Junjia bú ngay trong mình con cua. Anh Vi bên kia bắt buộc phải biến về chạy top ăn cua. Razak. Muốn dive bot không? Dive bot hơi khó nha, nói thật. Dive bot rất là khó bởi vì top những con tướng anh em không nên dive bot. Nếu như bot bạn có những con tướng này nhá, một là Lulu, hai là Nautilus. Ê, dive hơi khó đấy, nói thật luôn đấy. Nói thật luôn đấy. Thấy không? Có con Nautilus dive trụ cực kỳ khó luôn. 3 là bò, đúng. Dive trụ con Nautilus khó cực kỳ. Bởi vì những cái đánh thường của nó đã là hiệu ứng khống chế rồi. Driver cầm Sion solo kill trên top. Thôi, anh cả LCP. Anh cả LCP. Solo kill nhạt vào lồ. Quả solo kill cho búng nhạt luôn đấy. Nhưng mà phải nói thật là bọn Fnatic cũng đâu có khỏe đâu. Đâu có mạnh đâu. Những cái mùa trước mà Gam thua Fnatic không phải là do Fnatic khỏe ấy, mà là do Gam yếu. Anh cả với anh ba làm tốt rồi còn thằng MPS rồi oải rồi. Anh hai nha. Anh hai nha. PSG là em út nha. Anh hai nha. Làm gì có anh ba. Gam từ lúc mất Zero ngọng hẳn à. Ra là từ cái lúc mà Việt Nam mình trở thành khu vực riêng ấy. Từ cái lúc mà Việt Nam mình trở thành khu vực riêng ấy là cảm giác như kiểu vừa tiến được vài bước xong lại lùi ấy. Ui dồi ôi, Hồng Quy. Thằng Hồng Quy đánh kìa. Bị thụt lùi ấy, bị tiến hóa ngược ấy. Đúng rồi, ngủ quên trên chiến thắng ấy. Kiểu gì cũng slot đi giải ok nên cứ chill à. Một phần là thế mà một phần là kiểu không cọ. Nghĩa là cả năm chỉ đánh ở trong khu vực đấy, không cọ sát với cái khu vực khác ấy. Nên là cũng không biết là người ta phát triển đến đâu ấy. Nó là câu chuyện ếch ngồi đáy giếng ấy mọi người. Nó là câu chuyện thằng chột làm vua xứ mù ấy. Phải chi Zerot bị câm thì năm nay người solo kill giờ sai lại một lần nữa là Zerot chứ không phải độ ran à. Khó cu ơi. Khó cu ơi. Mà tôi thấy cái hát mới này ấy, nó cũng ok mọi người ạ. Nghĩa là thay vì mọi người sẽ nhìn sang hai bên để xem là team nào có ulti, kiểu muốn xem ulti ấy, mọi người sẽ phải nhìn sang hai bên, một tay trái tay phải ở trên ấy. Mà ở đây thì tất cả nó ở dưới, mình chỉ cần hướng mắt xuống thôi, mình không phải nhìn lên trên ấy. Nhưng nó bị một cái điểm trừ ấy, là cái cam nó sẽ bị bé tí. Đi thằng Hông Quy để có thể chết đâu không vậy? Thằng này không để chết à? Thằng Hông Quy này không thể chết hay sao ấy? Ủa? Cái hitbox cái hitbox sàm lồn. Rõ ràng pha đấy Hồng Quy nó đi lên để nó né rồi. Hitbox sàm lồn. Pha đấy mẹ thằng Hồng Quy nó né rồi đấy. Nó vẫn dính, vẫn bị đẩy về, đi về sàm lồn thật. Cái điểm trừ duy nhất của cái hắt này là tôi thấy cái cam nó dọc thôi, cái cam dọc trông nó bị chật đấy. Tôi không thích cái cam dọc này lắm. Đấy. À, vẫn dính nhở. Dính cái gì à mà. Nói thật là trận này vẫn khó. Ôi, Doggo live cơ mà, thả live liên tục cơ mà, khiêu khích đối thủ rồi. Ô, thả emote liên tục có lượt Doggo cay nhỉ. Cay nhỉ. Mẹ mình chụp tức ấy rồi. Anh hai thắng rồi, anh cả có thắng được không? Làm được không? Mình là seed 1, mình đánh với seed 3 đấy, mình có thắng được không nhỉ? Seed 2 solo seed 2 thắng rồi đấy. Doggo bật cả lá chắn để không bị cancel biến về. Doggo bật cả lá chắn để không bị cancel biến về. Được chưa? Được chưa? Oscarin. Bài. Bài. Ui, vẫn sống kiểu con Casate trâu trắng. Ui, hay. Poppy vẫn đẩy được về, đẩy Kai Wing về không bị trói này. Xử lý cũng tốt đấy nhở. Poppy xử lý cũng tốt quá nhở. Nhưng mà nói thật là đánh giá không cao những đội đến từ Bắc Mỹ và châu Âu mọi người ạ. Các bạn là anh em thấy đấy. Anh em thấy đấy là mấy cái giải đấy toàn hàng thải của Hàn. Hàng thải của Hàn đi sang dưỡng già. Một là hàng thải của Hàn không ai nhận xong đi sang đấy. Hai là mấy anh sang đấy để dưỡng già thôi. Đối với MC thấy là hai cái nhân tố bí ẩn nhất nó đấy là LCP với cả Mỹ Latin ấy. Bọn Mỹ Latin thì toàn hàng nội địa. Còn LCP thì cũng đéo nhận ngoại binh bởi vì đéo đủ tiền. LCP cũng muốn lấy ngoại binh đấy, nhưng mà địch mẹ mấy thằng ngoại binh chê. Và là địch mẹ lương thấp vãi lồn, với LCP là cái lồn gì. Mẹ anh driver lái Sion khiếp đấy nhở. Đặt tên là người lái xe. Sao mà lái thẳng vào đầu của em ấy rồi mà. Lái thẳng vào xe vào đầu em Poppy rồi mà. Anh Tài. Bữa coi LEC Fnatic với KC, em Poppy đấm anh Kana nhắc người à. Đại tướng Canada. Tính ra nhá. Tính ra top của T1 là cái lane dính nhiều drama nhất. Mọi người nhận nào? Cái top của T1 dính nhiều drama vãi lồn. Hồi Marine vô địch xong. Hồi Marine vô địch xong, địt mẹ đợt đấy cũng dính drama. Kêu là phản bội T1 thế này thế kia. Xong rồi Canada thì địt mẹ mày đang đánh chung kết thế giới, ngồi đòi sang DK. Đang đánh chung kết thế giới thì ảnh đòi sang DK. Gần đây thì đến lượt anh Dú. Top tài cái tôi cao chả vậy á, đó không phải là câu chuyện cái tôi cao. Đâu có liên quan đến cái tôi cao. Mấy cái drama đấy, cái tôi cao thì phải chửi nhau nội bộ team, còn đây là đi bệ toàn mấy cái drama thì mẹ mày xàm lồn, chả liên quan đéo thì cái tôi.
But at some point, you're going to have to try and deal with what is going to be a fairly beefy squad. I think that's where Fnatic are going to struggle. And the fact that you aren't winning out on the side lane against the side...
Ý là ông đi top tận cái tôi cao ý thì liên quan gì đến việc drama? Nghĩa là cái tôi chủ đầu có cái tôi cao đến mấy thì cũng đâu có liên quan đến những cái drama vừa kể đâu. Câu chuyện cái tôi nó không liên quan đến chuyện ở đây. Thật ra thì không chỉ là mấy thằng top cái tôi cao, mà bất cứ một thằng nào trình độ cao cái tôi cũng cao. Bất cứ một thằng siêu sao nào, một thằng S tier đấy cái tôi nó phải cao thì cái gameplay của nó mới chủ động, nó mới địt mẹ mà đánh hay được. Cái tôi nó phải cao nó mới địt mẹ mày ao trình đối thủ được, nó mới tự tin vào bản thân nó làm những cái pha đấy được. Đâu chỉ mỗi mấy thằng top. Như thằng SD lúc nãy ấy, đi cái tôi cao, ảnh lướt con, ảnh đúp chúng vào thằng Rai bên kia, ảnh bay con mẹ vào luôn. Vãi lồn superstar. Đúp chúng là vào. Không vào mà hèn. Hai. Anh cả LCP. Nó thật luôn nhỉ. SD được vào cả người, cái tài thao nó phải rờ vào à. Nói thật nhá, nhìn cái đội hình này của Fnatic trông chán đời vãi lồn ấy. Có khi xỉu ấy chứ, đi vẽ trông mấy thằng Fnatic đội hình chán đời vãi lồn ấy. Cái đội hình này về lết đéo hiểu đánh kiểu gì. Sao anh kêu tài thời gian à? Tại anh không nghĩ là mấy thằng Fnatic nó ngu đến thế. Tại anh không nghĩ là đi về mấy thằng Fnatic nó ngu đến thế. Đi con mẹ mày. Nó để thằng Oscar Rinin địt mẹ mày để pha solo kill nhạt vãi lồn. Em Poppy thì địt mẹ mày cũng để anh driver, anh tài, anh lái con mẹ mày cái tàu hỏa vào đầu. Cái đội hình trông chán vãi lồn, trông chả có tí lam lồn nào ấy. Anh đừng đùa, đội hình này chỉ có Genji và đánh ra đam nữa. Không. Nói thật, cho Genji đánh đội hình này cũng đéo ra đam. Nói thật luôn, đánh đội hình này cho Genji đánh cũng đéo ra đam. Muốn đánh ra đam nhá thì bây giờ đi mẹ mày cho bên này là Gam, bên kia là T1. Nó từng đánh rồi mà, đánh với đối nào? Đánh với đối nào? Quan trọng là đánh với đối nào? Mẹ. Hay Talia bằng Galio nữa. Thì vậy con Galio đam to vãi lồn. Con Galio đam to vãi lồn. Con Galio rất game đam to vãi lồn. Vừa trâu vừa đam to. Kêu Galio không có đam là sai nha. Nhá. Kêu Galio không có đam là sai nha. Địt con mẹ mày. Nhớ chung kết thế giới năm ngoái con Galio lên mũ phù thủy có phải không? Thua con bát này là xỉu tham nhá. Thua con bát này là end mẹ game ấy. Chồng. Chồng. Ôi đốc ngô.
I would have said it's a sigh of relief for Upset that he didn't go down, but it's more desperation at this stage. Everyone of Fnatic tries to jump on the midway, but CFO are just too strong.
Đốc đàm. Đốc đàm. Địt mẹ mày đừng pop 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 pop. Đừng pop 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 pop. Xong địt mẹ mày. Con Sion nó hồi cũ hết máu. Mà vấn đề ấy là cái hôm mà Genji đánh ấy, Genji đánh cái đội hình này nó có gặp cái đội hình như kiểu bọn CFO không? Địt mẹ, bọn cho bọn Genji đánh đội hình này và địt mẹ gặp CFO đánh cái đội hình này, địt mẹ chắc lồn thì ăn được. Đội hình CFO late game khỏe vãi lồn, vừa tanh vừa nhiều đam. Thật sự là kéo nhau đi bắt con Sion hả? Thật sự là kéo nhau đi bắt con Sion hả? Anh em biết cái meme kiểu có con chim Pokemon nó quay lại, mày muốn tao đánh? Mày muốn tao đánh nó thật á hả? Cái gì đánh đội hình này gặp KT hay Wildlife á? Nhà bên kia com như nào? Bên kia gặp Wildlife hay KT xong rồi com bên kia như nào? Doggo chỉnh ngang Slayer nhưng may mắn hơn à? Còn mid thôi à? Đấy. Không, nhưng mà tao đánh giá rất cao đội hình của CFO ấy. Thật sự luôn, trận này CFO pick một cái đội hình nó tao không có điểm nào để chê luôn ấy. Em công nhận không? Có mở này. Bây giờ có mở này, có lùi này, có sát thương phép này. Thua đầu game nhưng mà có bot thắng top cánh trên, thua đầu game mà có bot thắng đầu game. Đi mẹ kiểu đội hình trông kiểu đéo có điểm nào để chơi luôn ấy. Mẹ đội hình của CFO không có một điểm nào để chê luôn. Tanh có, đam có, phép có, thắng đường có, kiểm soát có, đi PM ấy. Mở có, chịu con mẹ luôn. Ồ. Ồ. Rồi, giết được một. TP quay lại, Hồng Quy TP quay lại. Đi mẹ, Doggo tay nó dài cứ đứng bắn ở ngoài. Với cả nhá, một cái lý do nữa con EZ không được trọng dụng quá nhiều trong những cái giải đấu lớn, anh em biết là gì không? Là bởi vì con EZ là một con sử dụng kỹ năng định hướng. Mà ở cái tầm thách đấu tuyển thủ như này rồi thì cái việc mà né một cái quy với cả bọn tuyển thủ này là việc quá đơn giản ấy. Cái việc né cái quy của EZ đối với cái bọn tuyển thủ này là một việc cực kỳ đơn giản luôn ấy. Tôi không xem LOL nhiều mà kèo tài thời gian tính từ phút bao nhiêu nhỉ? À, phút thứ 32 nha. Tôi không chơi cờ bạc đâu, tôi vẫn biết là phút thứ 32. Tại vì viewer của tôi chơi cờ bạc. Chịu con mẹ luôn. Pha này bắt đầu hông quy à. Mà đéo đủ đam, thấy không? Thấy không? Hất được về, xong mấy đứa kia nó lên, nó che hộ. Nó che quy hộ. Như vậy, đội hình quá ít sát thương, không thể nào mà sốc được hông quy. Thằng Hồng Quy nó còn xong 2 đồ này nữa rồi. Mẹ đéo hiểu giết nó kiểu gì luôn. Đối mềm thì có khi 30 phút là tài rồi á. Thế á? Trận này đối cũng không mềm lắm, đối vừa vừa. Căn bản là CO được đánh giá, nghĩa là CO cũng được đánh giá không phải là quá cao ấy. Nghĩa là ở khu vực mình thì CO làm bố thật, nhưng mà để mà so với LPL, so với LCK thì chắc chắn là chúng ta không thể so sánh được đúng không? Mà LEC Fnatic thì cũng là một đối mềm đi, nói thẳng ra là Fnatic là đối mềm nhưng mà CSGO không phải là một đối khủng. Cỡ gam với T1 thì 30 phút là tài rồi à? Bây giờ mà cho T1 đánh với cả Team Secret Wave thì anh em cổ vũ ai? Chắc chắn là sẽ cổ vũ Team Secret Wave rồi nhở? Bởi vì kiểu T1 kiểu đéo, kiểu T1 chắc chắn là cửa trên ấy. Kể cả mình có cổ vũ hay không thì cái việc mà T1 thắng nó cũng chả vấn đề gì ấy. Nên là cứ ngồi cổ vũ Secret Wave đấy. Cổ vũ Team Secret Wave à? Bet T1 á? Mà ý là đang bảo là cổ vũ mà. Cổ vũ Team Secret Wave, Team Secret Wave win thì vui, và T1 win cũng vui, đúng. Win mà. Ai thắng chả vui. Tôi nghĩ là một combat nó có khi end mẹ game rồi. Bởi vì nhá, đặc sản của LCK đấy là combat xong chết tầm 2-3 người sau đó đi về, chứ nó không chết hết. Nhưng mà ở những cái khu vực khác như kiểu LCP với cả LEC của mình ấy, kiểu cái LCP của mình ấy, nó combat là nó vào cả người, nó lút cả cán, nó chết hết. Hỏng rồi. Không kill bị bắt rồi. Shut down rồi. Bắt lẻ tốt này. Nó không sao, chưa mất Baron đâu. Vẫn còn TP vẫn ra lại được. Bắt được không kill không dám ăn Baron đâu. Bởi vì các bạn là nó dùng ba cái ulti để bắt thằng không kill rồi ấy. Mà không kill nó có TP. Nên là cũng không ăn Baron được. Nghĩa là pha bắt vừa rồi chỉ để ấy lợi thế một tí thôi. Đội hình tay ngắn khổ chưa? Đội hình tay ngắn thì mày đánh mệt vãi hồn. Đéo khó lấy trụ ấy hồn. Các lên clear lính cũng nhanh cơ. Bên kia tay dài thôi là clear lính nhanh, đéo đẩy trụ. Ăn được một mạng xong thôi, chả làm được gì nữa. Không kêu ơi. Anh cả ơi, tỉnh dậy cho em. Quân Minh đang thở oxy. Quân Minh đang thở oxy còn 3 phút rưỡi. 4 phút rưỡi, còn 4 phút rưỡi. Bắt mi kích. Dìu mi kích về. Dìu thằng mi kích về không thua đấy. Ôi. Dìu thằng mi kích về xong thằng chết là thằng rừng. Dìu thằng mi kích về xong rồi chết là thằng Razor. Chịu cô mẹ. Thua combat Baron này là xỉu nhá. Ui giời ơi, đấy, đứng bắn thằng driver đấy, nó ăn bao giờ quy rồi kìa. quả TP được đấy nhở. Quả TP trông được đấy nhở. Thôi Poppy bị dí rồi. Thôi. End game rồi. End rồi. Đấy, đam đâu? Đam đâu? Bắn Sion trông nó có mất máu không? Bắn có Sion trông nó có mất máu không? Sao bây giờ đấy cứ bắn nó sao đúng một lúc nó lại hồi lại máu. Đi vậy trông kiểu Đánh Doggo rồi. Đây rồi, bắt được Doggo. Bắt được Doggo, câu thêm thời gian. Câu thời gian rồi. Quân đang ngồi khấn. Quân đang ngồi khấn. Còn 3 phút các em ơi. Được không? Đép nổi không? Ăn con rồng này. Ăn con rồng này mất thêm 30 giây này. Đẩy lính này. Xong combat này. Có khi vẫn về được tài đấy. Vẫn về được tài đấy. Yên tâm. Về được tài. Ăn xong này. Ăn xong con rồng là cả lũ đi về mua đồ. Xong đánh một combat nữa. Yên tâm. Tài về rồi. Dung đuổi đây. Chị này cho kéo muốn viewer chết à? Tao cho mày kéo mà tao được đồng nào không? Hôm qua đọc đúng 3 cái kèo rồi, có được đồng nào không? Hôm nay đọc đúng trận này nữa là 4 trận. Hả? Có lộc lá gì không? Chi gì tập 8? Có được đồng nào đâu? Đọc kèo thì đúng cái được đồng nào đâu. Chịu. Hôm qua 3 kèo mà kèo cuối ôn in tài thời gian thì cũng như không á. Hôm qua tao có đọc trận cuối đâu. Hôm qua mày có hỏi tao trận cuối đâu, mày tự đánh là mày khóc cái đéo ấy. Ô. Mày không nghe. Trận cuối pick con Varus top mà dám đánh kèo tài thời gian thì bố chịu mày. Kèo này về đâu đấy mà đi trà sữa à? Đã. Tao thề luôn, trận cuối mà nhìn con Varus top mà mày dám đánh tài thời gian, tao chịu mày luôn đấy. Bên kia nắp tool on mà mày dám đánh kèo tài thời gian, tao chịu mày. Đây rồi. Còn 20 giây. 20 giây. À không, 40 giây, còn 40 giây. Ê, 30 giây. 30 giây. 30 giây, 30 giây. Trận cuối hôm qua có 30 thôi à? Thế là có về không? 20 giây. 20 giây và một giấc mơ. Quân ơi, khấn. Ồ. 10 9 8. Không về. Chịu mày ơi. Đời. Mấy thằng ngu của nó toát. Về rồi á? À, thế là về rồi à? Nhà chính nổ cộng 5 giây à? Thế về rồi à? Tí đái. Khít chưa? Nó gọi là khít luôn đấy. Đó đấy, qua đâu để thông báo à? Zpet em ơi. Zpet em quân ơi. Ê nhưng mà nói thật nhá, kiểu tôi là fan T1. Tôi xem bất cứ một trận nào khác ngoại trừ trận của T1, nếu như mà kiểu nhìn tuyển thủ buồn ấy, tôi cũng sẽ bị buồn theo ấy. Mọi người có bị như tôi kiểu đi mẹ tôi thấy mấy cái thằng tuyển thủ team thua mà nó buồn buồn ấy, tôi cũng sẽ bị buồn theo chúng nó ấy. Kiểu thấy đi mẹ mày nó cứ đau khổ nào ấy, mọi người, kiểu đi mẹ mình theo đuổi đam mê của mình ấy. Mình theo đuổi đam mê của mình nhưng mà địt mẹ mình đó phải là số 1, mình địt mẹ mình hướng đến đỉnh cao nhưng mà địt mẹ trình độ mình chỉ có ở đấy đấy. Trình độ của mình cũng chỉ ở đấy, môi trường của mình cũng chỉ đến thế, đồng đội của mình cũng chỉ đến thế ấy. Kiểu trông nó cứ tội tội ấy lồn đấy. Nếu tụi nó cố hết sức thì ta vừa tụi nó trôn trôn thì khó à. Coi gam đánh mà đã khóc à? Yeah, xem mấy cái ảnh sau hội trường kiểu thấy kia ya khóc ấy, trông buồn nữa lồn. Thật sự ấy, trông đau lòng vậy đấy. Ê lười quá. Mọi người ơi, bây giờ tôi treo stream ở đây đến Gpet phải đăng nhập à chị yêu á? Phải đăng nhập á? Còn không? Hình chỉ cần quét QR được mà. Mọi người bình thường mọi người donate vào Gpet có cần đăng nhập không cả nhà? Cả nhà ơi. Phải đăng nhập mà. Và đăng ký nhanh mà. Sao không banh qua số tài khoản luôn đi à? Tại vì muốn hiện lên stream. Donate muốn hiện lên stream thì donate Gpet. Em tưởng quét thôi, đợi xíu Tết vòng quay nữa à? Ok nhá. À tao nghĩ ra mấy cái mới cho vòng quay ở đợi tí để tao chỉnh lại cái vòng quay, tao thêm option. Thêm option vòng quay. Tự nhiên đầu nảy số ra thêm option vòng quay ấy. Đây, thêm kết quả. Stream thêm 1 tiếng. 10% đi. Tỷ lệ sung tiền nhiều thế à? Khả năng kênh này cướp à? Cướp mà. Mega Live 12 tiếng. Tỷ lệ là 5. 5 rồi. Ui giật cả mình. Một nửa cốc trà sữa.
Quân Nguyễn Minh đã xoay vòng quay may mắn và nhận được hát vì sao tôi là gay.
Địt
nhắn
con mẹ.
Một cốc trà sữa.
Cảm ơn Quân nha, nhưng mà địt con mẹ, em có muốn hát vì sao tôi là gay không hả em Quân ơi? Có muốn hát vì sao tôi là gay không em Quân ơi, hay là thôi nhỉ? Cái đời cầm mờ. Ôi chửi à. Nữa này, một lần nữa này. Một nửa cốc trà sữa nữa này. Bố. Là gì á?
Quân Nguyễn Minh đã xoay vòng quay may mắn và nhận được chim thêm một tiếng. Lời nhắn, một nửa cốc trà sữa.
Ngon. Có chứ, em nghe thấy Steel hát nhiều thấy hay lắm à. Được rồi. Stream thêm một tiếng à? Ok. Vậy hôm nay xem xong T1 stream thêm một tiếng đó mọi người nhá. Để hát xong vì sao tôi là gay đi ngủ đến khi nào T1 đánh thì on lại nha anh em. Vì sao tôi là gay. Let's go. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo tèo. Mối tình đầu xuyên sao, ngỡ đời mình hạnh phúc biến bao, nhưng ngờ đâu một người thứ ba xen vào, đã cướp đi người mà tôi rất yêu. Chớ vội vàng anh trách tôi, phút đầu thật lòng tôi cũng yêu, nhưng thời gian cho tôi hiểu ra một điều, tôi không phải yêu cô ấy, người tôi yêu chính là anh. Lòng tôi tan nát khi nhận ra tôi là gay. Đời có hiếu cho hay xem mỉa mai tình tôi. Đàn ông cớ sao lại đi yêu người đàn ông. Sao trời cao, sao treo cuộc đua cuộc đời tôi, khi tôi cũng muốn làm một người đàn ông cho đời anh. Dù sao chúng ta cũng đều là đàn ông. Ơn anh dành cho tôi tình cảm đó. Tìm được người như ý, người sẽ đi chung suốt cuộc đời này. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo 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 tèo. Tèo tèo tèo. Mối tình đầu xuyên sao, ngỡ đời mình hạnh phúc biết bao, nhưng ngờ đâu một người thứ ba xen vào, đã cướp đi người mà tôi rất yêu. Chớ vội vàng anh trách tôi, phút tôi cũng yêu, nhưng thời gian cho tôi hiểu ra một điều, tôi không phải yêu cô ấy, người tôi yêu chính là anh. Lòng tôi tan nát khi nhận ra tôi là gay. Đời có hiếu cho hay xem mỉa mai tình tôi. Đàn ông cớ sao lại đi yêu người đàn ông. Sao trời cao sẽ trượt đùa như thế, khi tôi cũng muốn làm một người đàn ông. Anh nói tôi lại chương cho đời anh. Dù sao chúng ta cũng đều là đàn ông. Và xin cảm ơn anh dành cho tôi tình cảm đó, nhưng cho chúc anh sẽ tìm được người như ý, người sẽ đi chung suốt cuộc đời này. Tan nát khi nhận ra tôi là gay. Đời có hiếu cho hay xem mỉa mai tình tôi. Đàn ông cớ sao lại đi yêu người đàn ông. Cuộc đùa như thế, khi tôi cũng muốn làm một người đàn ông. Hãy Hãy nói tôi lại thương cho đời anh. Dù sao chúng ta cũng đều là đàn ông. Em ơn anh dành cho tôi tình cảm đó. Nhưng tôi chúc anh sẽ tìm được người như ý, người sẽ đi chung suốt cuộc đời này. Nhưng mày không bằng bao đàn ông khác. Từng đêm nhói đau sao số kiếp lại ngang trái. Vì sao tôi là gay? Quá cảm xúc. Quá cảm xúc. Quá cảm xúc. Đi mẹ tôi đã khóc. Họng tôi. Thôi. Đi nằm tí đến 4 tí nữa on lại xem T1 nha mọi người. Hai game vừa rồi nhanh quá, khả năng cao là đến 3 giờ là xem con mẹ rồi. Địt mẹ mày, chửi tao rồi. Để bữa nào ghép chị xong cam thì steal à? Mới dậy đã họp à? Anh họp đâu? Anh treo máy tí anh on lại em ơi. Anh treo máy tí 4 giờ 3 giờ quay lại nhá. Xem xong trận này anh quay lại nhá. Đánh nhanh quá. Em đói à? Ăn nè, anh mua cho. Muốn ăn nè. Nhắn tin đây. Nhắn tin Facebook này. Anh đi nằm cái. Mỏi lưng quá. Summer they made it to the finals, so they did end up falling short to G2. But the expectations really have been shifted. Where last year it was just kind of a struggle as the year continued. We've only seen a continued ramp up from this MKOI squad. And while at MSI they ultimately did disappoint compared to their expectations, falling short against both BLG and CFO, I think that they put a lot of weight on their own shoulders to perform here at this year's World Championship.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think handshakes just because we're allied in this adventure and also with your...
We are. Yes.
What's happening here? There's a shirt underneath that, isn't there?
Wait, no there's not.
There is absolutely a shirt underneath that. Show it. Show what you're hiding here. What are you doing? KT! KT!
I thought we...
You don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, you know what?
Law.
You know what?
You said you were law. Should I call you
There's
law or should I call you Cadril? Like what is this?
Huh? Or turncoat.
The only thing I know is that I'm the only one who's gonna be a winner at the end of the day. You guys.
Oh no. Keep sitting on the hedge on that bush. No.
I thought you were on board with the KT free. We prepared that joke together.
I'm on every side. I'm on the winner's side here. Yeah.
Well, okay then.
The professional flippity floppers.
I didn't flip flop yet.
Flip-flop. Okay,
I didn't flip flop just yet. All right.
Oh.
I'm clean. You have bloody hands on you.
Let's talk about KT at the very least.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
BDD, 3 letters. That's what I'm looking at here.
I mean that is fair. I mean it's worth recognizing that they did create quite the upset qualifying to this championship. No one expected them to beat Gen G, but my goodness, I mean you talked about PDD. That mid-jungle combo absolutely popped off in this series.
Yeah, like it was surprising to me, not surprising with how BDD was performing the regular split, but to being able to see how Cuz was performing throughout that, and also Peter and Perfect, two of the players that I didn't expect to show up in the series versus Gen G, they showed up massively. So I was watching this series, wanting to make fun of both Emily and Julor, didn't get the chance to be able to do that.
You added me in the middle of the night, man. I was like, where's the respect? But you gotta be happy for this team because it's been the BDD show for so long. This team came together when it mattered, and honestly, the tears on BDD's face when he qualified, you know what it means to him. You know how bad he wanted to qualify for Worlds again, and they made it. But the issue with this team is you never know what you're gonna get when it comes to KT.
And that's the thing, because I want to bring up the bracket, because it was an awesome upset against Gen G, but then reality struck once more. It was an immediate 3-0 in favor of HLE into another 3-0. I mean, our expectations suddenly rose, and I think they fell into the same trap that KT often. The moment you start getting excited, you know, and I'll tell you one thing. Aren't you excited to see KT today, Raz? Because I am.
I'm very
so excited to watch BDD play on the international
Super
stage.
excited.
I'm super excited to see them play in their first international competition since so long. I think it's been a year.
What is there not to be excited about? What is there not to be excited about?
To be excited. Don't you agree?
The top laner's name is Perfect.
That is a great point.
For the sake of me wanting to keep my job, we're going to move forward here, and I'm not going to say anything to you guys. And one matchup that I'm looking forward to, though, is JoJo versus BDD. Small spoilers here. It went well in scrims for JoJo.
Oh, we're getting the info.
Of course it did. He's the boy. He has become a pride of Europe, one could say. Okay, we have accepted him warmly within the LEC.
Of course.
And again, we talk about his ending phase. You only have to go back to MSI. He was having fantastic performances against Knight, of all people. Knight even showcasing his respect after the series, saying how well JoJo played. And this mid lane matchup is going to be one to keep our eyes on, because given the way BDD has been playing throughout this year, this is going to be a matchup to watch.
And just as a reminder, this is just a visit. Don't get too comfortable with JoJo's presence in Europe, but also for BDD. For BDD, I mean, like, he is really comfortable with how the competition has been. Even though you're looking at the stats and you're seeing negatives, no, he has been a real playmaker for the team, a real engine for the squad. And I really want to see, you mentioned mid-jungle, Cuz and BDD really take over the map. That's my eyes. And also, look, let's defend Perfect if he's able to get dove. If he's like, if there is somebody looking to dive him, please protect him on the wave, because I feel like sometimes they send him they send him over the edge.
I know Mirvin was pretty much looking forward to facing off against him. We know what is needed on the side of KT Rolster is going to be BDD and Cuz syncing up together. Confidence is what I want to see on the side of MKOI.
And just as an EU fan, I have to say that, like, there is a lot of pressure on Koi because they want fans to believe in them. And I think that this is going to be a really important kind of tone setter to showcase what they have prepared for this tournament, because they do want to change the narrative, they want to shift the perspective, and they want to reignite that hope in EU fans.
Absolutely. That was the lesson from MSI. MSI, it was just go, be aggressive. If you see an angle, take that angle. We need to see it from MKOI.
And it has to come together today for MKOI taking on KT Rolster here in their first game at Worlds 2025. Let's hit the rift.
Thank you very much from the KT Fraud, and especially when this team is so exciting, how could you not look towards KT and look at them as the favorites?
Yeah, I mean, there's excitement in the air for KT today.
There is a lot of excitement.
I don't think there's any other way to put it, but
no,
we'll have to see what they do bring, because as the desk alluded to, like, this team had an incredible series against Gen G that got them into that third place. Like, for so long over in the LCK, people are kind of looking at them as, okay, well, it's definitely, we have a clear top three in HLE, Gen G, and T1. It never really featured KT, but that performance netted them that third place, and now it's on MKOI coming in as the second seed from the LEC to upset the apple cart a little bit and show that the LEC can compete with the LCK.
That's why there was a lot of focus on mid, especially when BDD is the driving force. JoJo has become one of the greatest laners, if not the best laner mid in Europe, and when we have Caps, that's such a statement, that's such an accolade. The way against Gen G, you know, a couple of those games, bullying down, keeping Chovy in the ground, and escalating BDD. Remember the Zoe game where he got 3 kills early, and he just ran over the game.
Game 5 as well.
It was so nice, even if he didn't get the perfect flank of the fight, he just had so much impact every time. And that's what you're going up against with BDD and Cuz. Outside of the allegations of KT, it's like, this team, when they're at a high note, can be so good. But that's the same with MKOI. It's just about the variance, which I think MKOI can share in, because spring champions into a team that didn't show up in summer.
But also I think it was, summer I look at almost like as a split of growth for MKOI.
Yeah, it
because
was.
you could tell they are trying to move away from what was their traditional strong points. When you look back at like winter and spring, it was, we want to try and use Elyoy and Alvaro to get super ahead, to find strong team fights that enable our AD carry, who was performing incredibly well. He's continued that strong performance, but the shift has been more towards, hey, we want to go towards Gallios, we want to go towards Talias, we want to go towards Ryze, we want to play this 1-3-1 style and make sure that we're able to play through a side lane around JoJo Pyun and try and lend to that as our strength, rather than it being the team fighting that was already working for them. So my question mark for this series is, what style do we get from MKOI? Are we shifting back towards team fights, aggression with Elyoy and Alvaro syncing up early, or is it a continue of, we're going to go for Ryze early, we're going to try and play for side lanes, and build on those things that we learned over the course of summer?
As we get our MKOI fan now wearing the exact right jersey for the right game. Good on you. And to your point, Dagda, as well, that style, a big question, because then it leads to super, right? If we get that front-to-back style from MKOI, where we haven't talked about him yet, but this AD carry, one of the best team fighting AD carries in the region, while we start with our game 3 of the day.
Yeah, Wukong already taken off the board. Wukong Annie was an incredibly strong pick for KT over the course of the summer split in the LCK, so going to try and remove that here. Another big pick is going to be that Nico for Peter. Peter considered one of the best, if not the best, Nico supports in the league. So maybe worthwhile trying to remove that. But we'll have to see. Is actually going to be the Rise taken away. Orianna still left up to play with if that wants to be the pick for BDD.
Okay, well, Rise. I mean, I do like the Rise ban here, just a quick note, because we've had Rise as a priority pick over the past couple of games to start the day off. But the Orianna's also been really high up there, and KT are given their priority.
Yeah, Yunara going to be the pick, and you could pair it alongside the Nico if you want to here, and just set yourself up with a very strong bot lane. But it is going to be the Jarvan, a nice take away, as you say there, Sterix, from the Orianna combo.
Such a good pairing, but Rumble is still up and available, Dagda. And I mean, if we're talking about pairings, Mirwin, not a bad Rumble, but I feel like here in the meta, double AP solo laners with so many AD junglers up and available, it does feel like something that, again, the hot pot here in China, it goes hard.
The Xin Zhao, though, going to be taken here for Cuz. Very strong pick with the Orianna. Orianna enables him in the early stages with the shield and also with the movement speed to get into fights and be able to chase down people to enable his kit fully. But there you go. Looks like that hot pot going to be taken away tonight by KT.
Oh, yeah. KT know where they are as instant Galio lock. You just talked about it before. Let's put Jojo on something that can support this comp, and it does look like we're super on a carry. This is going to be one of those games where they're going to dive in and Super's going to have to carry from the back.
I mean, also, which is one of the go-tos when it came to what you want to match up into the Orianna. Survive the lane and then become a big threat on the side lane, which is where Orianna's weak, but also accessing dive combos here with the Jarvan to go against what is fundamentally Orianna's weak point of having that ability to escape. However, it does mean you've kind of got a mid lane that doesn't offer a lot of push against the Xin Zhao that does want to try and evade and get into the face of the Jarvan. So I am curious what the rest of this draft now is going to look like for KT, because if they can afford a pushing lane on top with this Rumble, it opens up for Cuz to look for an evade and get in the face of Oyoya.
Really just stem this early game. Stop Mkoi from slowing it down. Now we get Mirwin on his Cassante. We have seen some insane Mirwin Cassante run up against Fnatic. Saw it firsthand, Dagda, as well. And it's one of his best champs, I think, this split.
Oh, the immediate to Caitlyn. So already kind of identified on Mkoi's side. So I was actually going to say, I don't think you take the Braum. I think you can go for something like a Lulu Hill for Alvaro if you really want to, or even maybe a Bard or something, but enable a bit more on that bottom side of Enchanter for this Yunara. But I will say that has not been Alvaro's strengths. Alvaro has been this engage tool that wants to work alongside the engage with Oyoya and kind of sync up. But I do think in this situation, the Lulu just a super strong pick, because you don't have a lot of DPS on Mkoi's side apart from this Yunara. So finding ways to enable her is your best setup.
And you got your answer. We asked at the start of this, is Mkoi going to play these side lanes heavy, or are we going to get this front to back? We got the front to back. We got the superstar. The build that is all about super dealing out the damage here. It's just a question of Mkoi. Can they stem out the game? Can they stem out the bleeding that you were concerned about with Cuz on something so heavily skirmish-based and that top side, and even the Caitlyn being so good in the lane?
Yeah, I think the Caitlyn not having the traditional range support paired alongside her does make her a little bit less threatening when it comes towards trying to get the access to the tower and that. So I think you should be fine as Super and Alvaro in this lane matchup to do kind of whatever you want. The only thing is it will make the linking up like Jarvan and Lulu not a crazy strong combo. Sure, when you get like access to level 6, you can Cataclysm into wall growth for that double CC combo. It can be nice, but from a auto-attacking standpoint, it's not exactly where Jarvan's strengths lie. So I think the main focus here is going to be on trying just scale into a portion of the game. We have 2 items, 3 items. You've got good access to side lanes thanks to this Cassante and the Galio, and you then just try and play for these team fights with this Yunara enabled thanks to the Lulu.
Well, Dagda, we're about to get into game 3 of our first day of Swiss. I have one thing to say to the KT fans. You were rewarded. You were all rewarded for KT getting to this point. I am looking at Law across the way, because she and others like her got their just desserts with KT returning to the big stage. But now it's about if they can go further. Peter's going to start it off. There's a nice winter's bite, but unfortunately Alvaro's near a heater. He cools off, or rather heats up. He just pokes out. Good attack. As he just gets some damage down. It's a little bit on the tier, and I should say Dagda, on the mana flow band, excuse me. But man, Mkoi, what can they do here? It's single game. It's a best of 1. They want that front to back. How the lane's going to go is obviously everyone's biggest question.
Yeah, I think if I'm KT, what I'm going to try and do is operate off of this mid-jungle support. As a, combo, this enables the Xin Zhao so incredibly well because the CC, the speed-ups, everything just works so well together. And then you can force an isolation where Duckdam on this Caitlyn is able to try and fight against Supa. So if I'm KT, I'm going to try and find creative ways to link up as a unit. And we already talked about how MKOI don't exactly have the strongest jungle and support pairing.
No.
It is nice with Jojo, but you're lacking a lot of that DPS. So I think that's where KT going to try and find these moments to link up with their trio and use that advantage in the early game.
Well, already you also talked about the potential of invading. For now, it's just a standard start from Cuz going from top to bottom, but again, when you have the Brom and Caitlyn, you expect that there could be a potential dive on the horizon, with Brom as well. Very easy to lock in place with Trap on top. Onto Dockdown, Super just steps on up, but he does get heavily traded against. There's no tilt over Pacemaker that hits Super in the face, but still at half HP for both AD carries.
And just the early ghost from Super, so we can try and use the fact he's just hit that empowered auto attacks and just get a nice trade down. And we'll continue to try and, as much as possible, now as E, take these auto attacks both sidestep.
You talk about this. The lane's not as potent for KT because, again, we've got the Brom instead of something as well that can outrange, instead of something like the Karma or something, again, that can hit that Lulu in the face. Alvaro doing a good job of enchanting Super to just run at them.
And this will also open up then as both junglers going down towards the bottom side, that you should have the Jarvan, Elioya that should be able to get the... Oh, Jojo.
Yeah, he leveled up, so he got a bit of health back, but because Shield of Duran didn't connect, Jojo couldn't just hit and get out of there. BDD at full HP, and this is what you expect of the lane early. Range advantage being used well.
You can see Duckdam is trying to reset on this bottom side. Alvaro just being a nuisance to prevent him. Does have to be a little careful as Xin Zhao is on the bottom side. Again, though, I think opening up for Elioya, have a strong clear, should be able to get the crab and reset if he so pleases. But MKOI doing a decent job in bot lane, whereas mid lane, BDD making Jojo bleed.
Doesn't have much mana in the bar. That's the only saving grace. A Clockwork wind-up is doing work, though. Jojo's walking back in. Shield of Duran. Taunt is good for the Winds of War to get the level up and make sure that he can just TP back now.
Cuz is leaving bot lane, though, and Elioya setting up for a dive here. That's the shield down.
Yeah, the Arc Light is sent out as well. There's some good poke damage. Doctor and Peter get to level 3. But the wave is instantly cleared out. It's a single wave. There's the flag. Now spotted out. Docdam knows he's in trouble. Puts the traps down because Cuz is heading towards top Dagda. So Docdam does not have the support he needs. Peter's stuck around for the wave. He wants experience. And the main thing is it's not going to Docdam.
That's the point. Even though Elioya could have looked potentially for the dive there, they don't want to. They know they're already getting the lead when it comes to the plates and also this CS advantage. This Caitlyn not looking good after this early stage, and Super and Alvaro playing this lane incredibly well.
That's a 30 CS lead. Sorry, that's a 30 CS lead. You know what I mean? That's 30 to 20 CS. That
I wish it was.
I mean, that would be a statement from Super and Alvaro. If it really were. Perfect trade it back. Mirwin is getting burnt alive up in this top lane, and you expect the crispiness to continue as Peter trying to stop it out from over the wall. Super going to be spotted out now, but Winter's Bite was just used. Alvaro on the run. Another Winter's Bite would slow him down, but Alvaro is going to get a chance to back, however slow.
Yeah, so Alvaro will get the reset. Again, though, I think you've kind of got this focus of, hey, now MKOI are in a really good spot when it comes towards the bottom side of the map. Jojo is surviving in this mid-wave, and even though he's been pushed back a little bit, the CS is still fairly even. Even if it isn't, they aren't CSing as well as they could have, but still, I think you're pretty happy with that.
I think mid for Jojo, again, has been one of the biggest highlights in Europe. Not only just over this split, but the development that has happened over this year. The fact that he's even against this range matchup, against BDD, when he's the star of KT by far, is showing you why we've been hyping up this guy and his arc from winter to now.
Yeah, especially if he can tick over to level 6, which he's very, very close to, he does kind of become a safety net for these side lanes. Because again, I think you can already half see it starting of this roam with the Brom to try and get some advantages and see if they can get control over River for KT. But if that does continue, they should be in a decent spot.
There again, just a quick reminder. They talked about it a little bit on desk as well. BDD, obviously insane stats, but Jojo does come out of lane with a lead, and even though MKOI is a winning team, I think a lot of it is off the back of him. Cuz now trying to change it back in bottom lane. MKOI in trouble. Alvaro flashed away, and he burns a heal as well. They do get out of there. Super gets chunked on the way out, but look at where the wave is.
Again, this is kind of what KT want, though. Burning that flash makes Alvaro more vulnerable. And I think KT aware that that's not path in Alvaro would be taken if he didn't have a jungler nearby.
Pushing the wave out in the meantime. I don't think Elyoya was spotted out. The control ward is clearing all vision. The pixel brush, he does back away in the end, so no play used by MKoi. Again, the fact that the bottom lane survive and are just chilling out with this cull on this Yunara is still a big win. Super's still going to be holding a small CS lead. I am surprised, actually. The only one who's down in CS here in this game is Mirwin. Naturally, again, because that was meant to be another winning lane, and it has been.
Still, though, KT using the fact that the unsealed spellbook advantage on Peter. Now looking mids, Jojo able to get away from everything there. This will give them control over towards the Void Grubs, though, and you can kind of see the reset now starting to come through for MKoi. But I think KT, with the early swap, going to be able to get this wave pushed in and should be first on towards the objective. And that should make things a little bit simpler for them if they can get control over the Void Grubs.
Obviously, no TPs available, so with that change, with that swap, we are going to be isolating our top laners, and Shield of Duran this time does connect again here for Jojo. We'll see if there's anything that leads to it. 45 seconds towards the Grubs. Let's see if those top laners move up with more meaning, and see if there is just going to be a drag and trade here in this game. We see no meaningful gold lead. We were talking about a little bit before, but this 2v2 is going to continue. This 2v2 is going to continue to be okay here for Super and Alvaro. I didn't expect to be highlighting this 2v2 lane, Dagda, I'll be completely honest. I got worried when I saw Dockdown on the Caitlyn, but so far so good.
But it's not the pick that you'd expect to see coming through from Alvaro. We kind of mentioned it, like he has not been a Lulu player. Even some of the positions he's had on Bard over the course of the split have been a bit suspect, even if he does get the wins on it. So the Lulu, I think, caught KT unaware. That's why you go for the blind Braum, expecting something like a Rel or an Alistair to
really
come
good
through.
point. As you said, engages best. Speaking of engages, Elyoya. Okay, he's got a Cataclysm up and available, and Peter's caught out in the river. Cuz here to support, but Cataclysm comes down, enables Jojo. Cuz has to flash away, but the dunk for first blood from Jojo. Super runs into Dockdown. Okay, he sends out the Arclight of Judgment. It sets for Elyoya to get another knock-up. Whittling away is Dockdown, running for his life. Smited down, barriers there. Super wants to be in range. Elyoya tanked it up. The Arclight was close to a kill. MKoi almost at 2, but Elyoya will survive the ace in the hole as MKoi hit first.
But the fact that Elyoya took so much tower aggro means they can't actually go for the objective. MKoi will be able to push out this wave, but it will be KT that are getting these Void Grubs.
It is a big objective to take away. We've got a lot of power in that Rumble, and a Caitlyn as well. For KT, it is a meaningful win despite the kill. The flip back though, Mirwin's going to all out. Perfect, that's a flash away. An ulti for a summoner here in the isolated 1v1.
I think Perfect was kind of lucky that Mirwin didn't get the full reach over the wall into the alcove, or that could have been a very different story. But for MKoi, still pressure on the map. Over pushing on that top side though does give KT the objective and a little bit of a window now to get back out onto the map first. Elyoya though moving towards this dragon, happy to at least answer for what was taken.
I guess they thought they were going to kill Dockdown, and they thought with that, okay, no Caitlyn, and then we can get Grubs, and you're right, that small inch of a health bar, plus the fact that Elyoya took 2 turret shots, really hurt them in the end. So Dagda, 3 Grubs versus Dragon might be the call here because Elyoya's already taking it. Cuz obviously resetting, is going for his bot side clear. So there is an objective trade and maybe a kill as well as BDD. Never mind, he gets phase rush, he gets out of it as Alvaro makes the move.
The Lulu ganks are a little less threatening.
I was going to say, send a glitter, lads. Send a pixie.
Yeah. You're slowed and can't catch you anyway.
No, I'm a squirrel.
But again, I like the presence that we're seeing from MKoi, right? It's even if they may have flubbed the topside play, it is still them controlling the pace of this game, which I think a lot of people would have been surprised at coming into this. They had good picks coming through with the Galio and the Jarvan. They managed to keep Supa into a relatively good spot with a nice little lead for himself. Even the Cole starting to will pop in a little bit for him too. So if MKoi are looking at what are our win cons for this game, how are we working in that aspect, it seems pretty good at the moment.
Again, I mean, we've highlighted this bot lane enough, but they're surviving on their own legs. Jojo again got through the early parts of the lane, and now it looks like he's close to getting his first item as well to negate some of the magic damage coming through from KT's comp. And from BDD in this individual lane, Winds of War comes out, trying to clear the wave, Justice punch away before a potential shockwave, even though Elyoya is nearby.
You're just going to TP back into the lane because it has the ultimate to try and move around the map, but just wanted to try and get as much gold as he could before he goes for the reset. Again, though, KT still have decent scaling in the composition, especially when it comes to the Orianna and the Caitlyn. So for MKOI, excuse me, sorry, keeping the pace of this game up is going to be very important.
Durand, pace is going to be there though, just as punch for the buffer. Hit by the winds of lightning in the meantime, but Cuz not going to audaciously charge. Jojo survives, and that was a good time, D.
Yeah, well played on the Justice Punch to buffer. It means that Cuz even canceling the reset there. And it gives Jojo a lot of control over this mid wave. So even if a potential gank does come true now, BDD doesn't have that as a safety tool to try and interrupt some of the plays from MKOI. You could end up burning this flash from BDD before some of these upcoming objective fights.
The only thing is the health bar and staying around in mid lane. It might lead to a bit of disastrous loss of experience and gold as well. Just hold out here for Jojo as meanwhile we're looking towards bot. Super's going to hard clear this wave with, again, Elyoya in the vicinity. Trying to stop Dockdown from basing at the very least. Elyoya looking for an angle and BDD has flash. So you got to get rid of that first.
But this is what they want. They just want that flash gone, so then any of these upcoming fights, BDD then becomes a perfect target. Jojo trying to see if he can bait BDD in. Here we go.
Okay, Justice Punch in, Shield of Duran, BDD out of range. And the wave clear comes through eventually, but BDD still playing it safe. And I mean, they bullied, I remember they bullied Chovy in that round 2 that got them into Worlds. They bullied him over and over. When Chovy was playing the Orianna, it feels like BDD taking a page out of his book, making sure that the opposite rather, he's just not caught out as Peter now moves to mid as well. No objectives up, Dagda, but just getting some deep vision here and trying to give Cuz that ability to really pressure this game.
You can see though MKOI are respecting the power of that trio that we were talking about with Peter, BDD, and the Zinzao as well for Cuz. Maybe they wanted to go for the Scuttle Crab, but the second they see all 3 members on the top side, they realize they went nothing for it, but damage!
Only one, Super jumps forward, he's got the Canmine, steps in full, Transcendent! He's Transcendent, docked down for the solo kill!
The Kraken Slayer doing work, and MKOI winning out on the bottom side, and a BDD trying to see if he can push back MKOI as they start to take Vision River, but that's going to be so much gold to Supa, alongside the kill, the place, and loss of minions for Dockdown.
Meanwhile, MKOI, as they open up bot, I mean, Super, he already picked up a plate before, but he's denying yet another wave, 1.1k. And this Caitlyn ain't like the last game we saw.
And the cull hasn't even popped for him yet. That's going to be another burst of gold into Supa too. So across the board, Supa looking fantastic. And this was kind of what the talking point was for MKOI. They said it on the Euphoria podcast. They wanted to change their style to understand how to work through side lanes better. And now they always had this fallback plan of playing for Supa, playing for these massive team fights. Supa has been fantastic for this team. Hits the slow, pops the ult, and there's nothing Dockdown can do.
Holy damage. We're doing it again though. Elyoya's back down. The Arclighter Judgment slows him down. Dockdown's dead again. Super at 2 kills. I see you, Europe.
And that's the Feats of War picked up as well as now MKOI want to look for more pressure on towards this bot lane turret. KT trying to defend.
Trying, but can they is the biggest question here. There's Galio on the way down, 4 versus 2 it would be. And Orianna quickly behind, BDD needs to get there faster. Super is still doing so much damage. Anyone steps up, the turret under fire. Peter puts up the Unbreakable at half HP. He's happy to step forward again and get that attack speed buff down. Cuz is just gonna have to go back to his camps. The minion wave is cleared, but Super so close to taking down first turret.
Yeah, he still wants to keep up the pressure on this bottom side. Dockdown is making his way in here, but I think still MKOI should just be able to brute force this, if not just move over towards the dragon as you see the pings going down. And Dockdown just needs to kind of sit here and hope that he can hold on, but he feels scared underneath the tower.
Peter's hovering around mid, so you know that Dockdown's just isolated. You got full vision of him. Super's trying to deny the wave, and Dockdown all of a sudden is 30 CS down. I was right before I said 30 CS, and Super's made it a reality as Dragon's gonna go with it.
MKOI are playing this early game fantastically. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep up this pace as Alvaro just starting to pop his head into mid lane to make sure Jojo can farm it up. Rift Herald is taken, or he's being taken by KT, I should say, as Mirren TP back in, so MKOI may look for a contest here.
Super's on the way up as well with Transcendence available. Shield is ran only onto Peter for now. The level 7 Grom in jeopardy. A double knock up here with Wild Growth. MKOI looking to advance, but they've used quite a lot. Flag and drag onto Cuz, who's isolated for the time being. Mirwin joins in as well. Redemption's going to come on down and give KT a bit of a lifeline. Jojo's just getting out of there, looking towards bot, while Dockdown doesn't want to join.
That's the thing, it's an empty threat from KT. They have the Caitlyn in the bottom side. It's a 4 versus 5. And they're still trying to contest onto this. Look at where this Galio is, just hovering with that ultimate available.
Jojo wants to jump in. If they find a fight, it's all for naught here from KT. They're soft advancing, but a flash on, a Cataclysm, and there's Jojo side of the fight. Super's picking up kills again. The superstar on the right, MKOI on the left. And 5 kills to 0. KT got nothing left.
KT were trying desperately to keep MKOI interested, seeing if they could buy time for Duckdam to get some gold on this bottom side, and he will get the tower. But you've lost so much on that top half of the map. 5-0 for MKOI. And now Jojo moving down towards this bottom side, but Duckdam's already got away.
Gotta really ask ourselves, how much for KT is that gonna be worth it? Good noticing there, Dagda, as Herald goes down. That turret brings some gold back, but Super getting a kill. A big part of the fight as MKOI, watch how they forced it again.
Yeah, KT didn't want to actually get engaged. They're just like, hey, look, we're just going to try and poke onto MKOI, see if we can pull them away, buy as much time as possible. But they end up going that bit too far and don't respect the engage tools that can come through from MKOI. The engage from Elyoya is perfect as they set that one up.
We ask, how KT going to be coming into Worlds? Starting to get a bit of an answer here that in this early game, they're struggling to really deal not only with the pressure that came through from bot, but also these fights, how easy they are to set up from MKOI, walking right into a trap.
And they had that huge upset against Genji, but as Vedi was saying on the desk, immediately 3-0'd by Hanwha, immediately then 3-0'd by Genji
game
again.
since.
Exactly, and MKOI kind of jumping on top of that and taking advantage of it here. But you always have to keep in the back of your mind, we've seen MKOI with leads like this and they haven't been able to follow it through. Now, it's been on compositions that were very different, weren't built around Supa, weren't trying to build around this team fighting. So we'll have to see if that version of MKOI has bounced back from winter and spring and they can settle into that nicely.
We heard Melzet on the whiteboard over the split put the word patience. It's been said, MKOI have to be patient against KT. No objectives are up. Elyoya is just trying to take away the blue buff and everything else that pertains within this topside jungle. Because you can see, he's at even XP with Elyoya. He's got a bit of a CS lead himself, but that might soon change with how much MKOI are taking away.
Yeah, MKOI are just trying to play off of 2 lanes at the moment and get vision in this top side, look to try and put pressure on towards mid and top turret at the same time. But KT, even though they lose the blue, are defending the space relatively well, especially as BDD move down towards that bottom side to push out. It means that now MKOI have to move Jojo across.
Stepping up.
Oh, hang on.
Knockdown went up for this. Peter misses the ulti. Super kites it back. He transcended time and space for a little bit, and did he even, Dagda, is the biggest question.
No, that was just his Q.
He just walked up with Q. He's that strong right now with Renans, and Duckdam gets forced back.
But this is now the opportunity that MKOI needed, because you can now start to put pressure on towards this mid tower with KT having to reset as Jojo pushes out the bottom side. And basically KT are trying to play out through all 3 lanes and keep pressure up on the map for MKOI. But if you can have Supa do things like that, it makes that ability for KT to play out across all 3 lanes much more difficult.
Been able to do anything of the sort so far, have they? Even that top lane lead, I mean, Mirwin's taking control back of that CS lead now against Perfect. Perfect had like 15, 20 CS in the first 10 minutes of the game. As Duckdam steps up to the wave again, I see a Super inbound. But he's going to pay respect this time. Alvaro also on the right side, so can't do too much. Steps up. There is some good poke from Duckdam, but regardless, he won't push his luck.
45 seconds until the Dragon though, so already the resets coming through from MKOI, trying to control this space and make it difficult for KT to enter. Even moving Jojo Pyun in here, just to provide that front line as they set up the vision with Alpha.
The 3rd Dragon in 30 seconds, and for Duckdam, I bet he wish he could get that Infinity Edge that's sitting in his inventory, at least components of. Well,
He's too far behind.
He really is, and he won't have it for the fight. I mean, for KT, so do they send it back there? Like, they just got to send it or what?
I think you just play, again, patience, he said it. Just let the Supa do the work. You can see he's getting some good damage down, and now, with Dragon in just 6 seconds, you half health Peter, so move over into a position where you can actually look at this objective.
Some flowers out there, maybe for the graves of KT in this 3rd game of the day. Peter's going to walk in on full vision, Cuz the same. Dragon going down there to teleport from Mirwin. It's going to be slow from Perfect if he decides to enter. They go towards mid anyway, but Mirwin's now zoning off the choke. Jojo on the other side. 3rd Dragon, it's not a soft contest, it's a full commitment with PP. Duckdam is sitting around mid, but MKOI are looking to collapse with the Winds of War. Perfect zoned out. Peter Peter as well, but there's no true damage yet as MKOI try to find a way in.
There's Rift Herald on the bottom side, creating pressure. Is Jojo going to move across that? And MKOI are constantly threatening this Atakan as well. KT trying to brute force mid to pull MKOI in towards the mid lane.
Super's got Renans, he can clear this wave in an instant, so there's the play, done and dusted. KT are going to ARAM a bit, while the Herald is NPCing a structure bot.
MKOI are just playing the map better. Again, it's keeping pressure on towards the bot tier 2. Jojo putting pressure in through this bot side jungle, constantly contesting a flank position, so KT can't commit to that mid tower, and MKOI can get back into position. KT just look confused as to how they're supposed to break this version of MKOI.
Could have been Betty saying he got excited for KT. I don't know. I don't know what started off the day here for them. I wouldn't blame the Welshman, but then again, I wouldn't put it past you, so do what you must. When it comes to Worlds, I mean, we don't know what people's forms are, right? It's been a while. Patches change. For MKOI, you could say the same as Atakan might be a thought here. Let's get right into it as Elyoya decided to take a deep, deep gate. Peter's there waiting over the side, but he can flag and drag, and Atakan still seems to be the objective as Vision's cleared out.
Still, MKOI, I think just unsure of if they want to really commit towards this Atakan. It does reset, and they're moving Mirwin over. BDD on the reset, can TP in to join on this bottom side as Jojo, caught by the Witch's Bite.
Gilda Duran though, MKOI can peel off and join the fray. Winds of War, they jump in, but Super's just over there. Onto Cuz, he gets poked out a little. Mirwin, he's got a flank, but KT have seen him, I believe, on the edge of a ward. BDD teleports in, 5 members in front of Atakan, and Perfect has a spider sense.
Yeah, this is a little dicey from MKOI. Mirwin going to move back towards mid lane and try and keep up the pressure on towards that mid lane turret. KT may just start up the Atakan to try and draw MKOI in here.
Again, Mirwin looks for mid. He can get that push in. He's done so. He'll deny the minions and now move down. At 13k, it's slow. It ain't that fast. KT getting chunked and shredded with resistances. MKOI haven't been poked out yet.
Yeah, you can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Duck Dam.
Mirwin, all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot pot inside. MKOI ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz drew them in. Flush from Docdam, ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
The trap was set, and MKOI walked into it perfectly as BDD with the shockwave, as Perfect with the Rumble ultimate decimate MKOI where they stand.
I mean, I thought that guy was inting, but BDD, when you have him on his team, just play for his setup. Redemption's going to come down. Doctam gets hit at 3k. A steal looks hard. Elyoya looking to go in at Atakan. 15, almost 14 flashes. They're in. Cataclysm steal! The king of the jungle from Madrid, baby! That's him!
The Spanish secret agent for MKOI gets in to steal away the Atakan and get a kill back. As MKOI now back out onto the map first as well, will start to get the lanes in their favor. It is a small silver lining though, because that was a near 4k gold lead that has come back to 500 as we get into this. You see, like, it's a great start on the fight. Mirwin's doing a ton of work on this backside, but everyone committing on towards Cuz to make it happen. The shockwave from BDD was huge. The follow-up with that ultimate from Perfect. And then Duckdam, crucially, got three of these kills on the back of this fight, which then sets up for him now to be in a much better spot to actually deal some damage in this game. And Elyoya sneaking in.
Oh, he actually missed
fails.
the Q.
So yeah, doesn't get over the wall.
Maybe it's good that he missed the Q.
Probably was, to be honest. As he then gets over, Peter ends up going low enough that he can get the Cataclysm, smites it away, finishes off the support. He does kill Peter off the back of that as well. As mid tower now very low. Super taking some hits though.
You are right about the gold lead shrinking down, but remember Soul Point. Peter stepping up, Winter's Bite doesn't connect. BDD an insane shockwave. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe I should have given him more credit. I was just amazed that Cuz drew them all in. And BDD clapped his hands together. Did a bit of Thanosing as KT hover around mid lane. Remember, Super's still big. Cataclysm is a 3-man for Jojo as well. Peter caught in the middle. His Winter's Bite saves his life. A Shockwave only 1 man. As there's a hot pot in the middle once again. Super chunked out and Cuz has found his man. Super might survive for now, but then the wind becomes lightning once more. Mirwin's over the wall. He gets out, but KT have some some life in them yet.
The patience that MKOI have demonstrated all game long has dissipated, and KT are punishing them so incredibly well. MKOI overforce, and flashes are burned, but it's MKOI who fall.
Super as well. He can't deal when Cuz can land on him, press that ulti, deny the burst, soon to follow. KT on the Baron now as well. They've stopped the soul push, and they're going to get this Baron uncontested. Elyoya's coming out of base for the Hex Gate. It's not even going to get him there anywhere close. He knows he's going towards the bot side. He's going to clear his camp, and KT land on 2.5k gold.
And look at that gold difference at the bottom of your screen. Supa was so far ahead, and now instead it's this Caitlyn that is coming through. But you see here, MKOI go for the play, but Dokdam able to net out. So you get the flash from BDD. Peter's fine just standing there, and that ultimate again, both from Peter and the the Rumble ultimate coming through has completely shut down that play. And Supa just not able to follow up in so many of these fights. It's over-forcing, going too far ahead, and not thinking about where Supa is and how we can try and be a part of these fights.
And he stepped up, he gets crit. Dokdam, an ace in the hole maybe, but he knows it wouldn't really hit. Alvaro's in front, but that opens up mid-turret. And even though he didn't get ahead early, it doesn't matter. That Caitlyn's still going to bloody scale.
Yeah, Dokdam pretty happy now that the shoe's on the other foot, and Supa having to go back to base. MKOI, they had this game under control, but KT are fighting back. And now with the Baron, they're going to get so much of this standing gold as well. And we talked already about the late game scaling that KT have. You can see the damage that this Caitlyn is already doing. MKOI need to find a way to stop us, but is it too late?
You're a Yunara. You know, as an 80 carry, as far as 80 carries go, like, yeah, your range is actually not bad. But is it a Caitlyn? No, of course. Like, Caitlyn, Orianna, you're walking into layers of zone control. How hard is it to play the game here? And especially with Baron, as this siege continues with Red Bull Baron power play. At 2.6k, it stands for now, but an inner turret in this bot lane is going to be up next. And Dokdam is critting these turrets, man. He's headshotting them, and they're going down quick.
Jojo going to try and push in mid, look to take the mid lane tower. KT trying to collapse on him before he can do so. One auto.
That is a nice take
Still
for
a
TP.
collapse, though.
Yeah, he's going to ulti out. I think that's a good call. Perfect was there around one side, the rest of KT another.
KT, they're going to reset, spend all that gold that they just picked up. Zhonya's Hourglass very close to being completed for BDD. And again, you already kind of said it, like Supa is still incredibly strong in this, now that he's got the Infinity Edge completed. But I just don't know if he's strong enough to compete with everyone, especially if a couple of those wayward headshots from Dokdam can pick him off. MKOI needed to be patient, and now it's KT who are stepping up, full control, and a lot of standing gold to take.
Well, that's going to be brightening on the whiteboard for the event. KT, I mean, it was such a clutch factor that came in as well. Full respect for BDD for finding that shockwave, for Dokdam for fighting back in this game. And now again, this siege will continue with the last of Baron. 20 seconds left to use it, but it's already 4k. Flag in. Elyoya thinking about his angle though after the last time he thought he had a winning play. He thought he found a pick. He needs to get a powerful Cataclysm, lay it up perfectly.
But who do you try and go for? BDD now has that Zhonya's Hourglass completed, even though he doesn't have flash up. Dokdam still has his flash. Everyone, apart from Peter, has their flash. So your targets are disappearing. Instead, MKOI are saying, look, we're just going to try and push in on these middle lanes instead and try and find something back instead.
It's just slower though, isn't it, Dagda? I mean, there's no grubs in MKOI's pocket. Let's try English. They lost that early. Foregone. They were a foregone conclusion, at least when they were up. And because of that, Jojo doesn't get the push he wants. Inner still stays standing. I mean, it is nice macro for MKOI when they are so far behind now. But it does feel like, again, you know, maybe a pick that's set up, maybe a fight on their terms. A minute till the next dragon comes up. This one a contestable one? I don't know, you're going to have to tell me.
But still, KT, like, it was BDD stepping up for this roster across playoffs with some of these other members. But again now, at Worlds, huge shockwave to turn this game around. And he is now once more a massive point of contention here. The control that he offers with Dokdam's free to play up here because he has the speed ups with BDD, he has the shield from BDD, and the ability to now control these entrances into River are going to be massive for any of these upcoming dragons. Again, I think if it's MKOI, they just have to try and bypass them and go for this split push once more.
Flags out from Peter. Celestial Blessing down. It's small, but at least it's something. However, for Supa, as he goes towards what looks like an Immortal Shield bow there, He needs more defensive items. He needs them sooner. That Dragon foregone conclusion, that's 10 seconds up, and you can see MKOI are just trying to put their pinky toe in the bath, but way too damn hard.
They're hoping for a pick. Basically, Jojo sit on vision. If they try and move through this choke point in jungle, maybe he can flash over the wall with a taunt. Goes for it.
Just
Looks
a
like
punch,
Peter, but
equalizer down. Jojo wants a way out. He flashes over the wall. Ace in the hole. Perfect's going to match the flash. Shield to Duran. A taunt out as well. He gets phase rush, but he's getting burnt asunder. Lucky to be alive is the Galio. There was a bit used from KT, but Jojo now with nothing up.
Yeah, MKOI, kind of a fake contest there, looking to see if they can just take these turrets on the sidelines and again be a nuisance, but Jojo having to burn so much to get away from that play. KT again, Dragon taken. They're looking so strong in this one.
Maybe it's something, maybe in the end, the fact that Jojo got out Dagda maybe feels okay. I mean, that's 4K the lead now. It was like 1,500 gold because of top turret, because of jungle taken. So I'm weirdly optimistic on the play, but at 30 seconds till Baron, obviously, we've got to talk about the elephant in the room. That's the 4-item Caitlyn. BDD also 4 items on the horizon. Speaking as far as elephant goes, that's a colony. That's a family of elephants. I don't know what they're called as a group, but I see some elephants.
Especially if you can finish this rabbit on death cap for BDD, he just becomes so massive. For MKOI, do you just... Oh, Super!
That was a crit. Super needs to get out of there. Elyoya alongside with him. Mirwin too. They're running for their lives. Mirwin had to flash for that as well.
Was on the flank.
Tags him. Alvaro, he's the one almost. Wind becomes lightning. Cuz re-engages on the minion wave. They've got priority. And with that chunk, it feels like Baron might come with it.
Jojo in behind them, though. MKOI going to look for the flank and see if they can all in on this, it looks like.
It would be a miracle. Mirwin needs a flip. They need the right target. The engage from Cuz. The all-in. Elyoya finds backline. Under Docdam. They're there, but where's the damage at? It's all up to Super, who's getting burnt asunder with 1 kill already going down. Elyoya sacrifices his life. Peter jumps in. Super re-engages with the wild growth, but it ain't enough. KT, we got excited for a reason. There ain't no false hope here.
There was just not enough in the tank for MKOI. And KT, they looked a little bruised, but they will stride forward into the base of MKOI.
Just remember, BDD got glazed for a reason. And here at the start of Worlds, they'll break that little curse. Not a game won since their qualification to this event, but they'll start off the right way. They'll put LCK's name first. And we are looking exciting on KT.
It looked good to begin with for MKOI, but that man in the mid lane for KT shut down those hopes fast. BDD once again stepping up, and the man is just so damn good.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but the recovery. I mean, Peter's a great support. I think they've been talking about him in the lead up to this event, and analysts and external streamers alike. Peter had, what I'd say, is a clean enough game, especially when mid-late game's going so well. Cuz, though. I mean, Cuz, again, with BDD, this mid-jungle is so exciting to watch because of how well they execute on plays like this.
Yeah, the fact that you end up getting so much of those kills in that bottom lane fight, turning into Docdam, immediately set up the rest of this composition for success. The Caitlyn gets accelerated back into a position where she's just as strong as Super. Docdam then ends up picking up the rapid fire cannon, and at that stage it's lights out. Like, there's too many flashes. Yep. There's a Zhonya's on both the Rumble and the Orianna. It just doesn't work.
Well, maybe not a fraud at all, Halo. Maybe you're not a fraud at all.
No, am I happy? Am I sad? I'm feeling a lot of different things right now, honestly. Following this game. It was the most KT game ever, but it was also, sadly, very the most MKOI game ever. It is never over, never won, never lost until the Nexus falls, and we should have known that.
I was trying to give you confidence. I was trying to give you confidence throughout the entire time. I mean, what did you keep saying? What did you keep saying?
I'm so sad, but I'm so happy.
KOI are very good at throwing.
Yeah, they are. Expert quarterback material. Yeah. That's that American JoJo in them right there.
I'm upset, okay?
Canadian, I guess.
And I need a little bit more sympathy right now, Raz.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get to talk to me. Okay?
Should I exit the
On
test?
a great list of traitors, okay? You're there right next to Judas, okay?
Benedict Arnold, perhaps?
Wow.
I am alone on this desk,
What?
suffering. Why did they have to throw? Why are they so good at throwing? I said to Raz, look at me, I said to Raz explicitly, they've thrown a 10k gold lead with a composition just like this one. And he's like, nah, they'll be fine.
No way.
They'll be fine.
And then they did it again.
Little did he know that it was gonna happen again, and you can never outcount BDD. We've talked about him. Usually when an upset is going to come, usually when a comeback is going to come, it's going to be off the back of this player, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, he finds the perfect shockwave.
I mean, it's a gorgeous shockwave. It is a gorgeous play from BDD, and I mean, we talked about him for a reason, right? Coming into this matchup, a lot of our focus was on the mid lane matchup, and the impact that BDD had in those moments is really what defined the series against Gen.G coming into this World Championship. So we know that he's a clutch player. You give him that opportunity and he turns it around, and he really set up for the rest of his team to then do what they needed to do.
And I apologize as a first step, Betius. I should have default to trust on your lack of trust. I think that should have happened. Because I was so bought into how well MKOI was playing, I just didn't believe it was going to happen. But KT was ready to catch that pass.
It is really frustrating on the MKOI side. However, if I think about MSI, if I think about the lack of confidence that this team had, when I look at the early game, and the early game only, until the mid game, let's say, it looked good.
I mean, the problem is, I've been saying this about Koi, like, for all year. Like, their potential is real. The talent that this roster has is real. But we've heard it from Jojo, we've heard it from the players, that sometimes they just make silly mistakes. And ultimately, it is these silly mistakes that we see continue to plague them. Now, obviously, I'm frustrated with the result of this.
Yeah, you are.
I have to hold on to some hope.
I'm hopeful.
That they're able to clean things up. It's a best of what. Don't run away from me.
Your frustration.
Here,
You're a little angry, a little pissed. All right,
it's okay.
Fuming.
It's your turn next.
Well, no, we're gonna come in strong, okay? Don't put that on us.
But I'm still hopeful that they can turn things around. At least they show the baseline level that you can't underestimate this team.
Absolutely. We'll see them next. It is hope for now, for Europe. We'll see about this right after the break, because we're headed for one for now, and we're here from Peter on the other side before we set up BLG versus 100 Thieves.
You can see MKOI setting up for the flank. They want to make sure they can get on towards BDD and Duck Dam.
Here, when all it takes is a set up with the path maker. Meanwhile, Cuz has been left by his team. The jump in there, Jojo's going to follow as well. Shockwave is big though. 3-man with a hot pot inside. MKOI ran in, it was a bait, it was a ruse, and Cuz threw them in. Flush from Docdam, ace in the hole. He sets it up now, and Super's in the ground. Cuz is a freaking genius.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal than one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
first ever Worlds game, how was it? 이제 막 첫 월즈 경기 끝내셨거든요. 어땠나요?
지금도 막 정신이 없고 너무 설레기도 하는데 정신이 너무 없는 것 같습니다.
Everything is so hectic, you know. I was so excited to actually play, but also everything is just happening. So many stuffs are happening at the same time. It's so chaotic to me. And Peter, you said this is your first time actually taking the airplane for Worlds, your first international experience. So how are you dealing with all of this new experience for you? 피터 선수 첫 국제전이고 얼마 전에 한 인터뷰에서 처음으로 비행기 탔다라고 하셨잖아요. 이런 새로운 경험들 어떻게 잘 헤쳐나가고 계신가요?
일단 비행기를 처음 탔을 때 이렇게 비행기가 높이 올라가는지 몰랐어가지고 상상한 거 이상으로 너무 높이 올라가는 거예요. 그래서 좀 많이 무서웠던 경험이 있고, 그리고 해외에 대한 이제 그 두려움도 있고 좀 그런 게 있었는데 중국에 와서 보니까 다 사람 사는 나라 같고 너무 행복한 것 같습니다.
Well, when I first took the plane, it actually went up higher than I expected, and it was so scary. I was so high up in the sky. I was sweating, but in the end, I safely managed to land to China. And at first, I was afraid of, you know, kind of being in a foreign country for the first time. But actually, after I spent some days here, I realized it's another great country, and everyone is super nice. I'm having such a great time here in China. So KT Roaster managed to turn the game around at the Otacon fight. So how did you see the angle, and whose call was it to set up around there? So KT가 사실은 초반에는 조금 많이 말린 것 같았는데 아타칸 한타로 사실은 성공적으로 경기를 뒤집었습니다. 어느 선수분이 이런 각을 보고 설계를 했나요?
일단 팀 전체적으로 좀 불리하다 보니까 좀 빨아들이면서 싸우자 이런 콜을 많이 했던 것 같고, 퍼펙트 선수가 오늘 아카탄 쳐야 된다 결단을 내려줘서 이기게 된 것 같습니다.
Based on our composition, we were like, we have to make enemy start engaging onto us, and we can kind of team fight back. And Peter made a call. We have to set up around Otacon. We have to go for the play and let them start the fight. And I think it really worked well. And truly, this game was the perfect K-tier roaster experience. I know a lot of the LCK fans are, you know, used to this, but there will be a lot of Western fans experiencing this for the first time. So what would you like to say to the Western fan that there are a lot more exciting and fun rides to come? 이제 KT 롤스터 정말 롤러코스터다운 화끈한 경기력 오늘 경기에서 제대로 보여주셨는데요. 앞으로도 더 재미있는 롤러코스터 라이드가 많이 남았다고 서양에 계신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
우리 지금 경기력이 저희의 이제 시작점이라고 생각하고 저희는 롤러코스터 타듯이 더 올라갈 것입니다. 항상 멀리서도 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. KT 롤스터 keep going up.
This is only the beginning of KT Roaster, and as every roller coaster does, we will keep going up. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And that was Peter from the KT Roaster side. Thank you. KT Roaster.
How go, Peter?
Whoa, we're on a roller coaster ourselves.
I'm so happy that
What's
the
going on
Western
over there?
fans. What are they
Hey!
doing? Oh, they're fighting.
Yeah, they are kind of, yeah, a little, yeah.
But yeah, Western
no
fans
power there behind
finally
it.
discover who Peter is. KT take this one, and now we're heading into 100 Thieves versus BLG. Vidi, which side are you on?
What the hell is this?
I mean, hey, I put a lot of effort
Okay.
into that.
Mine is
Okay,
better. I'm a
That's better.
at drawing.
Listen, man,
Thank you.
EU has gone 0-2 today, so I need Raz to be my brother on this one. I need you to go 0-2 for
No,
me.
hell no,
It's
okay.
a 100% win rate for the blue side, all right? And, like, listen, when we look at 100 Thieves year,
Yeah.
it's not exactly been an easy road, has
Yeah,
it, Raz?
one would say a roller coaster for 100 Thieves. I mean, split one, it was looking great. They were in the finals, right, versus Team Liquid. So I was quite happy there. And then you continue on to split two, starting to see some cracks there. It was awful, honestly, during the end of split two. And you go to split three, you see Dokla come in, and he was the one coming in to save the vibes. Also hearing from River and Quid, just the fact that him coming into the team, of course, the experience that Dokla provides, being able to talk about Lena Simons really helped out Quid, so we got to see a real boost in performance from them. And they really just had, speaking of a roller coaster, just gliding straight through into the finals in the LTA North Conference.
It's pretty much similar to last year, where Quid and River were the main characters.
Yeah. They were. I mean, for a team like that, like for this team, it always is about Quid and River. How exciting they are as players, the fact that they always look for engages. A playmaker like Quid, his Akali is something we always really call out for. So like, like last year, it was about Quid and River. This year, it's still about Quid and River. There was a dip in performance when they were performing poorly in Split 2 and in the beginning of Split 3, but they've really cleaned it up.
And River, it's his last time to show himself on the international stage, alongside a lot of players here at Worlds, but he wants to make his showing here.
Yeah, that has been the real story, is that River, of course, talking about his last year before Korean military, like that has been a real motivating tool for this team. So even during the split, they're like, is this, yes, 100 Thieves, last ride, like River specifically, and how good he has been for this region, how talented he has been, both on Golden Guardians, he started on Dignitas, came on 100 Thieves. He has been somebody that has been so smart as a player, so losing that hurts.
And absolutely will. And unfortunately, his journey isn't going to start with an easy path. Because he will be up against BLG, reigning world finalists, of course. And they are reigning world finalists.
They made it there.
They were there in the world finals last year. And of course, they still finished with a solid performance at MSI. But their year also has been a bit of a roller coaster as well. Start at the beginning of the year, kind of falling short of expectations, especially after what we saw from them last year. The introduction of a new jungler in spring, getting them to the finals, but falling short against AL. Now, though, finally finding success domestically, but again, it comes at the cost of finding another jungler in Shadow. And while all of these things have been happening within the team, the one thing we can say for certain is that Knight is still Knight.
Yeah, Knight, of course, is beautiful. Finals MVP. Like, he also had, like, exceptional play throughout the season. Like, he has just been somebody that has been stomping within the lane, outside of the lane. When he was going up against IG, I talked about it just yesterday during the playoffs. Like, he was getting solo kills every game, and they balloon that. So this team will scrap constantly in the early game, hand-checking you, and it always starts from Knight as a player. Just when he entered the league, he has been showcasing this like exceptional dominance that has gone on till this day.
And I think that for the LPL, there is just a sense of skepticism around their performance coming into this international event. The consensus seems to be that the LCK are the powerhouse region, with 3 of like potentially all 4 teams sitting at the top of the power rankings. And I think this is a great opportunity for BLG to demonstrate what they are capable of, where they are coming into this tournament. Because while there is still some doubt, I think that this is also a team that come Worlds can turn the power on and show what they're really capable of.
I want to give it to Raz quickly before we head into walkouts for the players. How do you feel ahead of this matchup? What is the expectation?
Amazing! I feel great. You guys have been dragging down the vibes based off of your guys' performance, okay?
I'm doing great.
Dragged down. Okay, you got the KT one on there. But 100 Thieves, look, you saw the earlier post from Dokla how their boot camp has been run a little bit poorly. Like River, the visa question, was he even going to be able to play today? The answers to all of that is yes. River is here. They are playing today. It's when you doubt them, they come out stronger. I am a believer. Just don't look at the predictions online. Just don't look at that.
Don't look at the predictions
Don't
online.
look at that. All right, don't look at that. Don't look at the predictions.
While we're getting ready to toss, why don't you all jump over and check those predictions
Don't do that.
online right now.
The game's about to start, so don't do that.
We'll leave it there. Let's head into the game.
I mean, honestly, sometimes I think Raz is the biggest worm. He just flip-flops all over the ground. Like, pick a side, man.
It didn't even take like half a day. It was just,
like, it's not like Betty has pushed him into it or Law, like, forced him. He does it himself. He's a very fun man. I used to work with that guy a lot, so I'm used to it. 100 Thieves, let's not forget, by the way, play-ins last year, it was an embarrassment for NA when they got knocked out by PSG and didn't even make the main stage. This time, again, similar roster with Dokla being talked up, you have to say the expectations are that they'll fix the rights, or the wrongs, excuse me, Dagda, make it right, and give NA something to spruik about here. But for BLG, it is a hard task for an opponent that just played 4 best-of-5s, went to Game 5 in 3 of them, and one of them was the grand final.
Yeah, especially when it feels like BLG have started to get back on track. Like, you're seeing On back to his old ways of being able to provide a ton of pressure in the early stages, even having his pocket picks like the Elise as you go further into the draft, but also like the solo laners stepping up huge. Bin looking fantastic over the course of the last couple of series that he's played. Knight, I mean, MVP for Split 1 and Split 2 for the team easily. So I think, sorry, for Split 2 and Split 3, but BLG just look like they're firing all cylinders again, and that is a very terrifying prospect for 100 Thieves if they start to come into this. So for 100 Thieves, their backs are against the wall. It is the last time that we will see this organization, as it is going to be their last event. So if they can find a way to upset the apple cart, to give 100 Thieves fans just one last hurrah, it would be incredible for NA fans.
Because they're making an exit. It's just about when the exit is, what they can do. So we're about to go into draft for our 4th game for Dagger and I sub out. And remember again, BLG, their run up, like, yeah, binge during the split was a little bit hit or miss, I think. We talked about Knight's consistency. I feel like playoffs just rebirthed the BLG that we all know and love. The BLG that, again, with Shadow playing at the helm, with Beichuan still there, that's provided a little bit more flexibility. Now, of course, it is Beichuan starting here today, so we will not see Shadow at the very least, which is EU talent, the first EU player ever to win an LPL finals, by the way. So the Italian Stallion's not here. We still get Beichuan, who, again, was like I guess the risk factor when they lost weight.
Yeah, it is insane to see Beichuan on BLG though, because you remember back in the past, like he was an Echo one-trick streamer that got picked up by FBX to be in their academy roster, and then they were like, hang on a second, we need you immediately because TN is having struggles, and now he's on the winning team in BLG. It's been an insane journey for him to find himself here.
Well, here we are, finally into pick ban in our champ select, powered by Omen and HyperX. Oriana taken away. We've learned that from today, but Dag, we know Rise has been the pick of the tournament so far. BLG says, screw the Rise. Jarvan B1.
I mean, the Jarvan is incredibly strong for Beichuan. Again, this is, for BLG, a team that loves to skirmish, a team that loves to find these early fights. So Jarvan fits very nicely into that sort of situation and will provide the engage tools that you need for Bin and Knight to kind of step up. Elk has been decent, has been good, but it is very much been about the solo laners and finding those skirmishes.
It's going to get locked in. Would you be worried about immobility? I think the answer would be yes. So Aurora instead, but now pairings.
Well, I think it's the Aurora kind of a pick away from Knight. He has very often been pairing this Jarvan alongside the Aurora and finding a lot of those dive combinations. So 100 Thieves kind of doing their homework to take that one away. And now Xin Zhao could be an option if you really want to. Or do you go for the buys, you were kind of saying, to look for that dive and just continue on that trend.
Xin Zhao was a good call out though. Again, one of the strongest junglers on the patch, still has been for the past couple. 100 Thieves going to put on River, something that can carry when we talked a lot about this jungler and how he achieves on 100 Thieves. But now for BLG, are we going to get a strong bot lane? Oh, classic. I feel like Elkanon, when they have strong 2v2s in the meta, they will pull them out in a heartbeat.
Oh, it is the Elise. There it is.
What a treat.
This is the on special. They love this Caitlyn Elise bot lane, and bringing it out already. I mean, that's just going to put some pressure onto FBI and Ayla to see what they can achieve. But looks like Dokla going to be happy to go back towards tank duty with the Scion and take that one for himself in the top lane.
Okay, well, it's still a strong pick in its own right. Caitlyn can cut through, but let's see if the Scion can scale faster. As we have solo laners for 100 Thieves, but no bot lane. So for BLG, they start batting away some of these annoyances, these nuisances, right? Like Brom, I assume, would go with an Elise and Caitlyn. But what else, Dagda?
Well, the problem is it's really difficult to play against it because you can reset the aggro underneath the tower as you go for dives. And that's traditionally how BLG have kind of played with it, is like push into dive into all these setups. So I think this is where for 100 Thieves, you have to be incredibly careful what your bot lane is, because as you're already getting the supports banned away that can counter push, I think you need to go for something like maybe the Rakan, maybe the Xayah, to try and say, hey, if we can at least hit level 6, we can try and survive some of this dive and try and keep ourselves safe. But it is a tough call. This has been such a strong pairing for BLG.
Maybe they're predicting that FBI is just going to pull out the Ezreal here and like try and add a little bit of range, versatility as an AD carry. Maybe pair up with River and play the rest of the map. For now, Rise does go away, so Knight's not going to get the chance of what is right now a tournament favorite champion in the mid lane. But we question that last support ban. Are BLG going to take away an AD carry instead? Is it going to be the Ezreal, or is it something else that makes their life annoying? I mean, their 2v2 is so strong, Dagger, it's like, it's limited.
Because that's the thing, like, you would, into Caitlyn, see things like the Karma Ezreal, so then that could be a pushy lane you can try and play around, but and maybe the Corki has enough push with the Phosphorus Bomb, enough safety with the Valkyrie to make it difficult. But are we going to just fight fire with fire as FBI hovering the Kalista? I don't think that's what you want. Okay, yeah. They're going to try and go for the old school answer, which was the Ashe, trying to outrange with the volley and just try and keep this push at bay.
Oh, that's range too, and I respect that as well. Smart move. When the Aurora is the only AP so far, it's nice from FBI. And now again, we question like what that support's going to be, because you have support already up on the board, but it is a counter pick that Ayla gets to play with.
It's also when you get poked inevitably by this, the Caitlyn and the Elise, it does set you up where you can now have that TP for the Ziggs to TP back into lane and keep yourself safe. Because that's one of the problems that you'll have, is that it's going to be such a hard time against the poke that BLG have on this bottom side.
Rexo gets locked in. Good against the take top laner here. So Bin also provides a little bit of setup, a little bit of dive. Talia would do the same thing, and I mean, Knight's Talia. Like, guys, when Dagger and I cast this region for many years, there was a few things we were worried about. At the time, it was the Silas. We don't see it as much anymore. I think Talia was always on that list.
I mean, to be fair, Knight's list only just seems to grow.
We are scared of Knight
It's
as
just
a person.
nice, yeah. I mean, very much has been the best mid laner in the region for a significant portion of time. So
true.
And it has been the rallying point of BLG. He has been the performer on this roster. And it was kind of waiting, as you say, until playoffs to see the rest of the team hit a point where they could be just as strong. And now it's on 100 Thieves to see if they can be stronger. Taking that rel into the bottom side, it's great setup. It's great presence and pressure on towards a back line if you can get that rel combo set up. But I will say 100 Thieves, very magic damage heavy when it comes towards their composition.
Very true. And Xin Zhao with the AD, right? And I think also with this comp tag, we're going to mention that it's going to take a while to get things going if Quid's not in control, if Quid doesn't get the snowball in the game. Because I see BLG and I see lane dominance here in this game. I see BLG doing what they do best, and I feel like BLG are a great laning team. The quality we talk about with Knight especially, I think they've got all the eggs in the basket. And LPL's #1 seed that again went through the whole rigmarole of 4 best-of-5s with 3 of them going the distance, including the top esports one in the final. They had to work damn hard to get here, and they had to not be a third-place team, which is where they finished in the regular season. They had to be a first-place team and show the world that they're back. And here they are once again. It was a year where a lot of people hyping up top esports, but no sir, no sirree. Dagda, there's a stat on the screen. Thank you to our production. You should read it.
It's just on Elise career 9-1.
Oh.
It has been a very, very strong pick for this squad, and has been the pocket pick that traditionally they brought out as the draft goes later, as you start to see a lot of those picks taken away. But we're starting to see kind of what we're talking about, those like scrim bubble-esque vibes, where we're seeing the Caitlyn's picked up by teams like T1 yesterday, and now we're getting a lot from BLG. We just had it as well in the last game. It's definitely starting to pick up the pace, and Elise works very well alongside this.
The Chinese fans are out massively for BLG, and I can hear the gyos as we begin. All right, so electrocute naturally, all in bot lane. We are going to be focusing a lot on bot here, ladies and gentlemen, as you'd expect. We haven't seen an attempt for 100 Thieves to try and get this lane swap in order in the early game, much like we did last game, where favorable lanes were talked about a little bit, the game before I should say. But this time they're just going to match into it, and FBI is just going to ride out the storm.
Yeah, if they didn't take the Ziggs, I think they could have potentially tried to lane swap around and make it a bit easier for themselves. But opting in towards the Ziggs, I think they basically said, hey, look, we know what way this is going to go.
Yep.
We need to try and set up so we can have the push and not fall as far behind. And maybe if it was something that was a little bit like another AD carry that would just struggle in the matchup, they could move. But I think the Caitlyn, as you can already see, going to be very oppressive if that was a Sion instead.
Yeah, it was already a big start, wasn't it? And on, we now see Cocoon is started. Good dodge away. Actually, a little buffer from Ayla. Propels up, jumps back. Again, on can't really do anything. Doesn't have the Venomous Bite, doesn't have the launch to combo, get that electrocute off easily. And burst down as FBI already paying respect.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like FBI in time will be fine to push out this wave and just make it difficult for the Caitlyn to find success. But in the early stages, it costs so much mana to try and constantly throw these bouncing bombs and see if you can clear out the wave. So Elk just stepping up, hits level 2, looking for Cocoon.
Steps up even under turret. Mad respect given over. As by the way, if you want to know where jungles are in the heat of all this, actually on Vision. I believe both will be in a second as Beitwan's going to pass through Raptors, and there's a deep ward placed there nicely as FBI takes a, I believe, a trap, a headshot. Also, edge of Raptors on Vision too. So Israel passed down. There's full info aware for both teams.
Yeah, both junglers trying to make it down towards this bot lane, knowing just how volatile it can be. Again, the push is going to be here for BLG, and they'll be happy to just set up that crab for Beitwan. make him a little bit more comfortable as 100 Thieves, the pressure is on.
Now let's also remind people, if this Elise doesn't get to do much in the early game, it can be a pick that falls flat.
Oh yeah,
now, 90% of the time for him it has not. But that 10%, Dagda.
10% of the time it works all of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very slim number, and you can see Ayla is essentially just trying to body block for FBI. You already saw that he can buffer through the cocoon and make him safe, get the shield so the trade can't really go as effectively. But now Beishuan walking through here has on.
He's on a ward, he just doesn't care, he's walking in, as you said, on there, and Twin becomes lightning. Blue buff is now shown out, ward down, a steal, no, a flash instead for the engaged. Blue buff goes over, but for River, can he get out alive? A flash match, but 1 HP, all it takes is an auto, and it's from on the heel out as well. Beishuan, the flag, just out of range. River survives with the prize.
River gets the pick and gets out. So close to going down. I thought maybe one of the Spiderlings had actually gotten caught in the blast cone was going with him, but they don't make it happen. He's lucky to have his life and his blue buff, sorry, to go with him.
And as On returns back to bottom lane, he couldn't find any means of a combo either. Beishuan's now going to pass up top in full vision yet again. Flag and drag just gets in there sooner. It'll be a double scuttle take, but I feel like if River lost his blue, we'd be talking a lot more seriously about how the game state is for him.
Still though, pressure is on, like that flash burnt early. And also still didn't get like some of his other camps as well. Didn't end up getting that.
Dismantling smash. River's coming up top. Maybe a kill here for 100 Thieves. Dokla's a little bit low. Bin's trying to get the wave with him as well. He tunnels out, and that's just Rek'Sai things.
Yeah, Beishuan up in the area as well. Means that 100 Thieves can't really look to follow. Ayla, getting a good trade back here though.
Isolated 2v2. The trap is down. Ayla walks around it, repel up, and Thieves are going to survive just fine. They know that both their junglers are paying attention to Bin and Dokla right now, so anything that happens down here is going to stick.
The nice thing though is that it did buy the time for FBI to reset and TP back in, so is able to pick up at least an early amplifying tome and get some of the mana he needs. But with this push, I imagine he's going to reset once again. And it just, this was kind of what we're talking about. It's about trying to survive this early laning phase for FBI and Ayla, and then hope that you have enough of a combo with the crash down, with the follow-up with the Ziggs, and then that ultimate from the Aurora to immediately burst out some of the members of BLG.
Come back to top. Bin is just going to get himself close to a turret plate with Demolish. Bit of a CS lead from Bin as well, by the way, and we've seen a lot of Rek'Sais as tunnel out just before the turret hits. Seen a lot of Rek'Sais, you know, a lot of people take Rek'Sai into the tank matchup, Dagda, just simply because, again, you get true damage when you have 100% of the Fury from that Venomous Bite. Really nice trading patterns being added in and buffed out over recent patches. You see again has been, look how quick it is to stack, boom. Thank you so much for true damage, that's great.
And as you say, it's the healing afterwards as well that makes it so obnoxious. Because it's then very difficult for Dokla to find any sort of trade back because you're just going to heal it all. And obviously tanks not exactly high on the damage threshold. Well, in theory, not high on the damage threshold. Although Sion, I think, exists kind of outside of that fundamentally.
That's true. I take that as a good laning phase, a really good laning phase. I feel like there's a lot of tanks in the meta right now, and this is probably why tanks are so good. There's a lot of health in the game. Like it's a little bit cheaper than it has been in the past. And a lot of tanks have good laning phase. I still feel like Ornn's laning phase against certain matchups has been something favoured. Hope we see that pick come out more in the tournament. Of course, being in best of ones, we expected things like the Sign to come out more frequently. Things like the Azir, but Evan does not get banned. Tagged up, we're focusing on bot. Classic. That's just how this game's going to go. There is a Mountain Dragon up, and Beishuan looks like he wants to kind of be around for it. He's almost a little 6-minute Cataclysm available as well. Might just be trying to maybe either dive FBI or set up that neutral.
Yeah, it looks like set up the neutral off this push that you have on the bottom side. FBI doesn't really have much damage at this stage and hasn't ticked over to level 6, so BLG trying to play off it.
Repel up, hang on, Quid sets up between worlds, on close to death, he gets bursted. First blood to 100 Thieves, Satchel charge out as River's in danger, but he gets a kill before dying himself. Now Elk might get one, but as he flashes away, he's got numbers against him. 100 Thieves on the board first, nice fight.
Nice pick onto the support as well. And his only end up losing their junglers. Bin,
what is Bin doing? BLG, I don't know, question that man.
Question mark pings across the board, to be honest. That was a series of unfortunate events for the BLG side. 100 Thieves going to be delighted to pick that one up. They get the kills in the fight. They get a mistake from Bin that they punish, and it means that you now got Lost Chapter picked up and finished for FBI, which is such a nice moment for the Ziggs, because you can very quickly start to clear out these waves thanks to the extra mana. And now you got Douglas TP into the bottom side. Looks like they're going to try and lane swap for the Void Grubs.
That play from Bim was about as good as the quality of Raz's predictions. We look at the replay down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, On has to go up in the air because immediately River tries to jump on him, but this fight is now very, very separated. You can see Elk is kind of able to ignore FBI. That's what we're talking about. You don't really have that damage. But for 100 Thieves, they're in a great spot where they pick off On. You've now got Beishuan who's too far forward. And they make it work off the back of a great ultimate from Quid.
Watch again how this happened. I think he's going to pray seek at a stop. Tunnel. Oh. And then... okay.
That was terrible.
that was probably not it. In a scale of 1 to 10, close to a 1. Okay. You know, it's nice when you see pro players making realistic plays. You know? I mean, solid cue for real. Well, 100 Thieves are going to get grubs on top side. And let's not take away from the bot side play, because I think the bot side play was fantastic. Like, River really bought time. The target selection was beautiful. Quid's impact was felt. And as grubs go down, as we try and recover from what Bin just did, it's triple grub game. It is 100 Thieves with a small gold lead, but a nice edge to start off this game.
And especially as you kind of already alluding to, a lot of that presence that they want is, hey, can we survive the laning phase against Elk and On, and then start transitioning into a later portion of the game? Well, Elk still is doing relatively well, but definitely not as strong as he could be thanks to that early fight, relative to the rest of the game. And if 100 Thieves are able to find these moments where they look for fights and they look for plays around objectives, they're in a good spot. And when you look back at 100 Thieves in the LTA, they were actually the ones that were making these silly mistakes and oftentimes would find themselves in a goal deficit. This time around, it's BLG who are making it. 100 Thieves are finding the success, and now they're getting to the portion of the game where they are stronger in general, just off of their stylistic play. So this is kind of a good look for 100 Thieves, just based on how they play.
Especially when they've already got grubs upside. This dragon that was visited before with a big play is now going to be looked at more seriously. Again, a ward by BLG spots it out as Beichuan hovers by the side. Knight as well. We've seen a pretty stable game from him so far, and he's got Weaver's Wall up and available. Ayla's not getting anything with the Shattering Strike as BLG looking for lane push, to then maybe push out and look towards the dragon themselves.
Yeah, BLG trying to threaten this, but we just saw that it didn't quite work out for them the last time around. This time, at least, On a little bit healthier and can start to get into position, but BLG want to make plays off of this bot lane push. 100 Thieves just aren't letting them do it.
Legendary Deep Vision in the meantime. Bin versus Dokla, exciting stuff. They're going to smash each other. Dokla is actually fine. Bin will sustain this up as well. You know it's a slower early game when you watch two tanks fight it out for 20 seconds.
I think we might be getting some action now as BLG's bot lane entering into River. Should be them starting up the dragon, I believe, off the back of this. Nice vision control by 100 Thieves at the moment, though. So opportunities if they want to try and look for repositioning with the Aurora, and she's going to reset. I think she's just got her first item completed.
So we're going to come through, but Ayla's face checking by himself. FBI wasn't there, and nor was River. A bit egregious from the Australian support as he goes down.
He ends up kind of messing that one up. You had the reset coming through for Quid. You can see just finished his Leandri's Anguish, and they're waiting on that TP to come in so they could look to contest, use that item advantage. But Ayla checks a little bit too quickly, and BLG punish.
FBI good stop there on Knight's back. Will just buy some time. But a kill does go over to Elk. And while again it's been a stable early game, I have that knockdown feeling again. You know, where like you still get some resources, you still have a bit of gold. Elk is kind of that Caitlyn once more as he sits at 700 gold.
And I think this is where you've been able to find punishes as BLGs, like Elk and On. The flexibility that they have in that bot lane, like they still look good on things like the Kalista, they still have things like the Caitlyn that they can bring out. Like they are a very dangerous bot lane when they are playing to their potential. And now Elk with 2 kills and ISO gold lead for himself, gonna be able to finish off that Collector. I think this is where again you can kind of lend that strength through for turret taking and presence on the rest of the map.
He's going to take a little bit of that himself. Nicely done. That's 3 grubs for you. Just helps out here with the Leandris as Quid jumps over. Bin sees him. Not much to be said apart from the fact that with Titanic he wanted to get a big trade but doesn't get that at all. River sits in his namesake and BLG just face check. Okay, nothing to do. And I mean, for 100 Thieves, Agatha, if the game is going this slow, and if BLG can't find anything around the next couple of objectives, like I say, it feels like a big win for NA.
Yeah, the thing is though, BLG are kind of finding things, because I was about to say Knight is up in this top side and pushing in, and this is what BLG were looking to isolate. By shifting people down to that bottom side, they're covering the potential dive from 100 Thieves. Oh wow!
Flash Cocoon, melee range, Elk flashes in as well. One more auto though! FBI getting away is criminal, call them!
And he even goes the wave to clear it out. I cannot believe FBI survived that. You can even see him in the camera. He's shocked by that one.
I mean, getting away with that, literally, with murder from the 2v2, and that's 2 flashes down.
Turret plating will fall.
100 Thieves going to be very happy. But again, like, this is where BLG are still trying to make plays, and it may not have worked out this time, but 100 Thieves, like, they are still needing to keep pace with what BLG are doing, and a lot of that is still BLG kind of playing defensively on the bottom side of the map to enable Knight into a good matchup against Oakland. Now 100 Thieves have found their matchup that they want, which is Quid against Knight, so now they're feeling a little bit more confident, and they're starting to put some hurt on Dawn.
FBI also went for the gun first rather than something that's a little bit more scaling, so this is nice. Anger from Ayla as well. Meanwhile, though, Quid in a 1v1 versus Knight ain't winning out. The flank turns bad, turns salty as the ground laid beneath them. River, though, stays alive for a damn long time, but Elk stands and fires the big gun. Quid comes back alive as Knight couldn't really finish the job by himself, but BLG on the board again.
Ayla tried to find the flank, and 100 Thieves thought with the collapse they might be able to pick off the squishy Elise, but they can't finish him off. And it's BLG once more, a 3rd kill into the hands of Elk.
Elk also has Collector as a 3-0 Caitlyn. So the damage right now is quite immense. We'll watch this a little bit more as Doklu's taking the bad end of the trade, but Tactor at the end, you know, we might see a fight up topside again because it is 10 seconds towards the Herald. BLG can reset here, and especially Elk and Knight. The fight up for that top objective that's going to get the game moving.
It's going to be a difficult one. As you say, like, Collector already finished. Now you got the Zeal coming through for our Elk. FBI can deal some decent damage, but trying to lock down some of these members on BLG is going to be hard. Like, the flash is still available on Knight. You have that net for Elk. And apart from Ayla, there's no real threat onto the back line unless you completely misplay as Elk, which means that he should be relatively safe from finding the CC on top of him that enables things like Quid and FBI.
Coinbase the gold grind as we just look at Quid, who, again, found an earlier kill, but although he has a bit of a gold lead, he's been able to pop off in one of these fights, pulled out one ulti, but they haven't really had many fights, that's why. In a lot of these skirmishes picks, as Herald's going to start off now by BLG. 100 Thieves here behind, and River looking for a steal. He's got a blast cone as well. FBI also with a nuke, but Smite comes down. It's late. River comes in, and is it better late than never? That's the biggest question. BLG are willing to turn. When becomes lightning is good damage. Ayla also with the engage, but 100 Thieves, bit of a commit here, and there's no trade on the other side of the map.
No, BLG going to be able to escort Knight back into a position to keep this top tower safe. They get the Rift Herald, and especially with a Caitlyn, you can very quickly start to get through a mid tower with her. So BLG, again, it's not flashy, but they're getting the things that they need.
Again, they're holding a gold lead. It's not what a lot of people, I think a lot of people when they see LPL, they're like, LPL's always going to fight. BLG here, they're going to find picks, but fight, maybe they don't have to. Quid, might have to pop the ulti, the weirding out, the jump doesn't connect, and ulti comes through. Quid escapes, H1 drops the Cataclysm though, as Knight's going to look for some turret damage.
And that's all the BLG really want here. Force Quid away from the tower. You're going to have 100 Thieves trying to make their way in on pause.
That's a busy
He's nowhere to go.
He's up in the air, yeah, there's no Krugs. Nuke down, and FBI gets the kill from afar.
Nicely done by 100 Thieves, collapsing better and on. This is kind of the stuff that he get caught out on, trying to take shortcuts into positions that he shouldn't be in. And it's River who ends up spotting him then.
Again, I feel like Bond had some suspect plays. We talked about his recent performance, but over the course of the split, and I think earlier in the year especially, very sus on him. It's a bit of off texture, you know? Rook's going to start Dragon. In fact, he's just going to take it. So for 100 Thieves, not only do they get the pick and punish the enemy support, getting that Dragon, making it one apiece. This game's stalling out right now. Goes back towards them.
The ability to play around this Rift Herald is about to be a big effect for BLG, as they're going to immediately open up the mid. The Dragon may have been a bit of a diversion, as they should be able to crack the mid lane turret. And if you now as BLG are able to access side lanes thanks to this, it's going to get very difficult. That top lane tower is already gone. They can potentially drive this into the bot lane.
You got to bend it like Beckham. Hang on. Oh, and it's...
Oh, he's got it.
He's got it. All right. Beichuan, midfielder for sure. BLG, there's no dragon down here. They're just holding river control again and letting Beichuan step up.
And just using Knight here as a threat with the Weaver's Wall to completely isolate him.
Yeah, Dokla stepping up with the turret, lucky to be alive. He's hovering over the fact that 100 Thieves were nearby, but the turret's going to drop down. River looking for a tag, but he's poked out instead. So now the turret's gone as the trap set on by Quid. 100 Thieves can't step up to the plate anymore. BLG walk away with an objective at hand, and meanwhile, FBI has just teleported in. But there's a turret here. 100 Thieves are grouping up, and there's not much to take.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are looking for more, but BLG is going to be able to back away. 100 Thieves now maybe looking to see if they can brute force this tower.
But there is wave clear from Knight. I mean, brute forcing is hard, especially when you've got the range poke and the pick potential. Cocoon doesn't land out. The ult, the ace in the hole, hits Ayla instead. 100 Thieves maybe waiting for the next wave and hoping that FBI can use a satchel.
And they will spot out the reset interrupted.
Repel.
Put on. Maybe, as you say, step away from that one. And with the Hextech gates, you can get the resets from BLG and immediately get back out onto the map. So not really too much there for 100 Thieves. Now, the TP from FBI was used, but it's not exactly a massive detriment that that one's down.
Hey, he's
still going to be fine.
He's not a big flanky, you know. There are 4 of them on 100 Thieves.
So at this stage, I think it was a nice attempt from 100 Thieves to try and catch BLG out. Just unfortunately, this is kind of the issue with some of their composition is heavily reliant on Ayla and Dokla to be that engage tool.
Yeah.
You can engage with the Xin Zhao, but it is a very difficult one for it to actually make happen. So if BLG are up in the front to back style, it's very hard for 100 Thieves to crack that.
He'll just test his damage a little bit there. Celestial Blessing just getting rid of as Rapid Fire Cannon now picked up for the Caitlyn as well. And we've also got the second item into FBI, so a bit of range, adding vision, but also just a poke feels really nice with those extra units. And he's just spotted out for the time being, but it does feel like, again, FBI has gotten to a point in this game where his damage is going to be a lot more reliable. His damage is going to be a lot more hurt.
Yeah, timer here for BLG though. Pushing mid, that wave needs to be caught, and the top wave needs to be caught. So this is usually where BLG would try and start things like the Adacon to pull people into the objective, get them to burn those TPs, and then just back away. But I have to see if BLG want to try and go for that timer. You still see a lot of people sitting around. The waves have kind of been cleared. I think they might have missed their window here.
Bin's going top. He's got TP. And that's that window. Like Beichuan as he clears vision away. 100 Thieves going to come and match for the time being. Elk's going to get bot wave pushed out. On's on the way as well. There's a flower there, very pretty, and Quid does take it away. Thieves just there to receive the wave. 4 down in bot. River not spotted out for the time being. I like this picture. We're getting a picture on the picture of the picture down here. This is the picture.
It does show us that On is hiding in that brush though.
It does.
BLG maybe trying to base 100 Thieves in here to see if they overextend that a little bit too far. But again, 100 Thieves, patient. They're not going to try and overforce. They know they can clear these waves very quickly. BLG now dragging Yadakan away from 100 Thieves area.
Teleport picked up by Ayla. He's going to use it straight away. At 10k though now, Yadakan well underway. 100 Thieves need to nuke this with FBI. It's possible. River needs a big steal. BLG just going to throw it in the air, maybe. At 6,000, it's more and truly aggroed. If 100 Thieves can keep this up, they might be able to steal it and bring this game into their favor. 2,500 gold be damned.
Just going to reset. So 100 Thieves, again, patient, back away. They're not trying to overforce and give in to what BLG want. BLG essentially want them to try and come through these choke points in the Adacon pit, and that's where they can set up for plays with the Jarvan. They can use that terrain to their advantage with the Elise. But 100 Thieves not allowing them.
Ben's going to go for mid-wave. He was looking for an angle, spotted out by 100 Thieves. We are dancing down bot. We are just stuck down here. The BLG are like, come on, man. No, 100 Thieves are just moving back. Vision's still there, lining, but now that that's gone, it's getting harder and harder to see anything. Beichuan gets a knock-up, trying to bait Ayla in. Is BLG there with their snap engage. Doesn't connect though with the seismic shut down. Dokla on the left.
It's a war of attrition though, and BLG are slowly but surely gaining the ground that they need to keep people separated. Dragon now going to be started up, and they're going to continue this push.
X-Gate angle from Rivers, not too bad, but for BLG clumped up, they now send out the Weaver's Wall to make him put a bomb down. Rivers angle though, that's what I'm looking at. As Bin's tanking up the damage for now, 100 Thieves going to bring in Quid with the teleport. on Vision for the time being. That ward in front of Dragon paying dividends as Ace in the hole onto Ayla. That's their engage. Maybe gives BLG a chance. There's still a potential at 3k. The Dragon in front of Bage 1, not stolen, and he'll die with it as well. The Cataclysm has been separated from the team. Dokla zoning out BLG. He's getting poked out though with a snap engage. Finally connecting and a kill down. Been survived for a long time. There just ain't enough. He bought all the time in the world out with the tunnel for now, but there's Quid with the range. BLG running away. Elk can't do too much with the Crescent Guard in the way. And on is just a dead spider body. 100 Thieves for 3. BLG with 2. I see the play. I see the faith. I see an A! A triple turns into an ace. And the long con patience paid off.
The heist continues for 100 Thieves as Dokla bought so much time on the back line. Immediately runs onto Elk, forces his flash, and as everyone on BLG is dealing with him, it's the ability for 100 Thieves to take down Bin, to keep themselves healthy. But Beishuan, he wants to steal.
I mean, I've seen El Yoya steal this earlier on. Beichuan, do not let him near the pit. 100 Thieves, you got a good game state. You brought it back. Hexgate's going to be used. On's also on the way, but Artican within smiting range is down. A TP in front of Quid. They see it, they run. They're looking to escape. A tunnel user TP as well as Bin is there, but he's isolated by himself. FBI rampages over the Void Queen. Dokla doing the same. Sends the ulti. Knight fails the flash. He can't escape either. And the 100 Thieves are playing the heist of a century.
BLG are crumbling, and it's 100 Thieves who are stamping them into the ground. They've been playing so well around these setups. Like, watch Dokla as we start to get into this fight, because River moves in towards the pit. They know Bin is on the back line, but Dokla immediately runs at Elk, forces the flash, and everyone on BLG is dragged down. But Beishuan goes low in the pit thanks to that damage. Now they get to turn on towards Bin, and Dokla again, even in his passive form, forces everyone on BLG to deal with him again. So 100 Thieves can then deal with Bin. Dokla played this fight perfectly and buying the space 100 Thieves needed. And here, BLG bought up way more than they could chew. They thought with the double TPs coming through that they'd be able to set up for the plays. But Beishuan doesn't have his Cataclysm up and available yet. They pick off Bin. And you can look at the faces there, 100 Thieves. They know they are doing incredible work in this game.
They are. They've brought this game back. They're a dragon ahead. They found the fight. Ayla, do not get caught out now. Shattering strike. And he crashes down away. Elk. Bomb away. Quit the same. Quit the same. The assassination. Meanwhile, FBI firing away. Beichuan went in too deep. On's caught out as well. Does NA believe?
Where were you when the LCS's third seed is taking games off of the LPL's #1? 100 Thieves, take a bow!
They lost the VKS, but they don't care about the LPL first seed. Nah, it's just BLG with a Baron now for the taking. What the hell is happening?
NA miracles are happening. The 100 Thieves heist is continuing. They were doubted coming into playoffs. They ran the gauntlet. They got to the top spots to represent the world stage, and they're taking Knight out.
Whoa, smash down Knight, put him in his place, Quid. You tell him.
What a performance. A 5.6k gold lead. Dragon in a minute's time. And BLG, you said at the start, Asterix, this was a composition that kind of needed to snowball a little bit to get the value from the Caitlyn. She's nearly at 3 items, but kind of needs that 4 to really deal the damage. And 100 Thieves have found this sweet spot where they're finding picks, they're finding access. And BLG, Elk, I think he's too far up.
He's up far. He's going to be spotted out by War. That's Quid on the way in. Ayla as well as the engagement at level 16. Aurora forces the ghost out of the Caitlyn. Beichuan caught out here anyway. Bombs down again. And Quid is 8-0 and 5. They talked about this guy putting on the last hurrah for the organization, who is in their last stages of hurrah from the LTA as well. FBI takes a big chunk, but there's more where that came from as Elk gets hit hard by FBI too. 100 Thieves, they got in a turret. They're now looking for more bot as this Red Bull Baron power play is definitely away. 4,000 gold for them.
100 Thieves want to go out with a bang. to blow the doors off of Worlds and say, hello, LPL, we are here.
Onslaught, double decimating smash. Dokla sets it up nicely. And here's the man in the jungle to send it away. Knight gets out this time around, but look at the goal that's once again given over. 7,500. LTA's third seed is looking like they're about to get to 10 soon.
I mean, look at the items that they have completed. The Rabadon's Death Cap now working with that Jug, or not the Jug, the Void Staff nearly going to be coming through fairly soon as well. You've got the Bloodletter's Curse completed for Quid as well, which is going to be reducing so much of that magic resist crucially for members like FBI. Like, this is prime position for 100 Thieves, and
H1, he went for the invade here, but FBI's near there. Mega Inferno Bomb, bouncing bomb. What is that guy doing? 0 and 5 on the Jarvan hit. And caught out. I mean, that once again opens up another avenue. There's 35 seconds left of the Baron. There's no jungler for a flanking play from BLG. And while River gets Dragon, top is the next siege for 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves, they get to keep, as you say, the pressure up. They want to just wait until this wave is brought in by Quid, and they can look to continue pushing forward. Dokla on mid-wave to create another point of pressure. If they move Dokla across, I think they can just dive the BLG members under the structure.
Knight's going to use the wall defensively, trying to pull off this last Baron wave. He does so successfully, but all the minions taken away. Dokla not going to take much damage here off the side as he zones off for a BLG. River is getting mid by himself. At the end of that Baron power play, it was like 5,000 almost, or 4. It's enough gold to show you now that 100 Thieves, with 9,000 in the lead, have this game under their wing. How they close it out will be impressive, but how they got here, I think, will be a story to tell.
And the Hextech Dragon, the Soul, is going to be available for this team.
How good is that for this team?
It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's the most disgusting Soul.
This is perfect for 100 Thieves. It feels like the stars have aligned in this game, and they've played it so incredibly well. The early skirmishing, they found their success. The Ziggs coming out to shut down and keep Elk somewhat, I will say, in check. But it's been spectacular team fights that have been the core of 100 Thieves' identity. And BLG just look like they have no answer for them here as Elk spotted Quid.
Yeah, he is. Quid pops between worlds, bursts him. One shot, Ayla contributes. The burn the auto is enough. A bit of an overcommit from 100 Thieves, but who cares? They're so far ahead. There's a Cocoon, but On is also caught out. He repels up. He's looking for a target to get away. Baitwan has to command, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky Thieves. There's a shutdown there, but meanwhile Knight has to flush away from Dokla, who's under a turret, who's destroying the best mid laner of the East right now. Flush away, no. Dokla just soloed Knight.
100 Thieves are in the base. 100 Thieves are about to take down BLG in China.
Listen, there's nothing. The LPL fans are here to cheer on the first season they thought was a sure win. But then 100 Thieves show up after getting defeated by VKS, after everyone saying they're a failure of a team. 100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
1-0. 100 Thieves will find themselves moving into tomorrow. Very few people thought that they could do it, but they have just struck fear into every team at Worlds.
Raz, you shouldn't have flip-flopped. You were right in the beginning.
Let's go!
Don't give him that.
No! Who needs practice? Who needs visas? There's the reason the Korean military are calling this man's number. He's a general on the map.
I mean, it's not so much that they win, it's that they're styling on them, Raz.
Styling. It started with a mind control. What it was Ben doing, just tunneling through the turret, because guess why? It was better to die to the turret than die to Dokla himself. He knew it was coming.
Verius is just having the worst day, honestly.
Don't infect me with your European energy, all right?
This is the worst day.
You can smile. Oh my god, you can smile, 100 Thieves. You deserve that one. An eventful year. Swaps, visa issues, no practice, very in shambles. They do it. They take down the first seed of the LPL here in their first day of the
Oh my God!
You thought the BLG would win too!
No, there's no evidence to support this. There's no evidence to support this at all.
Well, talk me through what happened, actually, because
Explain.
it was looking pretty sleeper until they woke up. Great fight at the third Drake, and they just turned everything around, and from there was just free win.
Yes, I mean, the game was very slow, and a lot of it was, I was concerned, I'm like, okay, BLG is going up against scaling, maybe there's going to be an issue around a dive, but at least I felt pretty useless, to be honest. But it was like the combination of both the Aurora ultimate and the Ziggs ultimate that they couldn't really deal with. And so this part right here, look at Quid. He sees the angle. He's looking for a different target, and it's the trio that he goes for. And so it turns into a reset. He Ws again. He goes for on. And I just love the fact that they played this out so patiently.
So here's the thing that every now and then we're reminded of.
Okay.
And we're the West region?
Is a useless support. Okay. So if this bot lane doesn't get ahead, then they don't have a bot lane. And so I think this is a great example of a team utilizing momentum so effectively. Because what we saw on that fight, once it had ended in favor of 100 Thieves, is BLG came back and tried to fight them again.
They did.
And 100 Thieves got even more kills off the back of it. So they killed Knight again, they killed Bin again, and those extra kills, they went back and pretty much bought a full item. So then when you come back out onto the map, you have to make sure that you keep that momentum going, and they did that beautifully. They literally took the book and they said, bang, 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 bang. We're going to teach you how to play some fast League of Legends, and they did a great job.
They absolutely did. They were packing their wallets and then just straight hitting them with it. Just straight hitting them with it. No, please, okay, I actually believed them. But yes, and it was actually, it felt like BLG was tilting to a point because Jarvan gets killed in the mid lane, and then, okay, gray screen, that's completely fine, then goes into the Raptors, dies there, but it was a focus we said in the pregame, Quid and River. Of course, we're looking at Quid and how he was able to perform and snowball. It was also FBI. Both Quid and FBI, the carries were so strong. The scaling really did hit.
But I also just remember last year at Worlds, the conversation was about Quid, and it was he who it felt like that once the lights got bright, he kind of cracked under the pressure.
That did happen, yes.
And so to have a performance like this in your debut at Worlds is really awesome, because he really did perform extremely well, and he just made Aurora look absolutely giga-broken.
And just remember the context behind this day, because 100 Thieves couldn't get good practice. River was in Korea, and we didn't even know if River was going to be playing today based off of like visa issues. So like all of this was happening. We're like, oh, it's going to happen again. To your point, last year at Worlds was disastrous for 100 Thieves. We thought it was going to be starting even worse this time around, going up against BLG, the LPL champions, and it was insane to see them be able to come with poise like this. So quite happy. Yeah, let's wrap that up.
It is the best way for 100 Thieves to start their run at Worlds here. I'm going to allow you to review your expectations next time maybe, because it's time for us to head into break. We're going to come back right after this with a Dokla interview before we head into FlyQuest versus Team On. So hold that thought.
All right, will do. All right, I'm holding it.
Hey, no flash. Next time? PSP. K no flash, K no flash, K no flash. K no flash? Yeah, K no flash. Sorry. K up here, no flash. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna change that. Yep. Nice. We can do it.
100 Thieves just beat the crap out of the LPL.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since
100 Thieves Fan Desk, sorry, Worlds 2025. We are still getting that Doku interview ready. So in the meantime, Raz, you get to continue to gloat. But after this, I want to hear nothing else about this.
What do you mean? I get to continue to gloat. We got to continue to gloat.
No, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. I can't.
North America
I got one
all
more
the
team.
way.
Just because 2 teams collapsed doesn't mean the third one will.
I was thinking, because despite this loss, BLG still, generally a scary opponent, but they're 0-1 now, and I was thinking, what other teams are 0-1?
No,
right,
don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this.
I forgot
Don't do
That's
it. No, please. Please.
Can you remind us what teams are 0-1?
Fnatic.
Oh, it was Fnatic, wasn't it? Who else was there?
It was MKOI.
So you're saying they could draw BLG now in the 0-1, like they could match.
Yeah.
They could match against each other. Oh, I didn't realize. I wouldn't have brought it up if
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm really appreciative that I have such genius analysts here. Now we have informed. We're just a little bit delays with the Doku interview. We'll get to hear from him at the end of the day. So in the meantime, shifting our attention now ahead to our next NA contender, of course, looking at FlyQuest versus T1. Fly, dominant.
Very dominant, especially like in Split 3, but Split 2, of course, finding ways to come back into impossible situations within the finals against C9. Like, when they are ahead, they steamroll. When they're behind, they claw their way back in. A lot of the times, you're looking towards people like Inspired, who's had an incredible year, got Player of the Year within the LTA. But also, I think Busio had a major step up in his performance. If there was a split-wide MVP, I think Busio would have been able to get it with his bar performance. So, only can sing praises for this team.
But that said, while they've been, close to taking down these LCK LPL teams, they've never quite been able to push it over the line, and they are going up against T1 today. Technically, they're a play-ins team.
True.
And I think they've beaten play-ins teams before,
so.
but play-ins is very different this year.
Yeah, it's a fierce opponent. It's a best of one. It's definitely the environment where it could happen. And I think ultimately, if you look at like the win rate that Fly has had domestically, and also the win rate they've had when they've had an early lead has been insane. If they're ahead coming into the mid-game, they have just so consistently won games. And I think a lot of people have been weighing this in favor of FlyQuest more than you initially think, especially after T1's performance yesterday, where it wasn't completely clear-cut they were going to win that series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, like, going up against T1, well, especially at Worlds, for FlyQuest, they will always be reminded on their prior experiences when they went up against Gen.G, almost didn't get a chance to finish it. Against BLG, I don't even want to be reminded of the final game, right? And so when you look to one player, it has to be Inspired. His performance has been something that is extremely, like, just exceptional.
And I want to ask Ox, because you don't have a horse in this
question,
race, and both Raz and I have some emotional investment.
That's
Is
true.
Inspired just the best player in the West? From your perspective, someone who isn't always on the LEC or the LTA?
I would probably say so. I think he's kind of, I mean, I think Worlds is a big test, right? I feel like Worlds is where those narratives go to live or die. But I'd say based on what we've seen so far, I'd say yeah.
And it's not just because Raz randomly put a FlyQuest scarf around you.
Exactly.
It does look pretty good. It looks pretty. It looks pretty good. And you know what? Actually, I'm inclined to agree. This man has been an absolute demon. I think undisputed #1 in the region. And when I look at the fact that he bodied G2 last time around, I can't really dispute
And
anymore.
you see career MVPs and Player of the Years. This also includes the MVP that he had in Europe, like or like the domestic titles that he had in North America, but the career MVPs that he had in Europe. So like somebody who had dominance in, of course, when he was in Europe, brings that over to North America, continues that. A lot of faith is there. He was able to show that last international where people really kind of pulled in that faith there. So I'm interested to see how he goes up against T1.
I think it's a very good question in our featured matchup, of course, presented by Mercedes-Benz. Owner versus Inspired. A lot to be excited for here.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, FlyQuest Inspired faces off against T1's Owner, a clash between two of the world's best junglers, each carrying the pride of their region. Inspired, the European prodigy, has brought NA's FlyQuest to new heights. Since joining the LCS, he's never finished a season below 4th place, and in 2025 he's already lifted 3 trophies. From his debut in 2019 when he earned Rookie of the Split, nearly every year of his career has been marked by MVP titles. Most recently, being crowned as the first ever LTA Player of the Year.
In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill.
Standing across from him is T1's Owner, 2-time world champion and the reigning title defender. After their Worlds 2024 victory, T1 hasn't claimed a single LCK title, entering this year's championship as the 4th seed, forced into a high-stakes elimination match against Invictus Gaming. But once again, T1 proved that under the pressure of Worlds, they won't crack. and Owner will rise to the challenge over and over again, defeating IG 3-1 to secure their spot in the Swiss stage. FlyQuest and T1 have met only once internationally, at MSI in 2024. Where Owner showed that no Western jungler could stand against him. Now, both teams meet again on the biggest stage of them all. Which jungler will lead his team to victory? Inspired or Owner, the world's reigning champion?
For me, this is such a hype matchup because not only are both junglers in such incredible form, but the meta at the moment is shaped so heavily by junglers. I feel like there's so many picks where not only do you have so much early impact, you dictating the pace of the game, but also you get that first time spike, you get the Sundered Sky, and you're just a menace in those team fights, in those skirmishes. So if one of these players gets the edge, I feel like they can just take over the game.
Yeah, and we got to see that from Owner just last series against IG. I felt like he was really showcasing how strong he was in particular. Faker had some iffy games, but Owner I felt like was able to cover for him in a lot of cases. So like for me, T1, it is about Owner. Guma and Keria for sure are players to watch out for. Doran is an interesting one because we said this just yesterday. At Worlds, he's had issues, but this year has been a real showing for him. At MSI, he looked incredible, so I want to see that carry over. Not in this game, but of course, just carry over in the tournament.
And something that you brought up before, Ox, is that T1 is a team that tends to ramp up over the course of the tournament. It feels like they're hitting the ground running by beating IG, and now you're going up against FlyQuest, who might be a bit cold, hasn't had that time to play on stage, hasn't felt that pressure quite yet. But you bring up, like, Faker might not have had the Faker is Faker.
Yeah.
It's 10 years. There's so many years of Faker to look back to, and part of the reason that T1 feel indomitable is because, well, they basically have been.
Yeah, I mean, Faker always finds his way to lock in, come in at the close clutch moments, find those big carry performances, those big plays when the team needs. And, you know, Kerry was saying yesterday in his interview that they went into that IG matchup treating it like a knockout game, treating it like it was a quarter, a semi, or finals, because they knew if they lost, they were out. So I feel like, you know, they normally are a ramp-up team. They ramped up over the course of that series, and they might just be warmed up for this match today.
Yeah, and if I look at the FlyQuest side, especially the bot lane, experience is going to be a question mark, but I look at Faker, and that's just a career.
He has a lot of experience.
A lot of experience.
Yeah, good amount, I'd say.
A ton. That's a concern that I have. But yeah, all of that is there, and it's good for him. Guma, as a player, has been someone that has been ultra reliable for this team. So I'm just worried about him. I'm worried about going after Guma.
And I think the interesting thing tracking over the year, talking to you a lot as well, Ox, is kind of who has been the carry on T1 has changed. We saw a lot of series domestically where it was Owner who really had to step up. Yesterday we saw some great performances from Guma. And the fact that they can kind of draw names out of a hat, it feels like at certain moments in the tournament, does make them kind of terrifying to contend with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who can really step up. And yesterday, I mean, Guma on the Sivir was a massive piece. You saw IG trying to focus him down, but also the Ashe as well. Arrows just hitting so consistently. I feel like just able to hit them. Like, it was almost targeted at times, setting up plays for the team.
He's just a ticking time bomb. When they're in a deficit, you can always trust in Guma to farm excellently, find moments. If they're able to claw it back, it's Guma that's going to be the reason for it.
Yeah, and now for FlyQuest. Raz, what are you looking at? You've already gotten one.
Yeah.
You flip-flop once. I don't know if you're. What did you predict? You predicted T1, didn't you? You little flip flopper. You want to flop? You want to flip again? You want to flip again? You're 1 for 1 on the flips.
I don't know.
Is it time to flip?
I don't look at social media personally. I just look at what I'm saying.
You voted on a poll. That doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
For this match, because
I predicted FlyQuest, of course.
I'm shocked because you know I feel like you don't have many allegiances. You know, you're a bit of a traitor to your.
What are you talking? Give me back that scarf. Give me that. You don't deserve that scarf.
All right, are you gonna throw it on the floor after they lose, like you did with the IG?
No.
Did you see that, by the way?
Yeah, he's besmirching the merch.
And then the game would come off. You just throw it on the floor.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, it's getting a little too hot in the venue.
All right.
Oh yeah,
yes.
sure.
It was.
Okay, as much as Raz flip-flopping is great, I do want to know, FlyQuest, they feel like the strongest representative of the LEC and LTI teams that we've sent. Of course, we haven't seen G2 play yet, but there's a lot of hope riding on FlyQuest. What does this game mean? If they win, are we like full confidence they're going to best of 5, they're dominating? What is this game really going to tell us regardless of result?
If they win based off this, I mean, it really does showcase a large level of growth, right? Because this is what they have been fighting for. They talk about internationals constantly. When you go into interviews and they just beaten like Cloud9 or something, they're like, we are focusing on getting better for Worlds. That's all they've ever really cared about. And so that's where, if we're talking about improvement, to answer your last question, it's Busio. So especially going up against Carrier, who he gets kind of compared to in the sense of like little Carrier or NA Carrier, like we hype him up in that case. But Carrier is obviously a support GOAT. And so a lot of that comes into his flexibility in his champion pool and obviously being everywhere at the same time. Busio has kind of taken up that mantle. So the number one rule in this game, it doesn't matter. For both teams, Bard is banned. For both players, it's not being seen. We're contesting for the Bard ban.
Here's my question, though, because FlyQuest on blue side, do you think they leave it open and first pick it? Because we've seen Genji, HLE, yesterday we saw IG banning Bard every game.
Yeah.
Do FlyQuest leave it open and do they first pick it? Because if you don't first pick it, T1 are taking it.
That
like
is
100%.
happening. That is happening. I
they-
think we're just
would they
banning it.
first
If we're
pick
getting to a world where Bard is first picked, I don't know what to believe
All I'm
in.
saying, Caitlyn is coming back. We saw Elise earlier, even though Elise didn't look great. I guess BLG just did lose. But Caitlyn is coming back at the very least. There's a chance the return, the Guma carrier, weird stuff in the bot lane. It could come back.
True.
I mean, Carrier even said that like he will ruin Inspired's day if he gets his Bard. So if you leave it open, you know what's happening.
I don't know if we're
giving
gonna-
it to him. It's just not happening.
Ox, I want to ask you the same question.
Okay, go for it.
T1, obviously, they come in from plans. They're looking pretty good. They're always kind of the dark horse no matter what situation or what format they're in. If they win here, is it like a big level up where you're like, yes, more confidence, or is this kind of like, you'll just see how it goes? How much is resting on this win from T1?
I mean, I think whether they win or lose this matchup, I still think they'll come through and get it. I think Fly are a strong team, so I think regardless, it's more about the content of the game. If they got stomped, I'd be a bit worried, but if it's a close game, then I would still have confidence they come through. Obviously, if they stomp in the direction, you're going to be feeling really good.
And what was interesting to me, of course, is the the change in playstyles for FlyQuest in particular. Like they can play like an Ivern or Necton Comp that they played like an MSI. Something because Whippo is a player that is very much like will limit test permanently, right? And so if he sees an angle and he's strong, he's going to walk forward. Whereas Doran is a very strong like Gwen player, and that's something where in those conventional picks that we've seen all year long, we haven't really seen that from
The buffs to Ash were very real. The attack damage on level and his Ash was very good as well. So
vậy con mẹ mày đau quá.
plenty of champions in the current meta that look really good for him.
Lưng tè.
We're just gonna go right down the normal jungle tier list here, and there it is. We have the copy pasta ready because Carrier gave.
What do you got for?
Carrier gave one of those.
Ôi mẹ mày. Đau quá.
We'll wait till they lock the bar in.
Okay,
But
the
we know
bar is
they're
locked
going
in
to.
for Carrier.
Yeah, we know they're going to. And Carrier starts it off so nice. He's like, FlyQuest. They're a very strong team.
Người tao đau quá.
Really good. They're one of the strong teams. Teams need to watch out for Inspired the most. And then he goes on to say, but if we face them, my Bard is the best in the world. If they let Bard through, Inspired won't be able to step on the rift.
Mắc gì đau đập ở đâu ạ? Bị mỏi hết chứ. Kiểu tao dạo này tao đang tập mà. Dạo này tao đang tập xong rồi đi con mẹ kiểu lâu tao không vận động ấy, xong rồi bị tập lại nó bị căng cơ đau người ấy. Đau hơn. Đau thì rõ mới vận động mạnh à. Tập gì đăng cơ dữ vậy á? Tập bụng, tập tay, tập lưng, tập đít. Đi con mẹ. Ôi, từ từ đi đái cái. Nữa, đi đái cái.
FlyQuest, right? Jarvan the big diver. Kai'Sa wants to fly in next to him. We know how Nico likes to use those sneaky pop blossoms to get in the back line and really just cause havoc. So this is a good pick for some defensive capability while, you know, the Bard and the Wukong and whatever else they want to draft mounts the counterattack.
Yeah, I mean, Gumayushi Xayah is famous. Kai'Sa Xayah is one of the most seen matchups in the history of professional AD carries in League of Legends. So let's move on, though, to the top lane. Rumble, the first ban here versus Whippo.
Whippo's got a wide champion pool, though. This man, for those of y'all that have not been watching much in A this year, Whippo likes to pick a whole lot of different stuff. He's not afraid to play the picks that other people might not lock in.
And his other big blind one is the Renekton, another big blind one for him. Of course, you know, he can blind Scion and stuff too. That's been really popular here. So like, those are the kind of ones we're sifting through here.
Wow, đau. Cho cả yêu nha.
But they could give Faker counter pick as well if they want to. So,
the Renekton.
Yeah, there you go. So the other kind of blind pick that you're expecting and talking about. So maybe Whippo is just, you know, it's like a Scion Whippo game or something like that.
Thôi đi con mẹ mà đau người vãi không? Đi con mẹ chết mất. Trời ơi, hay là tôi đang ngủ sai tư thế ta đi con mẹ. Đi con mẹ. Đôi khi tao ngủ sai tư thế chứ. Insane. Đọc cho anh em FlyQuest ban gì á? FlyQuest ban Ambessa, Vi, Kathleen, Pick Javan và cây xa nhá. Đừng rên nữa, rên đéo đâu. BLG ngửa rái rồi à? BLG thua team nào? Từ BLG thua team nào? 100 t á? For real? Vãi. Cảm ơn anh Cường nha. Thua 100 thằng cướp à? 100 thằng cướp cũng không bằng 5 thằng cướp bên tàu à? Từ từ nhá. BLG Bulba đúng không? BLG Bulba đúng không? Em buôn 2. Ship 3 mà, ship 1 đéo đâu ra. À. Cái gì? Ship 1 LPL thua ship 3 Latam. Thật. Mỹ gì ship 1 thua ship 3. Ship 1 thua ship 3. Là ôi địt con mẹ mày. Ôi. Mấy thằng BLG tí đi về địt mẹ mày xử tử công khai mất. Em biết ulti của em biết sao không? Tí mấy thằng BLG địt mẹ mày ra ngoài sân vận động, địt mẹ mày hành quyết công khai luôn. Địt bô mày chịu còn mẹ mày luôn. Hành quyết công khai với thằng BLG này thôi, địt mẹ mày. 100 thằng trộm cũng không thể nào bằng 100 thằng cũng không thể nào bằng 5 thằng cướp, địt mẹ mày. 10 bú cứu hũ 11 của 100T đây à? Đã vậy trời. Này nhá. Hôm nay có 5 thằng cướp tàu rồi nhá, đừng có làm 5 thằng cướp chung nữa nha T1 ơi. Đừng có làm 5 thằng cướp Hàn nhá T1 nhá. 5 thằng cướp chung là đủ rồi nhá T1 nhá. 5 thằng cướp chung đủ rồi đấy, đừng có thêm 5 thằng cướp Hàn nữa đấy, cảm ơn. Anh sợ gì vậy à? Năm ngoái mình đánh BO5 với bọn FlyQuest này cũng căng mà anh em. Em quên à? Thằng FlyQuest này cũng kinh mà. Năm ngoái địt mẹ mày mình đánh đến tận ván 5 với cả FlyQuest đây anh em ơi, đừng có khinh nó. Nó cũng là seed 1 của FlyQuest mà. À, của gì nhỉ? Của Mid Latin mà. Summoner Spellbook on the side of Keria and T1, but not on the side of Busio and FlyQuest. So Busio just going for the extra planing power, the extra little bit of damage there with the Comet compared to the utility that Keria will have throughout the game with the use of the extra summoners. Doesn't look like either side wants to do anything particularly creative here at the level 1. Thật ra mấy cái seed này thì cũng không nói được gì trước ấy. Kiểu mấy cái seed này cũng không nói trước được cái gì ấy mọi người. Seed 1 với Seed 4 chưa chắc đã thắng, nhưng mà địt mẹ mày thua Seed 3. Seed 3 của Mỹ Latin thì hơi vãi lồn đấy, Mỹ Latin đâu phải một khu vực mạnh đâu. Ôi giời ơi, Wuma UC phang hụt. Phang hụt mẹ 2 con rồi. Đúng LCP là đúng trình à. Nghĩa là cái thứ hạng sức mạnh của LCP nó đúng. Còn cái thứ hạng sức mạnh của LCK seed 1 đến seed 4 tao thấy nó chả khác đéo với nhau. Kiểu T1 giống như là mang 4 seed 1 đến chung kết thế giới ấy. T1 giống như là mang 4 seed 1 đến chung kết thế giới ấy. Giống cái năm đéo nào mà đi vệ bọn LPL cũng bảo là bọn tao mang 4 seed 1 đến chung kết thế giới ấy. Khác chứ à? Khác gì? LCK khác gì mang 4 seed 1 đến đâu? Seed 1 là cái gì? Còn lại 3 seed 2 à? 3 nhà vô địch và KT. Năm nay cái gì áo chỉnh LCK à? Mà T1 ở World thì nó vẫn là seed 1 thôi. Nói thẳng ra T1 ở World nó vẫn là seed 1 mà. Trước giờ T1 ở World nó vẫn luôn luôn là seed 1 mà không có gì để bàn cãi về T1 ở World luôn đấy.
Bottom lane playing for the reset, and easy swap on the scuttle crabs here does mean Quad should be hovering to the top side here where his jungler is. Good job by him. There we go. Doesn't want to give
Hôm nay vẫn nhả Talia cho Faker, yes sir. Mình đang tính khu vực mà không tâm chứ. Ta đang bảo là mang 4 seed 1 đến chung kết thế giới mà, chứ tao có bảo là đến khu tao có xét sức mạnh đâu. Tính khu vực cái gì? Công tâm là mới đánh giá T1 ở World đấy nhá, không công tâm là chỉ đánh giá T1 ở LCK thôi. Công tâm là tao mới đánh giá thêm cả T1 ở World đấy. Không công tâm là tao đéo đánh giá ở World, tao chỉ tính theo LCK thôi. Talia hôm nay thua 2 trận rồi ổn không hả? Hôm qua anh cơ đánh con Talia như thế mà vẫn lo à? Hôm qua anh cơ để con Talia cứu cái game như thế mà vẫn phải lo à? Địt mẹ mày đi lên với con Nico nhức cái đầu thật. Lo chứ à, không phải gì lo. T1 hôm qua khác T1 hôm nay à. Chả có gì cả. Hôm nay thấy chả do tập thể dục trước giờ trận đấu à? Thế nóng tay rồi đấy, tập thể dục trước giờ thi đấu là warm up rồi đấy mọi người. Warm up con người rồi. Từ cái trận ở LCK đã thấy đánh con Talia kinh rồi. Sao bên này vẫn một đống cờ lê vậy á? Bên này cờ lê mua có 50 một cái thì chả thế. Bí bon này vẫn được đánh à? Không đánh thì khó nói. Đầu. Inspired will go ahead though and drop the flag inside of the pit, clear out that control ward, but then immediately back away. They know mỏ hơi hỗn. Problems around here, so they're taking their time, but no. Okay, just dragging it out slightly. Quad waiting around this area to see if Faker's going to walk anywhere close to that brush. Doran's making his way over though, and Whippo's ready to follow. So is Owner. Okay, FlyQuest, they're going to have muốn đánh rồi. Đang bắt vào quát, tầm này con Rai không phải một con quá khỏe, mà bị bắt vào vương quốc tử vong rồi. Doran đang bị BYBO đập. Keria tới. Hành trình kỳ diệu coi bên kia tường, BYBO thấp máu, tốc biến qua bên kia tường. Doran bị rồng bắn hơi đau. Chặn đường 2 đến từ Faker. Hay. Lấy được hết spell này. Keria đổi lấy 3 cái flash đúng không? Keria đổi lấy 3 cái flash nhưng mà không ăn được rồng. 4 vs 3 và căng vậy á, tại vì đéo có đam đấy, tầm này đã đéo có đam đâu. Tầm này chưa có đam, đéo chết. Tầm này không có đam. And since it resets the dragon, and it's a mountain dragon which is so tanky, it would kind of ruin your tempo, your timing on the map to stick around for it, and so they all go for resets in the aftermath. And the reason that tempo Doran mất flash.
Is because everybody's favorite early game objective, the grubs, just about to spawn here in 5 seconds. You can see a T1 ward in the grub pit already, but Inspired and Masu already hanging around. You've also got Busio up here, disguised as Masu number 2. Well, Masu number 3 now. There's also a clone. Owner has arrived though. Which one's your favorite? I like all of them. I like the original. Oh yeah, you're going with the original article. I respect that. Inspired starting up these grubs.
Đánh nhau tiếp. Quát trâu vãi rồi. Rồi, bú được con sâu. Xin. Đây cái bỏ sâu rồi. Bú 3 sâu, bú 3 sâu. 3 sú bê sô. Đẹp rồi, đẹp rồi. Đầu game này ok nha. Đó lại cả hai cái team này về late 50-50 đó. Xem hai cái com này về late là mẹ xem AD là bắn hay hơn thôi. AD là hắn bắn hay hơn, rồi Quát có được xả sát thương, rồi Faker có hất được ai về không. Ô thôi xong rồi. Ồ. Ê, cái đấy hơi bóp nhá. Mạnh hơn ở con Rai. Left fly quét mạnh hơn con Rai rồi. Hai con Hyper nó khỏe á. Thì lết của tiêu ăn có con Sante Saya khỏe mà. Mà con Wukong với lết cũng kinh bỏ con mẹ ra, đừng mà nhồn. Con Wukong này dùng để counter mấy con lao vào. Tốt vãi lồn. Ta counter con G4 thì mẹ combo vào nó ha 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 thì nó ulti hất tung mẹ lên.
May the best support make the better plays. You know, it's actually really cool to see what we can get in this game. And Whippo's brush camp does get Guma's ult out.
Wukong đủ đồ khỏe mà. Wukong mạnh mà. Quad versus Doran up in the top side in the meantime as Busio ready to follow up here. Gumayushi now in some danger. The death round has been unleashed and Whippo's going in after the T1 AD. Hỏng rồi. Hai. Giật lâu. Có giật lâu không? Trời, hay quá. BYBO đi theo cái hành trình kỳ diệu.
Not a magical journey that Whippo wanted, and he goes down. He got hyped up. He was so close there, but close does not count. Gumayushi still had flash. Gumayushi was just drawing him in. So they get the kill. That is one kill for T1. Looks like the dragon will be picked up afterwards, though, for FlyQuest. So Whippo had done a lot of work. He set himself up.
Keria cứu. Keria phần này cứu.
But here, the barrier goes out, and then he takes the magical journey. Like he got out of
Keria phần này cứu. Cứu vãi lồn. Biết skin bạt của ai sure. Kiểu T1 thua Dragon Rick cái năm đấy ấy. Là thua con bạt, thua con Achok ấy. Năm sau trả thù bằng con đấy luôn mà. Kiểu địt mẹ mà năm ngoái thua con bạt, thua con Achok. Thế là ngay năm sau phải tập con bạt luôn, phải tập con Achok luôn. Mẹ mày. Bài hay đấy, giờ nó là của tôi. Chỉ có mỗi con Hecarim là đéo học thôi. Con Hecarim tùy phía ấy với đấy. Thua anh thả ngày mát à? Thì vậy con Hecarim trận đấy đúng counter Victor Faker đấy. Chí vãi lồn. Chơi con Victor năm đấy kiểu gặp con Hecarim thì mẹ mày đéo là chơi tự luôn. Ngày map biết con Cham kéo game 5 một phần còn lại anh thà, đúng rồi. Cầm con Yone counter shot thật đấy, nhưng mà Achok và combat nó vẫn bổ hết con mẹ luôn á. Có đâu? Thì Yone vào combat của Yone em chém hết hả? Nhà biết gì không? Game cuối Game cuối địt mẹ mày để nó ban Yone mà. Đấy, counter chua. Counter lao vào chua. Vào mở xong ăn cái lốc xoáy của con Wukong làm cái đéo gì. Ui. Ôi, nhạy cảm. Quên à. Năm đấy không ban Aatrox xong để cho bọn David nó ban con Yone ở phase 2. Đéo biết trước Yone. Xong là địt mẹ bị ban Yone ở phase 2 xong địt mẹ mày đéo lôi con Gwen ra để chơi cùng con Aatrox xong thua. Thà rằng người cứ nói hết để anh quay lưng bước đi. Nhưng cuối cùng Gwen mà. Nhưng cuối cùng Gwen xong bị solo kill trên top đấy. Địt mẹ. Gwen cũng kéo trên nhưng lại bị solo kill trên top đấy. Hổ vãi lồn. Đi mẹ vãi lồn bị solo kill trên top. Khác trình Taria rõ ràng. Taria ở người 5 cúp với khác với mấy cái thằng seed 1 LPL chứ. Hải qua mất ngay cái flash. Không nhưng mà game cái thằng King gần cả giải nó để cho thằng mid gánh, thằng JK gánh thì mẹ đúng trận chung kết nó đánh điên đi mẹ để nó bú cái MVP, nó bú cái skin đi mẹ mày. Thuyết âm mưu không? Thuyết âm mưu không? Kiểu đi mẹ đánh nó để cho thằng JK gánh cả giải đến đúng trận chung kết. Cái trận quyết định skin MVP thì nó đánh. Địt mạ cay vãi. Thằng chó này nó cố tình ấy. Chó nó cố tình ấy. Tụi nó đưa cái pha con Aatrox, bộ Faker và FV chí VL à? Thì có cả pha Faker đẩy ruler về mà. Rồi, quát đi à? Ô. Hay thế nhở? Hay thế nhở? Ô, tắt cái tường đi cho đồng đội về. Chồng ơi. Đi không mẹ. Chồng đéo tắt tường. Đi về tí đó đi kia đéo về được ạ. Chịu mẹ chồng rồi. Rồi, Inspire mất thêm cái flash. Ui dồi đau. Thôi xong rồi. Hay. Sweet. Con lợn này tốc biến lên ulti à? Ulti né thế lồn nó được. Tốc biến ulti né thế lồn nó được. Đánh được. Mẹ đánh hay vãi lồn rồi anh em ơi. Mà nó tốc biến lên ulti thì chịu. Tốc biến lên ulti né kiểu lồn ấy. Hả? Mẹ lợn chi bẩn vãi. Mẹ tốc biến lên ulti ạ, chi bẩn vãi. Rồi, Inspire chuẩn bị chết tiếp, đéo có flash. Nó chưa hồi R à? Chưa hồi flash luôn. Hãy gọi là no viewable và chuyến du hành vào lòng thất. Thôi, trận này easy win rồi. Trận này easy win này có cái đéo ở đâu mà nói. Chỉ có đéo thì phải xem. Từ lúc ra kế luật fan MVP thì người MVP thuyết phục nhất duy nhất là Faker á. MVP toàn giải. Có final MVP khác. Rớt á. Thật ra ấy, cái năm mà rớt final MVP tao nói thật nhá. Tao không hề chê rớt. Rớt đánh rất hay. Nhưng trận chung kết năm đấy đánh với cả địt mẹ mày Weibo Gaming. Đánh với Weibo Gaming, đánh với Sa Tị trên top. Weibo Gaming năm đấy đéo hiểu tại sao vào được chung kết. Có thể nói là Á quân yếu nhất từ trước đến giờ. Cái trận với cả Jin Đông là cái trận từ bán kết mới là cái trận chung kết sớm. Năm đấy chung kết sớm là cái lúc mà đánh với cả Jin Đông rồi. Đúng chưa? Chúng mày có công nhận là chung kết sớm đánh với Jin Đông không? Jin Đông năm đấy mạnh vãi lồn, nhưng mà mình gặp ở bán kết, mình đéo gặp ở chung kết. Mà cái trận với Jin Đông này anh em không bao giờ quên được cái khoảng khắc có Canavi đứng đợi, Faker đẩy ruler về Honor hứng. Và câu chuyện còn lại của lịch sử. Nói chung là cái trận chung kết đấy quá dễ cho rớt ấy. Đối mềm ở trên top. Đối mềm trên top, thật ra là không chỉ mỗi rớt đâu, mà trận đấy thực sự là chỉ có farm này. Trận đấy chỉ có farm chỉ số thôi, chứ địt mẹ mày năm đấy nắc chung kết 3-0. Nắc xong Jin Đông, địt mẹ mày cái thằng mạnh nhất giải rồi, tinh thần hừng hực rồi. Xong sau đấy đi đánh cái chung kết, địt mẹ mày hiếp dâm mấy anh Weibo. Gạt giò Jin Đông Golden Road sướng như người à. Cứng, hơi cứng ấy. Gạt giò Jin Đông cứng hết cả người. Oh, road lead to me. Oh, road lead to me. Mà T1 không có duyên với Golden Road nhá. Năm đấy bọn anti có một cái văn. Từ xem chứ. Ủa, vẫn còn sống. Đẩy hai về. Ui, Uma lại bắn, hồi một đấm máu. Ôi, để Keria chết rồi. Không sao. Năm đấy T1 vô địch anh em ạ. Năm đấy T1 vô địch. Mấy thằng anti có một văn. Chẳng qua không gặp Genji thôi, chứ gặp Genji thì có cứt vô địch được. Tao mới hỏi chúng nó là thế sao địt mẹ mày đéo đánh vào chung kết mà gặp T1 đấy? Sao đéo đánh vào chung kết mà gặp T1 đấy? Hả? Sao đéo vào chung kết mà gặp T1 đấy? Xong ngay năm sau địt mẹ mày gặp Genji, đấm 3-1 Genji. Được chưa? Được chưa? Năm sau gặp Genji, đấm 3-1 Genji. Được chưa? Mẹ mày không hiểu. Kêu chẳng qua không gặp Genji thôi, không có lâu mới vô địch được. Thế sao Genji của chúng mày không vô địch đấy? Vô tử sư, mấy cái thằng lồn anti, cái lồn cũng nói được. Đi mẹ giờ gặp ở đâu đánh ở đấy. Ui dồi ôi, stun 2 hay chứ Keria. Rồi đẩy tiếp về. Ui lại stun 2. Thôi hết rồi. Vòng xoáy nở hoa cũng hay phết nhỉ à? Hôm nay có trận làm rồi mà. Hôm nay cái trận xếp ô chúng nó cũng làm rồi mà. Sweet tất văn, đúng, Sweet tất văn. Đi phải anti đúng là cái lồn nói được. Bọn anti là bọn thiểu năng nhất đấy. Bí bó cứ flash ulti anh già rồi à? Thả bạt vào cái kết à? Eo ơi. Trận này đánh tận tướng thuật tay ở T1 à? Có con Wukong là không thuận tay đâu, Wukong ít khi thấy Honor đánh lắm. Cánh 3 con dưới là 3 con thuận tay rồi gì nữa à? Doran cũng thuận tay rồi gì nữa à? Có mỗi Wukong không thuận tay. Doran, em mấy hôm nay Doran kiểu cứ bị hừng quá ấy. Ôi, Uma bị đập chết rồi. BY bộ vẫn bú được 2 mạng ạ. Doran 2 hôm nay đánh kiểu hơi hừng nhờ. Hôm qua cũng làm pha hơi hừng, hôm nay cũng hơi hừng đấy. Win combat mà troll gì á thì có bảo là gì đâu, nhưng mà ý là pha đấy vào hơi sâu.
Certainly T1 favored. Certainly we're still riding, you know, that hype train there. FlyQuest did get some comeback mechanics going for them there. Whippo really pulling a lot of pressure and opening up a possible
Commander khỏe đấy à? 2 lần nó bắt chết Guma. Thì con Java là con cao tốc con Saya mà. Con Javan với ở con Mordekaiser, 2 con counter Saya mà muốn gì nữa. Mordor với cả Javan nó chơi 2 con counter Saya mà muốn gì.
And just like turbocharged the juice that you get when you do activate your ultimate. And so like with all that speed, you just really get in there and it does.
Căn bản là kể cả bắt chết được Guma mà game này thì có kết quả mọi người ơi.
And then he even is hitting these claws to get extra value after coming out too. So I mean he's going for it on Doran here, but I mean
game này xem cho endgame phút thứ bao nhiêu đấy chứ địt mẹ.
So it's hard to soften up Cassante. And even in that side lane, of course, he does know even if people try and go gank him while he's split pushing, Mordekaiser always has the option of just ulting someone else who tries to gank him. And then you go at least 1-for-1, and then sending extra resources towards you usually means that your team can get something on the other side.
So Baron's up now, no dragon for the next 3 minutes. This is probably going to be our next battlefield, but that battlefield is now very interesting because the death cap is completed for Quad's Rise. You've got the arm guard completed for Busio's Nico to be able to make those
Ê, nhớ cái năm nào T1 không được kiểu vào, hình như là vào chung kết xong không team nào chịu scream với T1, có mỗi G2 chịu scream với T1 ấy. Năm ngoái hay năm trước nữa nhỉ anh em nhỉ?
They've got some big advantages. Faker as well has a lot, 9 stacks on his Dark Seal. Can he get a seismic shove? They're actually
2-3. Ồ, Faker chết rồi. Nhưng mà ăn được Baron. Cố về đây. Honor có giáp thiên thần, kệ Honor đây, Honor có giáp thiên thần mà. 2 về được rồi. Năm ngoái à? Mấy năm nào thế à? À đúng rồi. Bị DDoS. Đúng rồi, năm ngoái bị DDoS. Bịt mẹ mày stream không được. Cứ stream là bịt mẹ mày đánh rank là bị DDoS. Scream cũng bị DDoS, khổ vãi lồn.
escape enabled by this magical journey. Guma's able to flash into the magical journey. Owner takes it out as well. And then the realm warp threat here.
Kìa ulti pha đẩy trôn quá rồi. DDoS từ 2023 rồi mà dài hơi phết à? Ừ, nhưng mà năm ngoái lại bị DDoS tiếp mà, khổ vãi lồn. Năm đéo nào cũng bị đời. Địt mẹ. Đấy, cái giá phải trả cho việc đứng chỉ trên đỉnh cao thế giới đấy là gì? Là địt mẹ mày hở ra là nó DDoS, hở ra nó gửi xe tang, nó gửi xe tải, nó gửi hoa tang. Địt mẹ mày khổ chưa? Địt mẹ mày hở ra nó gửi xe nó gửi xe tải. Địt mẹ mày đừng đánh ngu vào cờ. Hở ra nó gửi hoa tang. Địt mẹ mày đang stream, đang scream thì nó DDoS. Khổ vãi lồn. Ai bị bắt vào ulti à? Ui, ui, Keria ơi. Hai đây rồi. Baker hất về vẫn gọi là nét nhá, nét căng nha anh em nhá. Đẩy về vẫn gọi là nét căng đấy. Thấy không? Đội hình của T1 cao tờ lao vào vãi lồn ấy. Này, ăn rồng nó hơi liều ấy nha. Flyquest ơi, ăn rồng hơi liều nha. Rồi xong, hất được con Nico về. Ôi giời ơi, trừng phạt sống. Trừng phạt sống của T1 Woma Yusei. Hôm qua đến giờ. Trừng phạt sống. Who need honor? Who need survive? Ai? Ai cần xí mai? Ôi, đồ đàn né hết. Nhưng Faker. Và Honor làm 2 rồi. Honor làm 2 rồi. Quá một máu sống hả? Chill, dắt lính lên, dắt lính lên. Over vẫn về anh em nhá. Đi vệ xem mấy thằng T1 này kiểu đéo thì cũng về over ấy. Đéo nào mà về under ấy, kiểu kể chúng nó có lợi thế đến bao nhiêu nó cũng về over ấy, khó về under vãi lồn. Lâu thỉnh thoảng được một cái under ấy. Cách biệt 15 mạng rồi, đang cách biệt 12 à? Mà Inspire trừng phạt xong Woma ăn. Trừng phạt sống. Mấy pha đẩy về của Faker rồi cái cách Faker chọn vị trí kiểu dị hợm vãi hồn. Mấy cái pha combat cứ đứng trong bụi xong rồi mẹ đứng ở trong bụi xong mấy cái quăng địa chấn sợ vãi hồn. Hai thằng này đang hợp tác từ thiện với mỗi số phút mà hai thằng thi đấu mà. Thật á? 32 phút được bao nhiêu tiền? Làm từ thiện bao nhiêu tiền? 3.200 đô à? 1 phút bằng 1.000 đô à?
FlyQuest are going to feel compelled to try to defend it, but before that, just 15 seconds until the next Baron spawns, and it's T1 with immediate control over the area.
Ha, 1 phút là 100 đô.
But Doran's doing a great job being the space creator, being the one who prevents anybody else on FlyQuest from stepping forward towards Gumayushi, towards Faker, towards anybody. And FlyQuest really have to pick their moments carefully on how they want to step up. Lucio clone walks past the control ward, no seismic shove to find any value here.
Vừa lờ thằng rừng fly nấy đánh hạt thông nó bay vào cái phân thân đang xoay của Honor xong lăn ra chết à? 5 USD trên phút á. Mở đẹp đấy. Mở đẹp đấy. Mở đẹp đấy. Nhưng mà em thấy cái vấn đề của việc mở đẹp và bên kia có Wukong là gì chưa? Anh em thấy cái việc mở đẹp nhưng mà cái giá của việc mở đẹp là gì chưa? Khi mà bên kia có Wukong ấy. Khi mà bên kia có Wukong bạn mở đẹp đến mấy chăng nữa, con Wukong địt mẹ mà nó counter hết. Nhân chứng sống là trận hôm qua T1 thua. Con Rakan của Keria gần như không được chơi điện tử bởi con Wukong. Con Wukong địt mẹ mày dùng để counter với đội hình lava mạnh vãi rồi. Bú vào 200 ăn 1,8 triệu hả? Vãi lồn húp. Địt mẹ với giàu. Giàu vậy Uyên Hoàng. Giàu vậy Uyên Hoàng. Chia 1 lít đây. Chia 1 lít đây. Anh cầm 1 lít anh làm giàu ấy. Ọp thôi chi dịt ơi à? Ọp thôi à? Đuổi à? Đuổi à? Ọp gì 1 tiếng nữa, đúng rồi. Vòng quay. Nãy Quân quay ra stream 1 tiếng nữa mà. Nãy Quân quay ra stream thêm 1 tiếng nữa mới được ọp mọi người ơi. Tối còn qua kia live à? Sung mà. Khó sung, khó sung. Khó sung. Khó sung á. Thôi thì tối cộng 1 sau cũng được à? Ô thế đuổi thật à? Ô thế đuổi thật à? Ô. À, đang khều Uyên Hoàng 1 lít. Khều xong 1 lít rồi ọp nhá.
Sao đỉnh quá. Sao đỉnh. Trận sau là trận tâm điểm của ngày hôm nay luôn đấy. Căng nhất của ngày hôm nay luôn.
Tiền đã về đâu à? Thế tối khều nhá. Giờ tao vào live màn xong mày live lại live tao bảo thôi anh xin này. Thôi. Stream tối stream sang kênh kia stream nha mọi người ơi. Tối sang kênh kia stream nha. Ngày 2K, ngày 2 cử, ngày 2 cử. Mà giờ địt mẹ mày T1 gặp T1 gặp ai ấy nhở? Chưa quyết định à? Chưa có lịch, chưa quyết định. Đấy, tối ọp mau còn đi rửa bát với nấu cơm mà. Ok nha, ọp nha. Tối on lại mọi người ơi, xong là tối on cộng 1 tiếng nha. Bye bye cả nhà. Chúc mọi người một buổi chiều vui vẻ. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Đuổi mà, cúp rồi mà. Địt mẹ mày.